Hey now. So there's definitely a delay with that. Not good. Alright, microphone front and center. Live stream seemingly functioning. And still missing a camera. I suppose in some ways one could argue that the little schmidzens of video don't make much sense. Considering the overall purpose. Which brings me to my next mission / form or function or reality. The space case has been unboxed and is now teetering on my speakers. But it's functioning, it's streaming, and with a relatively easy flick of the wrist, I could spin it around for identification, but the important point is to capture the audio. Because I happen to have in my grubby little hand somewhere a little bitty machine that does recording, but I need to upload that, and it's long. But once it's uploaded, no matter where it's at, I guess it doesn't make much sense. I'm going to play the audio from the recording while this live streams, so I can then come back to this live stream and capture the speech to text. It's kind of weird and twisted, I know. But I kind of like weird and I kind of like twisted. So as soon as I get this, hopefully and accurately set up and functioning, we will be able to do maybe just that. We're going to do it as a card reader. So I'm going to open that and then open that and look at the date modified, and remember I got to be in that folder. Interesting.
Canyon and 11th Street.
This is going to be all ASMR bus ride. It begins in Boulder County in Boulder City at the Boulder bus station, and it goes all the way up. The reason I say that's odd is the audio appears to record in 2 gigabyte sections, whereas video just runs. That also could be in the format that it's running in. But if I'm looking at this or I saw it correctly, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hours or so of audio. And since it's 9:30 now, that means if I don't touch anything, it'll stream. And what I look at is called the desktop audio is the audio source. Mic box is what's happening in this room.
Canyon and 9th Street.
I'm gonna fast forward it.
Yeah.
She doesn't.
Added to the collection. Let me. Are they?
Do you like one name? Do another name? Do another.
Access to the apartment people. The leasing office. Supposedly I have an apartment waiting for me to come talk to you because you knew about that place.
Yes. So,
And
are
supposedly
you?
there's a case manager group up here.
Yes. Are you
called
in
them a
contact
number
with
of times.
Canyon Cares or EFA? They might be able to help you.
No, it's a fellow by the name of Tim Scholl from the All Roads that has been assisting me recently.
Okay.
But Tim told me last
Are you-
Thursday,
So you're getting assistance?
kitty case management helped to move my thing, but I do not have a case manager.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because like nobody, he knows what's up because he's who put me in the first place the first time.
Right.
And I'm like, look, this will last for a little bit, but not very long. But I've never had any real case management for the last 5 years because my issue is physical. It's not so much mental.
Right.
I mean, I'm ADD and dyslexic, but that's just normal, funky.
Let me look here.
But I tried calling some lady, Savannah.
Yes.
She don't call. She don't answer.
She's on
she don't
maternity leave,
respond.
but you do have.
Well, I left messages and I gave up.
Well, this is her replacement at the moment. It's Trisha.
Oh, okay. Well, can you give me a few? Because I got her number from the library lady.
Yeah.
And I'll give you because I was like, hey, this
she'll
didn't
be
work.
here.
And I'll go. She's on maternity leave because that kind
Yes.
of covers bases. Because I don't want her having a bad. I know how little things work.
Exactly. So Trisha is supposed to be here at 1.
This is Trisha.
Yeah, this
So
Trisha.
maybe she can help me.
So
I should
if you
stick
want to come back
around.
at 1.
No, I'll stick around because it's
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
fine.
two. It's a
Oh
half.
yeah.
I live in Table Mesa.
But also, because Savannah's on maternity leave at the moment, so she's not responding.
Right. No, I just emailed and stuff, and I didn't hear back. So I'm like, well, that didn't work. And that's what I didn't think maternity leave. I just thought
Well,
the
no, how
library
would
had
you
a whole
even?
card.
Yeah, how would you know?
I'm just researching and doing
Yeah.
my little poking around, you know.
I'm trying to find.
Maybe I'll
the
find
person.
direction around some corner, right?
She would definitely be a good place to start, but there's also. So, have you gotten in contact with the guy that runs the apartments over here?
I don't know that there's a guy that runs the apartments. This is what I am aware of.
Okay.
Last Thursday, Tim, the manager of case managers for All Roads.
Okay.
He's the top dog of case managers.
Huh.
He emailed me
So
saying.
he should be able to get
He
you in.
emailed me saying, there's a place on the 3rd floor, it's not first floor, because I asked for first floor, I meant handicap. He's like, it's handicap. I was like, well, that's what I need, and it's in Netherlands. I told you I wanted to be either in Lyon or Netherlands. Why did you wait? Whatever, dude. You're too slow. I'm going up there and figuring it out myself.
Got it. Okay.
Because it's been 3 years, and
So
I
I need, it's like, it's mental, spiritual, emotional. I gotta get out of that
I
ghetto.
understand. Yes.
Like if I had a vehicle and a license, I would be living in it up here. I would not, like even if they, my voucher's supposedly clear and good till 2027, and I can't just get moved over to some place that I can function. Does that make sense? Because they got me on a 3rd floor with stairs, and it's been 6 months I've been asking them to fix the light, and they won't even fix the light on the stairs, and I can't navigate up real easy. They don't care.
Well, let's see what we can do. Okay, I'm gonna see what if I can
How
put,
about this?
on
I'll
my
just
own?
leave you with that. I'll take these over to the library, lady.
okay,
I'll make it a point of coming back at 1.
at 1,
And
and
I'll
then,
like, would you suggest just out, cause it's been a minute, would you suggest bakery or train place? Does train place still do donuts?
yes,
And
yes, they do.
is that still the dirty place? Meaning that the richy, fancy people go to the bakery and the people like me will go to the other place?
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's,
I see both in both places.
okay, no, I'm
Like,
just asking.
No,
Just, you know, sometimes places tend to, like,
Yeah,
I
I get
remember
it.
when I lived here before,
yeah,
the bakery was kind of snooty. It was like
It can
it was
be.
like the old people sitting around judging you as you came in and out.
okay,
of the
they
place.
go to the train cars, cause there still seems to be a little bit of a like,
Well, that's all right.
membership.
Here's the beauty: when I show up here, I'm gonna own that table.
And there you go, you
I mean, we're
should,
just gonna be like, no, dude, we don't do this no
That's
more.
right.
Because we want the energy to be like cool and chill,
Yeah.
and not like some old crusty dude that's judging
right.
people.
everybody with everybody.
Well, you know what I'm saying. It's a
It should be
like
that
people
way.
don't understand it. It's so weird.
It is very weird.
Community, common, unity.
That's right.
If you have one thing that unifies everybody, that pulls them together, that's the common unity.
That's right.
Learn it from a Rainbow Family, Grateful Dead, Merry Pranksters, all the way back to the cavemen. Community starts at the kitchen,
That's right.
always.
I agree.
So I'm gonna
I'm gonna look up information for you while you're not.
No, thank no worries,
While you're
no worries.
gone, and then when you get
Thank
back, I'll have a list of hopefully some people that you can also reach out to.
Well, maybe,
In
or
addition
maybe
to
Miss
Trisha.
Trisha can hook it up, or I'm aware, like, I hate asking people for stuff.
Well, yeah.
But I know that for, like, stuff that would take me weeks, they could do in a phone call.
Yeah.
Like, they can go,
Yeah.
beep, 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 hey, it's so-and-so, you know me, right?
Exactly.
That's the weird part that I don't get about All Roads.
Yeah.
But
It's
it's
just-
All Roads funnel to Boulder Housing Partners. And we
Yeah,
really,
it's not-
we really need a back roads or the other one's road.
Mm-hmm.
Because like my goal, I've been on disability for 5 years. I was a union stagehand. I'm a sound lights monkey. I don't know. I'll see you.
Okay, I'll see you at 1.
Hey, you're Betty, right? Damn the lamb.
All right.
That way I remember it, you know, because you know the song.
Yeah.
So now your name is in my head in the song.
Hey, how you doing? I was wondering if I could possibly get it. You know?
The kind of technology that's seriously professional level. Oh, thank you, sir. But it's professional level.
It seems like it.
But
Clem is your last name.
yeah,
What's your
James
first
is
name?
the first name.
CELEM.
The kind of technology that's I hear like all over people with closets and storage places and outbuildings full of old like grow lights that they don't use anymore because technology now has LED lights. We could turn all of that into food growing.
HP.
She's my.
Uh-huh.
I've been yelling, screaming, sheltering.
So I still need to learn.
For a month, county. BA's a chart that says you can go to King Soup and this stuff they don't have in your line or you think what I do for them, not a case manager. She had a. I'm guessing this is me walking to.
It's more fun if you go vroom, vroom and make all the noises. Maybe it give you a little energy. Vroom, vroom. I don't know. I'm just trying to be helpful. Okay.
Pause that. I gotta get a timestamp on it. Where are we at here? It's live. Check. It's live. Check. It's live. Check. I'm gonna mute the mic so you can just hear the audio.
Howdy.
How are you doing?
Hanging in there.
Good.
I'm gonna mute the mic so you can just hear the audio.
It's not too bad. It's actually warming up. It's just the windy part. It's kind of.
I know, I was getting whipped in the face.
It's not too bad. It's actually warming up. It's just the windy part. It's kind of.
I don't think it could be. It's gotta be smoothing out something.
Oh, that would. I did have that feeling when I was coming up the hill because I did go to the bakeries because it was empty. All the old dudes were gone. No, it was good. But it was like little needles on my face, and it did was like exfoliation. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
We should charge people to come visit. Like,
Yeah, right?
you can't come here where it's windy because this is like the beauty salon.
Are you the lady that I was gonna see?
I am. My name's Trisha. I work with
Hi, Miss Trisha. Well, I thought I was early.
No, you're right on time.
Cool. Oh, Black Betty. I gotta keep singing your song. I love you. Did you know that? Do you know who Miss Peggy is? From the C Bucks band, Miss Peggy. Her twin sister's name was Betty.
Oh, really?
And when the DNVR people got a bus, like a tour bus, I told them they should name it Black Betty because it was related to Miss Peggy.
Yeah.
They didn't, but should I come in? I gotta get this stuff. Are you Case Lady?
I am.
Cool. Is the lady that you replaced, Miss Savannah? I think. Does she have two kids?
Yes. Yep. She
and
just had a baby.
she just had a new baby boy.
Yep.
I saw her at the bakery. I was like, I bet you that's that lady.
Oh yeah.
No, because I think when I lived here before, she had a kind of a rebellious boyfriend before they had babies. I think I recognize it kind of. I just think it's kind of fun because I haven't been up here for like 5 years. And when I first got here, somebody was like, I could see you being the mayor in 10 years. I was like, I don't know about that. I don't drink enough to fit in with these people.
Oh, that's funny. So, do you recently get back into Netherlands?
I'm supposed to be moving into this place. But see, I don't have a case manager.
Okay.
And let me tell you just a little background so you're up to date. I'm 57 now. I'm disabled. I have a degenerative disc disease and herniated. My junk's messed up. I used to be a union stagehand in Denver when I lived here. But then I lost my Jeep and my license, so then I bust. And then my condition got worse, so they said I had to retire in 2019. So like my last shift in the union was like first year of 2020, which is right when they put me in an apartment in South Boulder. But they put me on a third floor apartment with stairs and no access for handiness. So I've been trying to move out of there for like 3 years. It's a ghetto, I hate it. Surrounded by psychos. And every time I make any kind of complaint to the office, they say that I'm aggressive and violating, because I'm like, why don't you do your fucking job, you know? We got people like yelling and screaming all hours of the night, trash being left everywhere. There's no lights, like I have to go down 3 flights of stairs to get to the street. There's no lights on the stairs on my top floor, and I've been complaining for 6 months to ask them to fix it, because I can't really navigate easy,
Yeah.
and they don't care. They're just like, fuck you, excuse me.
No, you're good.
Thanks.
Are you at the
I was at
desk?
the library, so I'm all in like into the kitty, you know. Anyway, when I got housing, it was through the shelter before it was all roads.
Okay.
Mr. Tim and Mr. Glenn, probably before your time, though Mr. Tim is still there. He's the manager of the case managers.
Yeah, so I actually used to work for All Roads before I switched to Focus Reentry. Yeah, so.
So we'll probably be friends, because I'm imagining the reason you left there is what I don't like about it. How do you tell people you're helping them avoid homelessness and you don't even have a flippin' van to help people move? You got case managers that do nothing but email people. They don't even call me. All because they want to like linger it on. It's like, bro, I've been trying to do this move for 3 years, like literally 3 years. Anyway, they dumped me with this place called Mental Health Partners. That's who supposedly was managing my house voucher. No one told me anything. No one informed me anything. I had like it wasn't even a case manager. It was a person with absolutely no clue what to do. I've been disabled since 2008. I've worked with lots of case managers. I understand, especially today, the system is it is designed to not work for me. If you're not a case manager and you don't have an in, forget about it. You probably know this.
Yeah, it's hard to navigate all
It's
the different
impossible
systems,
to navigate, because if I go to the Boulder website, Boulder Housing Partners, the rent cafe, where I'm supposed to pay rent, do all these other things, and I go, give me the number for this place, it gives me a number for some sunshine villa. It's not even the right number. I came up to go to the apartment, to go to the leasing office, because Tim told me last Thursday there's a third floor apartment waiting for me, should be. I'm trying to get a case manager, because there's another guy, you probably know him,
Luke.
No, I think
Or
Luke,
Zach.
both of them. Zach was the first one that flubbed. No, Luke was the first one that flubbed. Zach was the second one that's continually flubbing. It's just like, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm really not the smartest monkey on the tree, but y'all are making me feel like fucking Einstein. Because all you have to do as a case manager is contact Stancher Lakes, say, I'm this person's case manager, I need his file. You get that file and you give it to them. They have every piece of information they need to move me. I've gone to Tancher Lakes, they're absolutely no help. They lie to me regularly. Like, I got a notice on my door, this like 3 years ago, when I first was like, fuck this place. I got a notice on my door for 3 months in a row, don't pay rent, you're ahead. I'm like, what's your problem? So what, I'm ahead. Normally that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh no, and I'm like, are you, so I went to the office, used my recorder, recorded it, and was like, are you sure you don't want me to pay rent? Yes, I'm sure. Within 3 days, there was a 10-day eviction notice on my door, a $25 fine for a late fee, because they said I didn't pay rent when they told me not to pay rent. Essentially, if you're a smart white corporate jackass, you know that all you have to do is blemish their records so much they can't move. Then they're stuck there. And if they know that you don't give a fuck about them, anytime they contact you, you just ignore them. That's been my reality for 3 years. For the end of the summer, like I signed my lease for that apartment in August. It wasn't due until December. Because because they always do stuff early.
Right.
But then I had done it before in July, and they said there was something wrong with it. So whenever I do forms, I've done this the entire time because I'm understanding how the system works. I don't fill out forms. If someone gives me a pen and a piece of paper, I say, what do I fill out where? And I make them tell me what to fill out to keep me from making an error.
Right.
Because I'm ADD and I'll go, oh no, that's wrong, you know, to keep that from happening. Because you've seen, like you as a case person, a manager, know that you know where things are because you've done it a bunch.
Right.
I don't see that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Same confusion with how is it that all roads and Zach and Luke don't have relationships with these people on a weekly basis? Like, if I was in that position, I would make sure that everybody that had apartments knew who I was, so as soon as one became available, I would have a client there ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem to function that way. And when I start dealing with people that are almost, how do you put it? Like, I know that I know I'm not the stupid monkey, but I'm not the sharpest sleeve. Like, I make all kinds of mistakes. But these people are really making me wonder how intentional it is. It's that bad. It's like, I told them 3 weeks ago, Netherlands Lions, I'm supposed to be on, with my ADD, I have a difficulty when it comes to forms and being able to keep track of which ones I did.
Yeah.
I went to the Boulder thing last November, October, last fall. And I was like, where do I get on waiting lists? Because I know I have to do that. I don't have someone to help me, so I'm trying to go through and the web page, I get on a web, and I think I do it, and then it doesn't do it, and I'm like, and then I just get frustrated and I give up. Whether it went through or not, I don't know. But then, I continued to have the leasing office of Tantra Lakes tell me there was something wrong with my lease and I had to fix it. The third time. And I'm like, dude, first time, okay, I get it. Even though this is like the 5th lease, I've been there since 2019. It's like you think they'd figure out how to fill out paperwork. You know what I mean? There's like a couple thousand people there. I'm one of them. I've done this how many times? Why can't they figure it out? So I'm like, look, if you need me to come in and fill out another lease, you're going to have to get me a case manager. You're going to have somebody there that can validate that you're not lying to me or cheating from me or bullying me or manipulating me or taking advantage of my disabled or elderly situation. Because that's what they do. It's totally illegal. It's totally wrong. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it. Being aware of that 3 years ago, I was like, I gotta get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I had such a problem with mental health partners, I told them to fuck off. I was like, discharge me. You're not, because they refused me services. They wouldn't tell me, to me as a case manager, if I have a case manager, it's like once a month, maybe once everything's done, once a month, hey, what's going on? There's this new program you might be interested in. That kind of thing. Because you hear about this stuff before any of us do.
Right.
You probably hear about it before it is even promoted. You know that things are happening because you're part of the system. I never got any of that. And it started to get confusing because in Tantra Lakes now it's all disabled, low-income people. So I meet neighbors. And dude's like, oh yeah, when we moved in, and this is fucking crazy. Lady, 30-some-odd years old, meth head, decides on a whim, her and her girlfriend, wife, whatever, and her, not the wife, but her 2 kids, had enough money to drive from Texas to Denver and live in a motel for 6 months and instantly got into a place. I waited for 1.5 years on a waiting list just to get through to the system. Anyway, I don't know if they're going through a different...
The kids might be a big factor in that.
Maybe, but all I'm saying is that there were programs that I learned about that no one ever else told me about. Such as Lyft, Uber, Lime. Uber and Lime are somehow connected. Right? Do you know this?
I know. So I don't know.
And I'll be a lot of help for you because I'll probably inform you of things that will help your clients. I try to do that. It's not just accidental, it's like I try to do that. So then you helping me is actually helping you help others, because you'll learn about these things, maybe as you help me get to them.
Yeah.
Uber has a program, like I used to be a cab driver, and when there were disabled people, they had a voucher to get them from remote places to appointments, grocery stores, etc. Uber has a way of connecting that somehow, so your insurance is connected. Okay? Another thing I didn't know at the time, I kind of figured out, but I also was able to get my medications through Amazon, so they could deliver it as opposed to me picking it up. Because where I was picking it up was really unreliable. Problem is, I have a thieving neighbor that steals shit, so I can't get any deliveries at my house anymore. Once she learned there's cameras, she'll break it. She like goes by, literally kicks my shit. And then I complain and I say, check those cameras, because I got a delivery of a guitar amp that should have been in for perfect condition and it was broken. How is that? And then I put a different one out there as a ploy, as a thing.
Yeah.
And she comes out and with her dog, guides the dog into the package and then kicks it with her foot, knocking a phone off and then slamming it against the wall on her way back in. All because I caught her stealing my shit 3 years ago. And so she always does this type of negative shit to me, and there's nothing I can do about it except move. It's a bummer, but it's good because I fit in better in a place like this than I do whatever.
Right. So do you have a voucher?
I do.
Okay.
It's supposed to be good until 2027.
Okay, and the
I
voucher
have-
was issued through All Roads?
Kinda. So that's the confusing part. I was at All Roads, and to be real honest, I don't know. All I know is it's a Boulder Housing Partners voucher. And it's supposed to work for this place, but it won't work for Prime Haven, because I tried that like a couple months ago. I have my lease. I'm of the opinion, and again, maybe I'm just being too smart for this broken system. But Tancher Lakes is known for 6, 8, 9 months. I've been trying to move because they don't have any one unit places. So I've been trying to get my file from them to this person. I came up here to go to the leasing office. There is no leasing office. There is one, but it's locked and closed with a piece of paper on it that gives me a name and a number that I called, and I left an email, and I left a voicemail message. Tim, supposedly, last Thursday told me he got word from them that there was a place available. I have no fucking clue why he didn't say yes, because I told him weeks ago, Ned Lyons, period.
Yeah.
Or because I do sound and I'm good with audio stuff, I used to and intend to volunteer for KGNU again. They're going to move their studios. They're in the process of moving their studios to downtown, so it's more convenient for me. I don't know if you know where they're at. They're like,
Yeah, like way
they're
east
way out
Boulder.
there. So when I got put in way south Boulder,
If I was at Boulder Station, I'd be on the bus going to Netherland right now.
like I was volunteering, I was like ready to become a DJ, and then COVID hit.
Oh man.
So then you were all locked away. My whole thing is I'm trying to get to a point where I can get this stuff resolved with somebody that understands the importance of it. When I get back to my apartment, I can't really leave my apartment easily with the awareness that nighttime comes, there's no lights on the stairs. So I can get up there, but it's hard. I sometimes wish I was one of those like city shitheads that sees the situation where I could just sue the fuck out of them. Like all I gotta do is tumble down those stairs, go to a doctor, and they're fucked. Because I've been telling them for 6 months, fix this damn light, and they won't. Because they've done that, and this is the part Tim doesn't get. Whether or not, I understand now why they wanted me to change the lease. There's nothing wrong with my lease, except they signed it in August. So then they made a bunch of changes, and they're trying to get me to go back to fix their legal document that they filled out incorrectly. And they're holding me to the new standard. It means they're totally breaking the law. Like, totally. Nobody gives a shit.
So are you able to leave leave that lease whenever you want, or
I'm
does it end
supposed
on
to
a-
be.
Okay.
I'm
So it's like
supposed
a
to be
month-to-month
on, I have
lease.
been on a month-to-month lease for 9 months.
Okay.
Possibly longer than that. Because, like I said, not recent November, but the year 23 November,
Yeah.
I got involved with MHP again because I was told they had my voucher for housing, and it was the only place I knew where to get case management. So I went through there. They ignored me. They turned me down. They suck. Period. It's so bad. Like Clinica took over. I don't even trust them. You understand? All Roads told me Aaron was a doctor. You work there, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure who Aaron is.
Well, she's the nurse lady that shows up that they all call Dr. Aaron. But maybe it was before.
So I
you
did
were there.
outreach, so I didn't work like in the shelter very
Okay.
much. I was out in the field.
She was in the shelter. My point being is that I went there ignorant. You tell me. I don't know. I need, because I'm on disability, I need a doctor, a primary care physician. So I said, I need one of these, I need housing, I need this stuff. And then when programs happen, like the thing with the kid that I was telling you about, and it could be a kid thing, it could be just low income. Uber, like I said, different, has a program so your insurance can pay for your like doctor trips or grocery trips. They also, because Uber is somehow connected with Lime, enable disabled people to use the scooters and the bicycles for like a half an hour for free on
yeah,
a daily basis or something.
Yeah, it's like 5 30-minute rides a day or something like that. Yeah.
But that would really help me
Uh-huh.
in my situation, not up here, but you know, down there it would.
Right.
But no one helps me find to get to do that, and it's just like, so I don't have. Those things would really make my life a lot better, because then I wouldn't. How do you put it? Like I can pedal a bicycle with no problem, but the problem that I have is it's called drop foot. I don't know if you know what that is, but I have a herniated disc in my lower back that causes, like right now my right foot's like 10 to 20% numb. Like I can thunk it and it won't hurt. But when I go to walk, it doesn't always agree. It like drags, it drops. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I had to stick. Like sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good, sometimes it's great, and I don't even need to stick. When I was able to do like physical therapy and I was able to go in and out of my apartment without, like, the thievy girl, not kidding you, she got 5 guys in the hallway pounding on my door to beat me up, and the leasing office still did nothing. I called, they said, if you don't feel safe, call the police. I was like, I don't need to call the police. You know what I mean? I'll fucking deal with it. Granted, that's when the police would get called, and I know this. You know what I mean? But I was like, I called the police, so I called the police, and they show up 30, 40 minutes after everyone left. And then I go, well, look at the camera. We can't look at the camera unless someone complains. That seems weird. That kind of makes it so whoever breaks the rules makes the rules, huh? I mean, if I used the term spun like a monkey or puddled beyond function, would you comprehend those words?
I've never heard those phrases before.
Have you
but
ever
yeah.
done psychedelics? Have you ever heard of somebody that's been given so much LSD they just kind of float around?
Yeah.
That's a spunion who spun beyond belief. Who's
Okay.
just out there. I don't know where or why that came up. My point being is that all it would take is somebody to convince your 3 neighbors to never complain, and you could do whatever you want. See what I mean? Like, who breaks it makes it.
Yeah.
Then no one else is paying attention, and I hate being this way because I'm actually a Native American. I'm not a white guy. I just look white. Over the last 4 years, it used to be really diverse of all kinds of different people. 90% Hispanic. Interesting that every single person that works at BHP in those offices, Hispanic name. You want to get a really deep, weird thing? So I told you I tried to pay my rent partial. They wouldn't let me.
So I go to Rent Cafe. I didn't tell you, but I'm telling you. I told somebody else. I go to Rent Cafe. Rent Cafe gives you a code that says you can go to King Super and pay cash. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, like a money order type thing.
Well, no, it's not money orders. You pay cash. But it's the only way you can pay partial payments. Otherwise, you go to the webpage that says you owe this, you try to put it in, it's not enough, you get rejected. See what I mean? So it's set up so you can only pay like perfect. So I got the code. They give you a barcode you can print out so you can take the King Supers. So when you give King Supers the cash, the money goes to where it's supposed to go. I'm kind of a computer nerd. I Googled the name and the number. BHPWIPS with the string of numbers. That's the account that when anyone spends money to BHP, that's where it goes. Right? Did you know that BHP is an Anglo-Australian mining company?
Yeah, I haven't heard that one.
It is. If you Google the form that I filled out, BHPWIPS, and the number, every Google thing says BHP. BHP used to be Broken Hill Proprietary. Before that, it was Billington, but it's an Australian Anglo mining company. Believe it or not, huge in copper. And another thing that's, people don't know this yet, but this mine is about to go shit crazy. You want to know why?
Why?
Do you know what tungsten is? You know why that's called Tungsten Village?
No.
Because the mine mined tungsten. You know about quantum computers?
Very
You've
little.
heard about them.
Yeah.
They're really not quantum computers. What they found is there's a mineral, like on the on the periodic table of elements, there's a mineral that grows right alongside tungsten, like in the mountains, in the formations. But unlike most silicon or carbon that has an on or an off, meaning 2 points of information, binary,
Yeah.
these things have 8. So they have a molecule that they can put 8 signals of charge into as opposed to 2. So all of our current computers are either on or off, 1 or 0, switch or switch. When this gets, I mean, it's already started, but the point of it is this molecule, this element is what makes that work. So the stuff that would be considered trash that comes out of that mine will become the most valuable resource on the planet, because everybody that wants a quantum computer will need that mineral. So they don't know it.
Yeah.
They don't know it.
Something new.
I just share the little things because to me it's humorous. It tickles, kind of tickles, because in my big bubble picture, I can see you chatting with somebody, someone totally different, overhearing it, something else happening, and somebody hears something. Just that awareness of how that information travels makes me feel good because it's contrary to the current model. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to know what the system is trying to do, try going against it and see how hard it is. 4 or 5 months ago, I decided I was going to get rid of Google. You take it.
Oh, no, that's okay. Well, going back to your voucher, it sounds like you have a voucher through BHP.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if it has to be a BHP property that you can rent through, or is it any...
From my awareness, it's a Section 8 housing choice voucher. And this is more research I did that Tim or nobody up there had. I'm like, why don't you guys know this shit? It's your wheelhouse. Why do I have to learn how to train your monkeys? Anyway, if you have a Section 8 federal housing voucher, there's only 2 ways to get it in Boulder County. BHP or BM, either Boulder County projects, partners, whatever they're bullshit calling it, or Boulder County something management. There's only 2 that facilitate the federal voucher. So they essentially have the monopoly on it.
Right. So you can, as long as there's an apartment in Boulder County within that voucher limit, you can go anywhere.
I've been told I can transfer it to other things. I've been told other places have different vouchers that would accept it, but it would take some work. As far as I know, I wanted to get out of the Boulder Housing Partners. I want to be able, like the whole reason I did it all along, like 10 years ago. One reason only. It's called portability. You know about portability?
Yeah.
So there's two functions of portability, right? One is you can move where you want.
Right.
The other is you can stay where you want and pay mortgage instead of rent. You
Okay.
know that?
I've never heard of that piece
Yeah.
of it.
So the whole point is, as long as you find someone who covers the note, like the realtor, the banker, or whatever, as instead of me getting 2/3 to pay for rent, I would get 2/3 to pay for my property. So then I don't own dirt.
Okay, but you'd have to go through the process of like buying a home, and then they would pay for that.
Yes and yes. You got to get a realtor. You got to get the place. But the point of it is the voucher then pays for the mortgage, not the rent.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
But even before that, and I'm aware of where I'm at, so I'm not going to say just anybody. But if there was someone here that had a separate something and they could rent to me, I would totally do that, because my voucher's good for $1,800.
Okay.
2/3 of that is whatever it is. That's more than most people would ask for rent. A typical something, not to overstep, hopefully you don't sketch me for being official lady, but my experience is I can go to those people and say, look, you're asking $800 a month for this rent, right? Right. I have a voucher worth $1,800, but they expect me to pay $300, so that's $1,500. I can get you a $700 a month bonus if you just take the voucher, and then I don't have to pay copay, and then I can exist on my $10,000 a year.
Right.
You don't comprehend. I used to make that in a fucking month. Like that's December for me, and as a stagehand. Decadence, a couple of other things. I work 3 weekends. I have all the time off, and I come out fat clear.
Yeah.
But a lot of these things I didn't know. Like I was on disability. I'm still like $4,000 in debt. I don't get the minimum. I get 10% less than the minimum. So like my copay is supposed to be less than, like BHP. I don't know if it was all of them, but Tantra just changed it without telling us. It used to be copay utilities. So my copay was $50. Then first it was $25. Then it went to $50. Then it went to $75. And utilities always, strangely enough, increased just enough to be right by my minimum, almost as if they were planning it that way. Because in our building, we don't have itemized, it's not individual utilities. Like they say, and it's smart white people stuff. It's good business. Not good, but smart. Let's get everybody in the building and we make it so they all split the cost of that building.
So then you're paying for like the hallway and the outside lights and everything too.
For everything,
Yeah.
the laundry room and the construction and the 3 months of people on the roof putting solar panels on that didn't lower our rent or our utilities, it actually increased it. And it's just like, I see all these things, I was like, man, these people are going in such the wrong direction. And here's the really roughest part, and you'll appreciate this probably the most.
I'm listening. I'm just getting my
No,
notebook
you're
out.
good. You're good. I'm just trying to go through my brain because you didn't recognize those other terms, so there's other terms that I could explain you won't get maybe. You know about the Rainbow Tribe?
No,
You never heard about the Rainbow Tribe?
I don't think so.
Do you live here?
I live in Boulder.
Okay. Okay.
I've only lived there for 2 years though, so
Okay.
I feel like there's lots I still need to learn.
Well, just being around homelessness and in Boulder, I would assume you'd have learned about.
Well, I've heard about the Rainbow Family. It's not the same as the Rainbow Tribe. Okay, so
Same
yes, I do.
idea.
Yeah.
The difference is, like all things, they get worse and worse and worse. The idea of the Rainbow Tribe initially in the 70s was teach people that they can disconnect from society and exist only in nature.
Yeah.
Free, no money, a lot of people don't know this, but Burning Man essentially created itself out of an artistic version of a rainbow gathering.
Okay.
Because of their whole concept of gift economy and leave no trace, all of the same philosophies are shared between the two. If you understand it, and no one really promotes it. But in the Rainbow Tribe, at a rainbow gathering,
there's a collection of people that are called Shantisina. Shantisina means peacekeeper. So if somebody had an issue and they yelled Shantisina, anyone who is a Shantisina would go to that location, and it would be a non-violent masses of people trying to do what's right for the situation, not connected to either party. We were the police.
Yeah.
So, like, dealing with problematic people wasn't, like, I was used to it. You know what I mean? It's just the way I would deal with problematic people, and that way isn't necessarily legal. You know, like, Tim and Zeke and Luke have no clue. You don't have any clue. There's an LSD lab.
I'm not surprised.
You said there.
Yeah, I believe that 100%.
Most of the LSD that happened was functioned and pushed by the CIA. There's a book called Chaos Theory that talked about the really smart guy Tom O'Neill was researching Charles Manson. He found all of these connections to all these things, including the Haight Street Clinic. Come to find out, the Haight Street Clinic was a CIA cover so they could utilize spreading negative drugs like heroin and speed and meth to make make people not function together. It's like they did it there. 2 months before his book was published, they closed the Haight Street Clinic. My point being is that I told Luke and I told Dude, I was like, bro, you want to keep going at it, it's not really that hard to just dump a couple of handfuls of CIA operatives into this fucking shelter and let me show you what we do. 10 vials of LSD, I can make anybody up there do anything.
Right.
And people will give it to me, I don't pay for that shit. But they don't know it. The bitch at the fucking Painter Lake don't know it. And like she regularly, it's so irking me. She always parks in there's one handicap spot in the entire, where the workout place is, the clubhouse. They only work, and the other thing that they did, BHP, instead of the leasing office being open normal hours, they essentially made one office run 3 offices. So
Yeah,
like,
they're only open for walk-ins on Wednesdays.
no, that's up there. Tantra Lake is only open Tuesdays and Thursdays for
Gotcha.
2 to 4 hours. Wednesdays is the only day that there's maintenance. Point being is that they continued to reduce the overhead by removing the employees, so the place just runs the way it is. Which is probably why I came up here to find a locked leasing office, being like, I need somebody to get through to this person, and they seemingly only have respect for case managers.
So are you trying to get an application for this place over here?
No, I'm trying to get them to get my paperwork from Tantra Lakes and get me in there.
What paperwork do you need? Like your voucher paperwork?
Whatever, yeah.
Okay.
My voucher paperwork, the paperwork that is my file. In my file in Tantra Lakes, it will have everything that I filled out to get the lease. My bank statements, my social security statements, my this statements, my that, all that shit. I'm ADD, I don't keep track of all that stuff.
Right. And you don't want to have to go through the process of gathering it all again for a new place, I would imagine.
It would be extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Also, I'm in a situation where my lease, I haven't paid rent since November.
And that's because they told you not to pay rent, correct?
No, it's because they told me my lease was wrong and I needed to fix it. I've been living out of a box. I was expecting to be thrown out on the sidewalk December 17th. I've been yelling, screaming, making phone calls, making emails, begging, pleading, everything possible. Somebody please just do something really simple. Get me into a box.
Yeah. Okay. So
I've accepted that I might lose a lot of my stuff because I don't have any help for moving. I may not, like, I'll lose family heirlooms possibly. I'll lose, like, I'm not losing my guitars. I'm not losing my computers if I can help it. But if I can't take furniture, I can't take furniture. No one comprehended that before they put me in there. That means when I leave, I won't have any help. I'll have maybe 5-day bus passes to get back and forth to move into the apartment with whatever I can carry.
right.
And everything else has to just stay because I don't have a choice. Even if I wasn't physically disabled, I could probably in a couple, 3 days, empty it. It's been set in a way, like all of my keep possessions since November have been in the closet because it was the same size as a storage locker. I was thinking I had to go to the storage locker, like I was gonna move out. I was so sick of it, cause I thought it's over at the 10th or on December. They keep telling me to fill out. Again, I learned the lease is fine. It's just that the lease is different than what they want to charge me. And they've continued to charge me the new price, not the old price. The lease is in there, but I need to use a tinkle.
Yeah, go for it.
But if you'd like the lease, if you need other paperwork, I'm trying to get somebody, hopefully you, to kind of wrangle all this stuff, because Tim don't need to be bothering with it. The people at All Roads are pretty useless, and it should be super duper easy. It's just the way they do it makes it so unbelievably dumb. It's like, I made an appointment in November. Zeke, Zach, whatever. Oh, come in a couple of 3 days. Well, then it's December, and then it's a whole new month.
Right.
And then and you can't keep putting me off, because
Yeah,
it keeps
it's time
putting me in
sensitive. Yeah.
like 3 years been trying to do this time sensitive.
Yeah.
And it's like difficult and frustrating. So thank you for not taking that personal. Some people take my emotional parts, they're like taking it on themselves.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then I'm feeling bad. And I'm like, it's not on you. It's on the system.
Right.
And it's on me because I want to try to figure out how to work the system. But the system's made to not, it don't let monkeys play. Where am I going?
Down to, and then to the right once you hit the wall.
There, thank you.
Front, left, front, right.
Oh, hey, I just remembered another name you need, Melissa Lambert.
Yep, she's at VHP.
She's my supposed. I don't see how she gets paid. If I email, I'll get an email. And understand, before I dropped out of the system in '99, I was a corporate computer network engineer in San Francisco. So I know corporate bullshit. I know when they're telling me to go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it takes a while to get a response from them sometimes.
No. I know when someone's telling me GFY. The new ladies that started the whole, because a lot of people don't understand what happened. HOAs were struggling, so BHP came in and said, we'll manage your apartments, show you profit, and if it works, we'll take control of everything. Which is what they did. Because then the homeowners association, like, we're not allowed to garden in Tetra Lakes because the homeowners control that dirt, but they don't even use it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're still not allowed to, even though it's there,
Yeah.
because someone has money who didn't pay it, who doesn't. It's like, bro,
Yeah,
you know
it's
what I mean?
frustrating.
I can grow more food than that in a set of milk crates.
Uh-huh.
My point I was trying to get around to that I think is our maybe long-term thought. I mentioned my goal was to get to a point where I can find somebody that has property and be like, hey, why don't you cut off an acre of that for me and let my Section 8 pay for it. Point being is that I get my own piece of dirt. Nobody can tell me this, that, or the other.
Right, where you can and can't garden.
Well, whatever. Like I've lived on the roads. I've lived in Humboldt. If I had dirt and a backhoe and a storage container, I need nothing else. You give me that, you watch. I'll be over at the hardware store a lot. I'll be behind every building that has wood pallets.
Yeah.
And I'll build the shit out of it in a week. And I'll be happy as a clam. I used to live in a Jeep. I've lived in small cars. I've lived in big cars. I've lived in buses. I've lived in tours. I've done all those things. That's fancy than I need. That's nice, but it'll work. Just somebody get Villanova what's her fuck off of her ass. I don't know what her name is. It's on my phone.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. Is she also a VHP employee?
I don't know.
That sounds familiar, that last
It's
name.
the name that was on the door. Like,
Oh, this one
do you
over
have any
here.
clients that are living there?
I don't, no.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't have, so I just started doing, work up here, like, in November when Savannah went on maternity leave, so I'm still trying to get the lay of the land.
No, that's like kind of the exact same timing, because that's when I was like, wow. Anyway, I got a picture. I'm trying to find it so I can give you the name.
Do you know the name of the apartment complex?
Tungsten Village.
Tungsten, okay.
Oops. But that's the sign on the leasing office of Tungsten Village. I was under the impression, I'm glad I waited till today because I was going to come up yesterday, but I wouldn't have been able to see you.
Yeah, you chose a good day. This
Well,
worked out
no,
perfect.
life chose it for. That's the thing. People don't get it. Like, I don't make many decisions in my life. I'm ADD. I let life decide for me. I just keep my little floaty, I try to stay conscious in the moment. But my point is that how awesome would it be if some folks like you and myself could function in a manner in which people that had property could function that.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir here. That is
Like-
my dream as well.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I could teach you the plans and designs and even the tools to make tiny houses. I've done it. I've worked for Food Not Bombs. I've worked for Gardens Not Wars.
Yeah.
I can show you a plan and design, and most people aren't aware of this. 4 square feet, right? 8 inches deep, 4 by 4, 16 square feet is enough space to grow food for 2 people through a season. That one little space. Another thing that I want to have happen up here, if I come up here, are you aware of the Mormons? You know about Mormonism?
Well, yeah.
Do you know that part of their thing is you're supposed to be an accepted Mormon? You're supposed to have 3 years of food reserve?
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's
Yeah, I
part
don't
of
know
their
much
thing.
about the religion.
I don't either. All I know is I found a thing that was a Mormon thing. You can order online 3 years of preserved food, beans, corn, meal, everything you need in an emergency for 3 years of food. You can order it in 5-gallon buckets and it can just sit there. Since November, I've been living on my Mormon box because as I got things, I would get an extra bag of beans, get an extra bag of rice, I kept building emergency food. For 2 months, I lived on just the bottled water that I used. I kept my old soy milk bottles and refill them with water, and then use them for gardening or plants and stuff.
Yeah.
Or my own drinking water because the chlorine evaporates if you leave it out. So I would do that. My point is, I didn't have to use any water. I haven't had to, with the exception of some oatmeal and some little things, I didn't buy food for like 2 months. Point is what if everybody that lived in Netherlands had an account, like with a food bank, but it's more a food savings bank. So you open your account by putting 3 years of food there. So for 3 years, you could always have food. If you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The point of it is that it becomes emergency stockpile. Because when the shit hits the fan, which is 100% why I'm up here, 98%, I don't have much faith for what's going on down there.
what's going on down there's gonna go chaotic. A couple, 3 years, me, you, and a dog named Blue could use a chainsaw and essentially close this place. You know, chop, 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 chop. See ya. Can't come up. But if they can't come up, for example, what if this would be a really cool, because here's the thing with rainbow gathering, people forget. When you're disabled and unemployed, it doesn't mean you're not functional. It just means that you're not able to go to a job.
Yeah.
The biggest problem I've had, because I essentially was forced to retire, I was 52, 3. What do I do with my time?
Sure.
You know, I volunteered at the radio station because I'm good with that sort of thing. But not everybody can do that.
Mm-hmm.
The reality in a functioning system is it's not about making money. It's about finding work for people, finding something for them to do.
Mm-hmm.
So if we had a big, you know what a Swanza, was it Swanza hut? Kwanzaa hut. It's like a half circle. It's like a military barrel. But if you had a Kwanzaa hut, it's really cheap, it's really durable.
Mm-hmm.
But you could grow in there. You have a whole garden in there. The point is that for every resident there'd be a 4x4 of food. So during the regular, and because it's a Kwanzaa hut, it's indoors.
I still can't help.
I'd be willing to bet there are people with closets and storage places and
I still can't help but look at those mountains right now and see a melted Jerry face with all those trees being his beard and that one little spot being like his lower lip, right, with his cheek and the shadows going across his left eye, but it looks like it's almost outer space, and then his right eye is right kind of melted-y. It also kind of looks like a puppy dog. But anyway, back to the audio.
close this place. You know, chop, 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 chop. See ya. Can't come up. But if they can't come up, for example, what if this would be a really cool, because here's the thing with rainbow gathering, people forget. When you're disabled and unemployed, it doesn't mean you're not functional. It just means that you're not able to go to a job.
Yeah.
The biggest problem I've had, because I essentially was forced to retire, I was 52, 3. What do I do with my time?
Sure.
You know, I volunteered at the radio station because I'm good with that sort of thing. But not everybody can do that.
Mm-hmm.
The reality in a functioning system is it's not about making money. It's about finding work for people, finding something for them to do.
Mm-hmm.
So if we had a big, you know what a Swanza, was it Swanza hut? Kwanzaa hut. It's like a half circle. It's like a military barrel. But if you had a Kwanzaa hut, it's really cheap, it's really durable.
Mm-hmm.
But you could grow in there. You have a whole garden in there. The point is that for every resident there'd be a 4x4 of food. So during the regular, and because it's a Kwanzaa hut, it's indoors, I'd be willing to bet there are people with closets and storage places and outbuildings full of old, like, grow lights that they don't use anymore because technology now has LED lights. We could turn all of that into food growing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can use the hydroelectric that no one even pays attention to. People are stupid. But you pump water up, and then imagine the pipe, and then there's a copper plate with a corkscrew. Mm-hmm. And then there's like piezoelectric pickups on the outside of that. So when that thing spins, those things pick up like the magnets, makes electricity. So when the water goes through the thing, it creates electricity. As long as you can pump the water back up for less electricity, you have created energy. But you're not creating energy, you're using gravity's energy. So you're not cheating thermodynamics, you're using a larger system, point of the system. See what I mean?
Yeah.
My point being is that, like, one of the nicer people I met here, I don't remember her name, you probably know her. She's a dark-haired lady, she was the water person and park person lady, and her daughter worked at the post office.
Up here in Netherlands? Okay, I don't know.
Oh, because you're Boulder new.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, maybe these will help you. She's
Yeah.
a really great lady, but she ran the water thing.
Uh-huh.
If you took that math, what I just told you,
Mm-hmm.
and you put that corkscrew system from up there on the hill, we get nothing but free energy. Because as that water comes down, it makes energy for everybody.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't fit into our capitalist society, though.
No, but that's the
Makes
thing
it
is,
too easy of an answer.
but that's why I'm saying up here it's better, because places like here don't give a rat's ass about capital policy. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because that doesn't make a difference to them here today.
Right.
But if I knew, if any resident knew, it's like we all know there's a grocery store. We all know if we have money, we can go get food.
Yeah.
But what if we knew there was a garden that was always growing food?
Mm-hmm.
And if we ever needed some, we could just go there and get it with our little food bank card, like a library card, you know?
Yeah.
Another group I work at, it's almost always in college areas. Like one of them was on Arcata, Berkeley, Arcata, Humboldt. It's where Humboldt University is, Northern California. They had a thing called a bike library because there's lots of students.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is this: people would donate bikes. If you had a library card, I think it was like 20, 25 bucks. But for us, a year, a season, a school semester, whatever, you could take that card to the library and check out a bike. Use it as much as you like. Get a flat tire, something goes wrong with it, want a different bike, bring it back, check it in, check out another bike.
Yeah, that's a super cool program.
The cooler part for me was, because I'd done a lot of bikey stuff, they had, because people would donate stuff to them, and you, if you look up Kinetic Sculpture Race, you'll like it. Look up Kinetic Sculpture Race. It's in Arcata, but it's an international event. But essentially, they make vehicles out of. It has to be self-perpetuating,
Oh yeah, that looks really cool.
but it's super artsy. My
Uh-huh.
point is when they started doing this, the economy went huge because all of these warehouses, people from all across the planet, seriously, like Sweden and Ireland, like all over, started renting these warehouses so they could build their sculpture, because the race is once a year. But they would go to Arcata for a couple, 3 weeks or a month, work on their thing in their place. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
So you have people, every year they show up, it's a big event and it's a race. We could do the exact same thing here, except you gotta go from Boulder up to here. And instead of, in that one, it's land, sea, and sand. We could do land, sea, and snow.
Right.
We could do numbers of things like that. The point is that it's an artistic expression, but it's an event. So people, you know what I'm saying? People get motivated because it's fun. But the reality of it is that happening is why the bike library got so huge. Because then all of these new bicycles are coming from outside of the place that are leftover junks or whatever. Like my bike, that one that I own and operate, was a bike that Mr. Clem gave me from the shelter because no one at the shelter wanted it. It's like, it's that bad. And I'm like, I'll fix it. So I'm not so worried about it getting stolen. You know what I mean?
Right.
That just still kind of concerns me, and it's even more so. The bike part's not the problem. It's getting the bike from the third floor apartment
Right.
down to the
without an
floor,
elevator.
and then to wherever. But worse, because I can do the down part not too bad. It's the up part
Back
sucks.
up. Yeah.
But I gotta put the bike on my shoulder, and I got no cane, and
Yeah.
who knows if the things are slick, and it's a
Well,
trap.
let's see if we can get you into Tungsten Village. I have.
Well, my thing is Tim supposedly, here's what I'm thinking might be the best deal.
Okay.
I throw it out as a strategy, it's up to you to make the call. I think you should call Tim. And you should say, Tim, I got Clem up here. We understand that you've already talked to these people. I'm willing to be his case manager because I don't give a fucking rat's ass about Luke or Zeke or Zach or any of them shitbags because they're stupid. It's just like, sorry, dude. Like when Tim told me Thursday, there's a place in Tungsten Village. Friday, I get an email from one of those other schmucks.
oh, so I understand that, are you ready to, before we begin, are you ready to pay rent for next month? Because this might take longer than 3 weeks.
Yeah, it takes an unfortunate amount of time anytime you want to.
Well, I've been trying to do this for 3 years. Here's my thing. His business has nothing to do with whether I'm paying rent. His job is one job only. Get me an appointment with this lady up here, ASAP, pronto, next possible. Like, I will camp, I will sleep on the flipping doorsteps to make it happen.
Do you know if they filled out an application yet?
I don't. They don't tell me nothing. That's why, like, the whole not having the case manager is kind of a rough deal, because no one explains anything. All I know is I have a lease in my backpack that's been wrongly, and this is what really pisses me off. Tim just immediately said, the shelter has money, we'll pay for your 2 months rent and your 2 months late payments, which are totally unjust. So I don't get evicted or lose my voucher. And then dude is like, are you gonna pay rent next month? And I'm like, bro, I wasn't gonna pay rent in December or January. Why do you think February is any different?
Yeah. What's your last name?
Clem.
Clem is your last name?
Yeah,
What's
James
your first
is
name?
the first name.
CELEM. Did I spell that
Yes,
right?
that is correct, yes.
Okay, I thought that I had Tim's number, but I just have his email. It looks like, do you have his number? And I'm looking in my emails to see if it's in his signature, and I don't see it.
I definitely have it on his, here, let me do this, let's do different. Because of this whole shift, and I told you I was getting ready to Google, trying to, it's hard. I'm using mail.com now.
Oh yeah, I've used that before.
Are you using it? You familiar?
Yeah.
So if you put your name right there, that'll send you an email from my email.
Perfect.
And I'm just some dude at planetmail.net. But I do that because that's the email that Tim and Zach and Luke and whoever.
No reason for
Like, I don't want to be mad at these people, and it really frustrates me when they act so retarded. It's like, dude, I'm not the smartest monkey, and you're making me feel like Einstein, and that's a problem. Because you should have all of this stuff. It's like, how do you not have the numbers for these people? How do you not, how do you not have a van? How do you know what I mean? Like, how do you not comprehend that your case managers need to be, like, I don't know if you know this, but the storage place is right across the street from the shelter. If you rent.
Sorry, I was interrupting myself again. Let me back this up some.
I was getting ready to Google, trying to, it's hard. I'm using mail.com now.
Oh yeah, I've used that before.
Are you using it? You familiar?
Yeah.
So if you put your name right there, that'll send you an email from my email.
Perfect.
And I'm just some dude at planetmail.net. But I do that because that's the email that Tim and Zach and Luke and whoever, like, I don't want to be mad at these people, and it really frustrates me when they act so retarded. It's like, dude, I'm not the smartest monkey, and you're making me feel like Einstein, and that's a problem. Because you should have all of this stuff. It's like, how do you not have the numbers for these people? How do you not, how do you not have a van? How do you know what I mean? Like, how do you not comprehend that your case managers need to be, like, I don't know if you know this, but the storage place is right across the street from the shelter. If you rent the place, you have access to a free moving van.
Oh really?
But I don't have a license. So it's screwed.
Yeah.
But if those people had their, like, whatever's together, did you do a send and whatever?
I did.
So did you get me?
Not yet. I'm refreshing the page. Let's see. Does that phone have service? Could we call and text on that too?
This is one of those, MHP decided I wanted this phone. I didn't want the phone. They decided it. They canceled my other phone without my permission and I have a broken hand because of it. So mad.
Here, go.
It was 2 days before you can function it.
Oh gosh, I'm not used to Androids.
Go 1, 2. It's a 7.
Okay, let's see.
But anyway, that phone's kind of questionable, sketchy. Supposedly people will call me and I'm at my apartment and they never get it to ring.
service on there, so it seems like you can call and text on this. So I'll go ahead and save my number in here.
Oh, and when you probably will. I hope Miss Nasira, not Shenandoah,
Savannah?
yeah. You might, I don't know. Your energy is better than most people's in how you react to my behavior.
Thank you.
Most people would consider me kind of a snarky asshole. I'm just saying.
You're just frustrated with the system, which I totally get.
I'm mad as hell. My point is I sent her an email last week, and I call maybe. And then yesterday maybe I sent her an email being like, it might have come across snarky, but I didn't know anything about the pregnancy thing. So if I ever come up and you're like, you know what I'm saying, he didn't mean to be a dick.
Yeah.
I'm just frustrated. If
No,
it
I
comes
get it. I've
across
had
that
people
way.
scream and insult me.
No,
and,
I know, and
it just rolls right off. Would you mind if I looked at your emails on Zach? Okay.
Yeah, I'm open book, sister. Like, I need all the help I can get. That was the last one from Zach. He doesn't even know how to make a new subject matter. He's so lazy. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's like when I know how threads work, and I know when people are lazy. And it's like, dude, this is my life we're dealing with. But I don't think Zach has any good information. Tim is like if you look at the emails that Tim sent me, that's where the good stuff, because Tim's his boss, right?
Yep.
All right. But yeah, there should be an email Thursday from Tim saying there's an apartment available. And I sent him, I'm like, I don't even know why you hesitated. I told you specifically months ago. Lyons or Netherland are my two target places, and ASAP. I want to not be with BHP, but I'm stuck with them until I can find a solution.
Hey, Matt.
I spoke with someone that was interesting. She was a female, and it was somehow related to somebody that I called through something. Cause like, I don't know if you know this, if you go to BHP on the website, Boulder Housing Partners, and you say, I don't know, I got distracted.
Okay, so yeah, I'm reading this and I'm a little confused because he's asking for your ID, social security
Right.
card, and birth certificate, but in order to get the voucher, that's what you need. You should.
He's a dumbass. Don't listen to that dude. Go to Tim.
Yeah. Okay. So you have an email from Tim in here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Pull that up and see what Tim's got going on.
That's why I don't like mail.com.
It just starts talking at you.
No, it throws ads at you
Oh,
without
gotcha.
your
Yeah.
permission. And this is what really irks me. You don't really comprehend. Maybe you will. You'll comprehend. I know how to I know how to program apps. I know how to develop apps. I've been trying to, but all of this shit came up and I can't. Because I can't do that and deal with all this other shit. You know what I mean? I've been trying to make my other phones and my tablet work so it works without Google. Because I know how to set it up so I can put it on the internet, and you could go, say you had a client that was struggling with they could go to this thing. I could make their phone work without all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's all that shit that slows it down. It's like Google like I can use the phone, never use the phone, and it still eats data. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's designed to eat your shit. I know how and need to make it so it can't. And I know without a doubt there's tons of people that will appreciate it. It's just like, hey, did you know either Android or this other thing, you can do this. Like if you can make your phone so like Apple or Android, the reason they do it is so they can see all your shit. They got an eye on you. The only way they cannot is by having a device that's not connected to those things. It's almost impossible. This is a track phone, or this is a track phone, but my other one, I bought a new one, this track phone, but it ran out of minutes instantly. This is an Obama phone that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't.
Yeah, it's a handy program, but they're not the best phones.
Well, it's not that. It's just the aspect of the Google and the thises and the that's. It's a great phone. It's just, it's designed to not be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to make them helpful. It's just challenging to do so. And then when that stuff comes, like, again, I'm ADD, and when shit shifts my gears, it's like,
well, don't break that phone because it's impossible to get a government phone these days.
I don't need a cover. I just need a regular number. Here, just gotta need it from Tungsten Village.
Okay, they have one thing that is under the voucher cap. The unit is on the 3rd floor, but they have an elevator. That's great.
He should have just taken it, because he should have already known.
Did you respond to this?
Yeah, I said yes, please, instantly. Why didn't you do it already?
I'm just gonna go back to this.
And again, I say that I responded to it. I'm 90% sure I responded to it. Why? Because, like I said, I get frustrated. And essentially what I've learned is if you don't get it done on or before Tuesday, you'll likely hear something on Thursday and then nothing else. You know, it's like there's 2 days a week that I'm able to accomplish anything. And again, I don't know how to get this lady into her office. I don't know how to get Tantra Lake to give the file up so I can go up there. Because remember, I'm not allowed to contact them.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't think that your file would be with Tantra Lake. I think it would be with BHP.
No, there's two.
Okay.
The leasing office is going to have a file with the voucher. I'm not talking about the voucher part, I'm talking about the apartment part. Because all of the information that this place will need, bank statements, this, that, and the other, numbers, addresses, all that stuff, is all in that form.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, so it doesn't look like you have responded to this unless I missed it, because usually it goes in order, so it looks like
This
the
is
last.
not cheap Google. This is not Apple Mail. Those are my cents.
Okay, so that was sent on the 15th.
Tim should have probably that one. I'm guessing, I didn't look, but. I just realized maybe it was part of this. And part of it could be just one of those, I get it, and I'm an open book, and you're welcome to look through all that stuff or whatever, but I really think the answer is calling up Mr. Tim and saying, hey, Mr. Tim, I got Clem up here. He came up to try to do this paperwork, and there's nobody at this office. Who did you talk to? What's their number? And essentially, I want you to say he don't want nothing to do with your case managers. He wants me to help because I don't get mad at him.
So from what I'm gathering from these emails is that he saw that there was an opening here, but it doesn't seem like he has applied for it. And I didn't see an email in here saying, I guess I didn't read this very thoroughly either. But yes, let's go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I didn't be like, well, duh. That was the second email. Like, I sent the email right after I got that, I think on Friday. And then right after that, I saw the thing from Zach asking me the stupidest of questions. Like, dude, I mean, come on now. This ain't McDonald's, bro. There's no app to make me do the work for you.
Right.
But I can see that he's just in stupid mode. He's like trying to connect these dots. And I've been like, bro, it's like what I yelled about last November and a year ago last November. I have a voucher. They told me in June I don't have to reapply for that voucher until 2027 because I've gone through all of these re-ups and paperwork and shit. And no one tells me what they are, so I don't know if I'm going for
BHP or Tantra Lakes or who, I don't know, because no one ever informs me, you know, like, oh, this is for your voucher, this is for your rent, you know, like no one says it. It's housing stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were you born in 1960 or 68?
8. And I definitely got to come back a couple of my dad. It's so funny. When I found out my dad was sick, I was up here waiting to get an apartment. You know what you don't know. There's some things that everyone calls the blue cabins. Have you heard of those yet?
No.
So there's these. They're probably gone now, because the landlady actually agreed to the lease, took my deposit, flew off to Reno, and canceled my lease as she's on the airplane.
Oh no, that's terrible.
All right, and this is like through the BHP and everything. So I'm up here, and then I was supposed to call my dad because it was essentially he was on his deathbed. He found out in July he had cancer, and then they killed him through treatment, which is sad and frustrating because I work with AIDS and cancer patients a lot with the Sweet Leaf Collective in San Francisco. It's making medical edibles, cannabis stuff for them. So I have a lot of awareness of the concepts of cancer.
Yeah.
Like, few people are aware of this. Cancer will not grow in a base environment. It needs an acidic environment.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee, bad for it. I get it. My point is that you can make your body's pH shift so it starves to cancer. Or you can swallow a bunch of poison and die.
Yeah.
He swallowed the poison to die. Why was I breaking my... Oh, so anyway, I was here, I was supposed to call him, and I didn't because I didn't want to lie to him as the last thing before he died.
Right.
So I got his ashes, and when I came up the last time, I was like, oh, that'll be cool. I'll take them to the stream and spread them in the ashes, and it'll be like the longest float trip all the way down the ocean. My dumb ass didn't even connect. It's fucking winter, dummy. It's just frozen. And I'm just like, can you imagine? It's like put the thing in like Big Lebowski, and it all goes in my face, and I'm like,
yeah, it's pretty windy out today too.
Well, no, it's just that, but it's just like I brought this because it was one of those. Oh, if you don't take it, I'm not going to help you. I don't know if that's real, but it's where my brain was at.
Yeah.
Because although by the time I was 30, the step monster convinced him to disown me. I would expect, and again, I don't know. I don't have a lawyer. I don't have anybody that I can have contact her. But I got like $1,200 from some bank account thing that he had. Mm-hmm. Never got any information on a will. Never got any information on, and I remember asking my dad, he goes, if we both die at the same time, it'll be simple, split it down the middle. If it's not at the same time, it'll be complicated. What I think she did was convince him to write me completely out of the will. I don't know this, but that's what I think. If that didn't happen, there's 13 acres plus a big house and a whatever that whenever that old crow eats it, I imagine she's going to give it to her daughter to then sell and then split the money. That will be the money that I use to purchase the dirt before I get this house. See what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like that's my intention or my thought, with the awareness that it could not even exist.
Right.
Like I could have been completely, sorry about it. It's weird to be like, well, I did have a dad for like 10 years, and he wasn't as abusive as my alcoholic mom. So that was good, but I don't know. It's a weird thing. My point is that there could be money out there in the future somewhere, but I can't expect or rely on it because I haven't heard anything from that neck of the woods for years.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any way to contact them?
I imagine her address is still good. I imagine her phone number is still good, but I don't know. And it's kind of one of those things, I know, like if I get to my place and I get a little time to chill out, like I could print out a legal document. I can research and create a law firm and the right information to be legal about it. If she sees legal shit, it'll scare her and it'll make her respond. If she sees my name, she's just gonna fuck off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I use a legal thing, even if it's me, be like, our client, he understands that this is this thing, and we need to understand this because even if I lied and said something like I won the lottery, but it was dependent upon like some, that French or that prince from somebody else, that scam.
Yeah.
Like if I use the scam in real life, but use the same prop, the aspect of it, you know what I'm saying, like the pieces of it to function in my way, be like, oh, I won a something, or something happened, which makes the system need that information. That motivates her more than me needing it.
Right.
Me needing, she don't care. And it's weird because I didn't know what narcissism was. I mean, I've heard of it, but I didn't know. I know now that she's a, like, extreme narcissist. Because she would do things like every month she would send me a box of stuff that she thought was keepsakeable, family heirloom stuff.
Yeah.
Trying to pretend she's being nice.
Uh-huh.
Is there anything that you really want? Well, there's One thing that I want, my first band, we put our first album out, and there should be a couple copies of that Dad had. She mailed it to me. They're cassettes. She made certain, now just understand the depth of this, that there were magnets in that box. That's not the her. The her is the fact that she sent 2 more boxes with cassette tapes and no magnets. So I knew for sure she did it on purpose, and I could never connect the dots without calling her out on it. Mm-hmm. And like the biggest frustration, like my dad would say, I see her doing it. She sets you up and you fall for it every time. And I'm just like, well, Dad, why don't you grow a fucking pair of testicles and make her not do it? Mm-hmm. I'm your only son. I only got to see him 4 times from 30 till he died. You know, like after 30, I didn't see him. For 10 years, didn't talk to him. Then my sister made me contact him because she saw him as a money bag. And I'm like, no. Anyway, I got to visit 4 different times. Twice in their place, twice wherever I was. 3 times that it went disastrous, all because of her. Because she decided, if it goes any crazy way where she just doesn't like it and that she can't win, she just hurt her immediately. Oh, I'll just call the police. Because she knows, it's like, dude, you call the police and on me, you're losing a friend forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you call the police on your family? I'm not threatening, I'm not being angry. I'm just disagreeing with her.
Uh-huh.
And I'm pointing out all of her errors and all of her lies and all of her bullshit to my dad right there in front of her face. And as soon as she can't beat it with her distractions, well, I'm calling the police. Okay, call the fucking police. How about this? How about you call them and let them know that your husband's only son is getting in his vehicle and is leaving forever because he chose to live with you. Because he knew that she's evil enough to push the punch. Almost certain. Like if he could have married Jack Kevorkian, he would have.
Okay, so I am emailing Tim and Zach right now. I'm sorry I don't have Tim's number to just give him a call. I looked in there and I didn't see it in your contacts. Do you have it somewhere in an email?
I just know that he's called me. Savannah Focus reentries in there. Oh, and I brought your cards to the library lady. Because she gave me Savannah's card.
Uh-huh.
And she didn't know about the maternity. So
Yeah.
then I came over and Miss Betty called me.
Uh-huh.
So I got some of your cards.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
I took them over to her.
Oh, that's
I didn't talk to the, there's a younger, older lady and an older lady at the library.
Not really, no.
You gotta go there. You got it. No, sorry. I shouldn't be like that for you, but you should go there. They're really nice people. And considering what you do, most of your clients would go there, sure, certainly. Tim. Oh, I see why you didn't see it, because it doesn't say Tim. Yeah, so maybe he never did. Maybe it's under all roads or some other thing. Because almost always this stuff is just like automatic. And I'm also aware it depends on what phone I've used. Like, I have no idea why Eric Bianchi's name is in here. He's the only good Bianchi. But all of the Grateful Dead bars in Denver were all owned by the Bianchi family.
Oh, that's cool.
Like Broken Arrow, Sancho's Broken Arrow, which used to be by the big Fillmore. All of the different ones, they were all mostly. There's even one in Boulder that was owned by the brother.
4321. Looks like that's the full number though.
Okay, that seems right. I knew the last 4 was something really easy like that, and 4321 sounds correct.
That's the number.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you looking into that. Thanks, Roberta.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
I called it and it didn't bring up a thing, so it could be the right one.
Okay, so it sounds like they're in a meeting right now, so I don't think we'll be able to reach him, but I'm typing up an email right now. And
You could probably reach him today, and here's just what I know.
Mhm.
Like, so frustrating, it's difficult. It's challenging, but it's cool. I don't really think that we have much hope for anything besides between now and Thursday. Like, if it's not Tuesday to Thursday, nothing seems to happen. So the goal is to try to get as much as done as possible. The also awareness is, hopefully I'm not wrong, but I have more trust and faith in you than Tim or any of those other people. Mostly because you don't get freaked out by me. They get freaked out by me, and then they put it off on me. And I'm like, bro, I'm 57 years old. When I was 21, I was being trained how to be a case manager and a drug abuse counselor. So you're not giving me any new information.
Right.
You don't know that about me, but I'm telling you to hopefully save you some energy and time. That I may not be super genius Einstein, but I can help things happen.
Yeah.
Almost always, and I don't know why, but almost always, even if it's somebody that's been there for years, I always bring something up, like spiritually. God always puts me in a place where I'm helping someone learn something.
Yeah.
Because I'm usually patient, like I'm not, it's like, yeah, I want you to learn. I know that whatever happened, it's like I mentioned when we first started, I know whatever reason stuff goes through me that helps other people help other people. If they're paying attention. Yeah. You know, like the whole thing with the Tim thing. That's just like, see, those are things that you show me you're paying attention that other people don't show me they're paying attention. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's like you do things they don't do. That just tells me how much more wrong they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like one of those weird tricks I learned growing up. How do you put it? I don't deal with games and people and girls and that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I meet somebody that's cool, I want to, like, if I meet you and you're cool, I would ask for your number, but not because you're female. Just because you're cool.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You want to have that friendship.
Well, no, it's not about friendship. It's not about what I get. It's usually creative. It's either music or something. There's usually a reason. You know what I mean? I don't cling to people. I don't usually like them. Mostly because they usually don't like me.
Yeah.
Because I think most of them are idiots, and I grew up being told I was retarded. And the reason I was discontinued from mental health partners was because of just that. I said in front of a case manager, God, I'm so retarded sometimes. You can't use those words in front of me. She fucking hung up the phone and discontinued working with me because she was so offended that I called myself a retard. And I was just like, well, if you were black, you could use the N-word, right?
Yeah.
I don't use it because to me, the N-word means slave. Like, I grew up in the South. So now that you got all the people who are N-words calling themselves N-words, they're just acknowledging that they're all slaves, and that's even more of an insult. But it's almost kind of like camaraderie, like, yeah, we're just a bunch of, sucks to be us, we're slaves, I think of it funny because this might click sometime for you. When you realize that suburban kids are cooler than urban kids, it's for one reason and one reason only. We don't tell people not to use our words. No one has ever been offended when I called somebody a dude. But dude is suburbanite for the N-word. Because if you watch any comedian that uses the N-word and you replace it with dude, totally makes sense. Like, fits.
Yeah.
It's just like, my dude. You're such a crazy dude.
Yeah.
Dude. You know what, my dude? And I never really connected it to the racial.
I once again interrupt this message for product placement because I haven't done that yet. And it's at 2 hours stream time. This is a Dream Space production. Freeze frame, spin, light effect, adjust. And I'll back it up just a wee bit, just in case.
Kind of like camaraderie, like, yeah, we're just a bunch of, sucks to be us, we're slaves, I think of it funny because this might click sometime.
This poor girl, she put up with me for 2
Realize that
hours.
suburban kids are
deserves a
cooler
lifetime
than urban kids
vacation.
for one reason and one reason only. we don't tell people not to use our words. No one has ever been offended when I called somebody a dude. But dude is suburbanite for the N-word. Because if you watch any comedian that uses the N-word and you replace it with dude, totally makes like fits.
Yeah.
It's just like, my dude. You're such a crazy dude.
Yeah.
Dude. You know what, my dude? And I never really connected it to the racial thing. You know what I mean? Like my first job in life, aside from working at fast food for like half a week, I worked there for like seriously 3 days and I quit. I was a breakdance teacher. So like I was into hip hop, I was into breakdancing, I was an honorary member of the Disciples gang. I was in a black gang, for fuck crying out loud. And then I got this neighbor, seriously, followed me through all the way from Sinclair, all the way through the neighborhood, yelling that I was a racist and I deserved to die. And I'm thinking, sister, if you only knew what I've been through and who I am, how would anybody call a guy that's, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I break dance, I like hip hop, I like reggae, I'm a hippie, I believe everybody's equal. I don't care what color your skin is, it's how you behave.
Right.
You know what I mean? But that doesn't work in their bubble of system, because in their bubble, I'm a racist. What's the thing when you hate women?
Sexist or misogynist. Misogynist.
Yeah. Someone called me that once. I was like, I like massages? I didn't even know what it was. She goes, and this was at one of those dead bars. She goes, no, you hate women. I go, I don't hate women. I hate stupidity. It's not my fault you're a woman.
Yeah.
She wasn't smart enough to really get mad because she didn't understand that I was just like, I'm not mad at, I don't say it because you're a woman. I say it because you're an idiot. It's like, they don't get that. It's like, oh, he hates women. No, I hate stupid people. But then, sadly, that's like 80% of anybody anymore. It's just like, that's why I've been trying to say it forever now. Just keep me in my box. Tell people leave me the fuck alone. All I really need is an apartment and high-speed internet. Kind of doesn't matter where it's at. The only benefit and only reason I probably do. I was sharing it with the Silver Stem guy, and he's like, whoa, my apartment sucks because of the people that run it. Where it's at, like, I have this amazing, that's my view.
Oh, that's fabulous.
And Netherlands right there. That's South Boulder Mountain.
Yeah, that looks fantastic.
So, like, but the reality is, you can have the greatest view if you're surrounded by a bunch of ghetto F-balls.
Yeah.
And I could even put up with the neighbors. My really biggest issue is for the last 3 years, I've known that the leasing office is not only willing, but is motivated to lie to me and find me and charge me money. Tell me do this, I do it, I get fined, I have no repercussion. Mm-hmm. That to me is bullying. That to me is abuse. I'm elderly, I'm disabled. What part of problem don't you see there? I see lots of problems in there. You know what I mean? Like, I've been begging for the day that I could meet an attorney that just likes to fuck people up.
Yeah.
Because, like, I got it. I just don't know how. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But those types of people can make things change. Because it'd be like, no, you're not going to have a ghetto.
This one
Matter of
is
fact,
intended
no,
for yours
this is
truly.
the thing people don't get. If I'm right, which I may or may not
Hashtag
be, as
note
far as
to self.
BHP, WIPS, the form that they gave where the money goes to, if that's going to an Anglo-American
Hashtag
mining
note to
company,
self.
it means $100 million a year to never see Boulder. Mm-hmm. Never see it. It means like all of the places that BHP runs are going to get run down.
I'm starting to
never have
realize
money
my
to
way of thinking
refurbish
is so
them or fix
unusual
them
that
up,
so-called
make
normal
them
people
better,
have
because
difficulty
all that money's gone.
comprehending
Never even goes
my
to it.
messages.
And it's like, to
or
me,
attempts
I'm just
to
like, bro, this is a sinking ship, and it's
Which
getting
is,
water. It's
I
getting, you know,
assume, all
it's
on me,
getting water
because
quick. No one even
That's
acknowledges
the
it.
only thing I can.
You know what I mean? But somebody called me, and gosh, I wish I could remember.
change
Because I was saying earlier,
if you call
modify
BHP
to
and you say I need help
the
with paperwork because I'm disabled or something,
Period.
they send you into another number. That number goes to something center for the elderly.
What does it
aged
take to
something.
start?
Oh, that age well center down there.
I don't know what it is. It just doesn't go to where it's supposed to, like
And
every
more
other
importantly,
place.
Right.
How does this apply
Anyway, I
to
spent like
people?
3 weeks doing mail phone tag back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, just trying to get somebody to tell me something. You know what I mean?
You-
And I'm kind of one of those people. It's like, dude, if it takes that much, it shouldn't be difficult. You know what I mean? Like when I was going through all this stuff, and I get the email from Tim. Oh, I've been on their waiting list. I was approved for their waiting list. I didn't have a case manager, so for whatever reason, I was put in a 2-bedroom
Recently
apartment
across
waiting
the
list,
United
not a
States,
1-bedroom
there
apartment
have
waiting
been
list.
So
And
have you
I've-
filled out an application for that
dramatic
already?
increase
No.
in natural
Okay.
Don't fill out anything.
disasters.
Okay, so that's what you're gonna have to do before anything happens is fill out an
Essentially,
application there.
But I
Loss
should
of life, property,
Because I have an
possession,
apartment.
etc.
It's a BHP apartment.
Comma,
It's Angel
whether
Lakes.
it was
They have a
Hurricane
file folder
Katrina
with my file
or
in it,
Hurricane whoever her
like they
name
do with
was,
everybody.
or
Case manager has the
wildfires in
right to legally
California,
request that, so they know what's going on with their
or
client.
The offshoot storm
I need you to
of
get
the
that.
hurricane.
Yeah, speaking
that
of,
washed out
so BHP is
so
really
much of
informal
North
with
Carolina.
their ROIs, which means release of information. So I'm just gonna have write something
It
up, have you
seems
sign it, just saying that you're okay
almost
with me
as
accessing your
valuable
information and your
But
hotel
I want to
lobby.
do something so you understand me.
That
This is how much I trust you.
should possess go
Okay, thank you.
period.
I'm just gonna let's see.
What is in
But
a
it's
go
Felicia and it's Connor. I can give you emails if you need them. Again, they don't have just some
A
dude.
go bag is essentially anything
You
you
understand what I'm
need
saying?
in one single
Like you,
easy to carry
Tim and all of those monkeys are the only people that really have that. Because I
Knapsack.
started it new intentionally.
of some sort
So it would be totally different.
that will allow survival in camping or worse conditions.
But I'm happy, you have photocopy thing in
3
here?
days, give or take.
I don't. I have a scanner.
Well, that
I'm
might
just
work.
doing on my phone.
No, I was just saying, I have this, if it matters. That's my lease.
Okay, I do.
I'm not
yeah, we
much
have
of
some.
a social monkey,
And here,
but if I was,
I have two. So you must,
my go
if you would
bag
like
would
a,
likely include things
To start
that
my file,
lots of people
you
would
can have
find extremely valuable,
if you want.
Yes.
such as a couple boxes of Snickers candy,
And it's a really nice folder, so please remember that, because it's,
Cliff Bars,
every once in a while I find stuff like where I live currently.
other
There's lots of
lightweight
grad
foods,
students that move in and out from the
and even
back
ramen
buildings.
noodles.
And so they like leave stuff like 3-ring binders. and
Yeah.
Stuff
that's
like
pretty
that.
sweet.
Reasonably
So they
well,
got that
just
one. I was like, oh, that's awesome. But that should be, just to make sure, I'm thinking that is the
to
staple
enjoy
version.
most
Flip
any
it over.
of these things
all the way.
outside of the
It's
candy
fresh.
bars, one
It's
was
blue, right?
required to possess
Blue?
blissware.
Yeah, this is, I think, a photocopy.
Oh
See
yeah.
what I'm
I
saying?
would- yeah.
Blissware.
Okay.
So, like, no, on the signature. This signature is a photocopy.
I first
That's
heard
Oh,
of
okay.
signature
Yes,
is
and this is
actually-
the actual.
Ring
So I'm not sure
tribe
which
and the
one I
rainbow
might want or
gatherings,
need. If you don't need
that
any of that,
if you were wandering
still
through
have
the
the folder
woods
if
and
you'd like.
someone
Oh, that's
had
okay. We have a bunch of folders.
no, I'm just saying that the
plate or
I offered,
spoon,
I kept talking about, they got a file, and they got a file, and they got a file. And it's like,
you might
I
be
showed
in
up
a
with my folder.
blissful
and
situation
Yeah, a lot of our stuff is
because
online, so
often
if you give us like your birth
everyone
certificate or
is
ID or
open to
something now,
share
we just have like
anything.
a digital file.
comma, but nobody is
And there's a
providing
number of things that are in there that I have difficulty with. Like,
Disposable
I was trying to understand this.
plateware
'Cause again,
or silverware
It frustrates me because people are so
to
stupid.
satiate
But right, you understand,
persons.
I'm forced to move out of my
No
apartment because of my
expectations.
disability, and the complex doesn't
Period.
have anything on premise that I can move
the
to.
idea
Right? I've already asked that. I've already been through.
economy.
I knew it was going to be difficult a few years ago. So when springtime came and they made me do a lease again, I intentionally started the process of, hey, do you have these things? No, you don't have these things. And then I go back and, hey, since you don't have these things, can I get a form?
The strength of
Supposedly,
economy,
so you are aware.
not of America.
Melissa Lambert knows of my situation. Should be fully understood. She's completely confusing. I have no
The
point
saying
in dealing
is,
with her.
a chain is only as strong as
With the exception of that she
its
pretends to be a
weakest
case
link.
manager and supposedly
Meaning
controls my
any
voucher.
Yeah.
But other
Reality
people have told me
that
mental health
requires
partners
multiple
control my
people
voucher.
can
I
only
don't know.
function as well as
But,
the least functioning
Melissa
person
Lambert,
in that unit.
I call her Felicia because she
Period.
sucks, but her real name
Many
is
years volunteering
Alicia. She'll lease ya.
and
She won't do
or
nothing.
orchestrating with
It's funny
lots
because
of
she was there the day that I
nonprofits
signed my
up
lease
and
on
down
in
the
2019.
West Coast.
And I saw her
I
getting all the
learned
information on all the office
from
people,
most
get them all
people
fired, and now she
who
runs
were
the place.
current
after she did that, all
nonprofit
that sneaky
directors,
Then they did the whole, oh, we're not going to have any office hours but twice
as
a week.
well
because
as
these people are running all
generic
these other offices.
nonprofit
Because essentially they've turned Boulder Housing Partners into a
profiteers.
profit company because
Period.
they're mining
Those
all
are the
of
people
our
that make
resources,
money off pretending to help people
disabled
get
people as
services.
the mineral, as the thing that
Period.
they're mining.
Totally.
It happens
Because they put it into that
everywhere.
situation, and then
From
they go,
churches
oh, so 30
to
million of these people's
nonprofits
money goes to us.
To individuals,
70 million
groups.
comes from the government. We get 100 million for every city where
because
we pretend
almost
that we care.
every one of them
And
is
you can tell they
somehow
don't care 'cause
attached or
Information's
influenced
wrong.
by
There's
a
lies. There's
different
deceit.
agenda.
There's it's like you know
That
you can lie to me all you want, but
in
usually it
essence
only takes
has little
once.
to do.
And I don't always pay
teaching.
attention. You know what I mean? But when I understand someone's lying,
Any weak
I just know
link.
to take everything opposite. You know, it's like when Zach or Luke calls me, oh, I'm just trying to help. Who are you trying to help? Are you trying to help me? Or are you trying to help you keep your job pretending you know what you're doing when you don't? Because if you did know what
Maslow's
you're doing, you would have a list of all of the numbers of all of the
hierarchy
people
of
that you
needs.
directly contact with. Because if you've done the job for more than a few months, you would have a Rolodex
As I
of these people.
understand
Some
it,
of them maybe even memorized. Or,
psychologists,
if you've been
scientists
doing it,
Yeah.
that's just like the way technology works today. It's kind
proposed
of easy.
the idea that
You know, again,
before
I get
any
ADD, and I
single
like
individual
when I did the whole phone switch. It's like
comprehend their true
I seriously,
purpose
I have
in life,
I've reduced from
ergo
15 or 20 to 3 Google
enlightenment
accounts,
and purpose,
and then my
they
new
require
account.
certain things.
And then I had an old account that's since like long gone. But I was trying to get everything to this new one so I could just
Freely given.
forget all that other stuff.
or supply.
But then I buy a brand new track phone
To
and it
support
won't
them.
work without Google.
Period.
It won't work.
Oh, it's one of the Google phones.
No, it's a track phone.
These four
But
things need to
because
be
it's a track
considered
phone,
in your
and
go
because it's a
bag.
phone, people don't understand
your
it, and it's one of those things they won't see it until it's way too late.
Setting
But Google is doing
and
everything they can to be in everybody's business.
escape.
Not to
Depending
get
on
weird,
the
but imagine
situation.
aliens did come down, and aliens wanted to know what was going on. What's the easiest, intelligent way to find out what everyone's thinking, outside of giving
If you
them
live in
an
the mountains where
application
it's cold,
program that
You
allows them
will
to ask all of
definitely
the
need
questions?
a good sleeping
If
bag.
I know what everybody is
or
asking,
bedroll.
I know where their
But if you
brain is at.
live in flooded areas,
See what I'm saying?
you most
Because of the
definitely
reference of the
need
question.
something like
But
a
the
hammock
point of it is that
and
Google is
trees or
continuing to get
poles
further
to
and further
secure
and
it
further
with.
into the system, because then they will
Period.
control it all. Because it'll get to a point where we'll have a phone to do paying or something, but if it's not Google Pay, they won't accept it.
Food
See what I mean? All of those
Shelter.
things are going to make a bigger
Clothing.
difference down there than they will up
and
here.
finally
When that
companionship.
happens.
Right.
And I think we should expect
Are
it in the
the
next couple
primary
of weeks, months.
requirements
Do they? I don't know.
in
No.
our society.
But when I realized, I haven't voted since
Cost
Perot,
of money,
which was probably
ergo,
before you were born.
time and energy spent working
But that was,
for
I think,
someone
when
else
Clinton got
so
in.
they can
Okay.
make more money than our
But no, that
efforts
was when Bush Senior got
revolve
in.
or
Okay, yeah, before my
return
time.
to ourselves.
Bush Senior ran the
Unless
CIA,
we are
which essentially means the
independent
CIA
or
has been
small
running our
business
government
owners.
because they put who was in president there. It's Nixon, I think. Possibly Carter. I think Carter was the last good one.
food for 3 days
from experience and what they did.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah,
have
because
to include
then you get
water.
an actor, Ronald Reagan, you get George Bush, the CIA
you're
guy,
lucky
then you
and
get
you
his
have a
kid, more
filter,
CIA guys,
you
then
can
you get the
get water
Clintons, more
anywhere
CIA
as long
guys,
as
then
you
you
have
get
a
the
container.
more
or two,
Google, CIA.
period. If you're in
Maybe
an
one's
urban
jealous of the
environment
other.
with
If
possibly
you ask me, probably Google's got to step up
potable
on it.
water,
Yeah.
But if the
Again,
CIA
you
was
need
around when
containers
Roswell
to
happened and
carry.
aliens came down and they said they wanted to do this, they
And
go, well,
if
here,
they're
just
metal,
give all your monkeys
you can
this and we'll
boil
know
them
what's going on.
and the
Because
water
at that point, like people don't realize that if you had a map,
pasteurize
like there's this really neat program I like to
purify
do
it
called
as much as
radio.net, radiogarden.net.
But to my
And it's
awareness,
you look at the app,
there are
it's a
lettered,
globe. And then there's
there
little
are
green dots.
not many
And every green dot is a community
filtration
radio
systems
station.
better
Oh, cool.
Or some
than
type of, so you go all around the
Central
globe. You go,
Park.
what's Australia listening to?
Yeah.
Or what's this place?
Filtration.
Like I normally like KGNU's got one. Plus there's one I like. It's called
as for
Radio
shelter,
Paradise. It's in
again,
Arcadia.
It requires and depends
Well,
upon
it's in
your
Eureka,
environment,
which is right next to
but
Arcadia,
most
which is
people
Northern
will want
California.
a sleeping bag,
Mary Prankster,
and most
Capital
people
or
will
whatever.
probably
But they
want
just got
a
always
pillow
good music,
and
no
or
ads, no
some type
commercials,
of
no
mat
nonsense. But just when you look at the globe,
to
you see those
insulate
dots.
between the sleeping bag
People
and
don't know
the crib,
this, but money
or cement,
has tracking devices in it.
whatever it is.
Starting with the 100. They went through a whole process probably when you were growing up that bills
All of
changed.
these
And
things
now they had a big head on it.
are
You know the difference?
important.
Some
function,
older bills have
even
smaller
if
Oh,
presidential
yeah.
heads.
Yeah.
shelters,
The ones with the big heads, they all have a strip of metal in them.
that's possibly
And you
the
can
best
take that
target
strip out,
most
and if it's in a
people
10,
can imagine.
It'll say 10, USA 10, USA 10. The weird part is that
When
is
it
written
comes
in,
to
in
clothing,
metal on
again,
a plastic ribbon.
The
That
emergency
with a satellite
shelter is
that beams
important
down
to
can
imagine,
see it,
but the
which means
day-to-day
down to the
existence
$5
is
bill.
also necessary.
Somebody like Bill Gates can look at a computer and see
Again,
what every
related
single
to
dollar
climate.
is.
and or
If
environment.
that exists, or if I can imagine it, probably already exists.
Living in the mountains, it's potentially
They don't even deal with the money anymore because
basic
now all the money is on
requirement
these. You know, everyone's
that long
stands.
johns,
Yeah.
Like I had a part of the reason why I was like, I think I need a
thermal
phone is
underwear
because like
of some type,
there's
in multiple
I don't know
layers
about the rideshare
under
apps.
a
Oh, and I'm not sure.
windproof
Write this
layer.
down maybe because this will matter.
Yeah, and I'm
Those who
thinking we should
invest
try
that
getting Tim a call
because
too. so
both
he's not
are
in his
predominantly waterproof and
But I have one of these from when I lived here before.
period.
On.
But I'm pretty sure they turned it
I
off.
normally
Yeah, likely, I guess.
But I
exist
think
in
because I
cargo
still
pants
have
and
it
cargo
and this
shorts,
number, I think they can
primarily
turn it
because
back
of
on.
the
Yeah, probably.
Once I get that through.
and
Me being able to
Hawkins,
get back here up and back is
Which
really
enables
challenging,
me
especially
to
at the end of the
more
month because I'm broke.
Yeah.
spread out.
Well, if you need help with
wider space
rides to like fill out any
as opposed to
applications,
all
lease
in
signing,
single
anything like that, I can
backpack.
provide transportation.
Okay.
Period.
I
Yeah,
don't
so
know.
if you need rides.
We're just learning all this stuff.
Uh-huh.
And I'm never ever a give me.
That
I'm,
covers
if
food,
anything,
shelter, and
I
clothing.
need something, but I will totally work it off.
Yeah, well, there's no strings attached.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm like that guy. Even if it's just like, hey, remember that time and I told you, I know somebody that could use the help.
Music makes
That
a
makes me
big
feel good
difference.
because then I'm helping.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
a Bluetooth
remember,
speaker
retired,
and
you don't get to
a
do
phone
much.
Uh-huh.
Being disabled, I don't
A
get to do
solar
much. I'm
powered
smart. I can do
battery
computer
charger.
stuff. I can do audio, sound, lights. I can show you how to organize and set up a
possibly
festival.
earbuds
I can show you how to do fundraising.
and possibly
I have things to
microphones
donate to places like this, like a
possibly
really big
cameras
cook pot.
or other
So you can make stone
recording
soup. You know
equipment.
what stone soup is?
I'm trying to recall the story. I remember.
The story is essentially you start with a pot and a stone.
Uh-huh.
This
and water.
enables me
And
the
then people
ability
come and
to
bring
document
stuff.
in modern
And as
format
people
of
continue to
audio,
add
video,
things,
streaming,
essentially,
podcasting
the
type.
point is that you start with nothing.
The
Do you understand
reality,
the miracle of the
ergo,
loaves and the fishes?
Gonzo,
You know about Jesus?
Yeah.
So you know there's this miracle where he turned
Oh, the low. Okay, I thought you said the
of my
lows.
eternal
Low.
wisdom.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
the thing that what he did was it's not magic.
It was a potluck.
Kind of, yeah. But what he did was, look, this is us,
The
like
other
the 12
thing
guys.
that's
Yeah.
often
And he put on the
appreciated
table,
might
this
be
is all of
books
our stuff.
or
If
other
you want
things
some
that
of
don't
you put
require
everybody put in,
electricity to
everybody
function
takes
as
out.
Yeah.
entertainment
That's what happened. It was a
and
potluck,
or
but the point of it was
interactivity,
everybody was being so greedy
Here
with their
goes
reserves.
such
What
as
that shows
a
is
deck
how
of
that
cards
lesson is to show how
or
greedy
a
people are.
simplified type of
Because I think it was
and pieces.
3 loaves and 5 fishes, or
Sounds right.
5 and 3, something like that.
Yeah.
The point was there were way more of both when it was over than when it started.
A Sharpie marker.
And it's not like he
board,
was pulling sardines out of his backside
Right.
or something.
types
You
of
know, oh
writing
look, those look.
utensils as well
It'd be
as
kind of cool though. Imagine being high and like
A
on,
few
on
different
acid, and you meet Jesus, and
types
he's
of
all like, "Oh
paper.
look, a fish," and he actually pulls a fish.
Yeah.
And it like sings the song. Like
Survival
to me, Jesus could do cool stuff
as
like
it
that.
allows a
So yes,
person
please call
to
Tim.
leave messages such as
And I'm just
I
hoping
was
that
here, it
that'll
was
help. Cause I want to
destroyed.
relieve him from
Find
anything. He's
these other
really been
3
helpful,
people.
but it ain't
I
his
went
job.
to this
The
place,
people
find
he's got to
me
do
there,
what he
or call this number, or something.
can. You know that because you quit.
If you're just plain homeless, of course, things like that are required items in order to create and essentially promote behind or beg behind a cardboard sign at intersections or other
Hey Tim, this
allowed
is Trisha with Focus
locations.
Reentry. I'm in Netherlands right now at my food pantry office hours, and James Clem came in to visit me. He was interested in the Tungsten Village apartment, and he went to inquire at the leasing office, but they were unfortunately closed today. And he had mentioned that he'd been working with you and your team, so I was just calling
Another
to
thing
inquire
I
about any steps you guys
personally
have already
include
taken,
in my
and see
go
if an
bag
application has already been filled out,
is
and if there's
my
anywhere that I can jump in and help.
very
If you want to
reliable
give me a call back, my phone
clunker
number is
bicycle
720-654-1514.
that I rebuilt
Thank you.
from parts all rejected from leftovers
On the application part, that's
shelter
part of the thing where it's just like,
with the help of
I
Mr.
don't know, because again, most of that stuff
So
is
I
online.
named it the Glenn E.
Again.
Friedman bicycle.
I'll quit saying I'm stupid. I'm a fucking
Question
genius. I'm the smartest monkey ever. So why is it nobody else can comprehend the simplicity of there's a thing that looks
The
just
reason
like
is
this
both
in
transportation
an office down there
as well
with
as
all of the information that they
herniated
want,
discs in my back.
including the
Allows
application,
me to
the
carry
forms, the
what I
dot, the
normally
dot,
carry
everything.
in a backpack.
Yeah.
Go get it, give it to her, have her copy and paste,
That way,
rubber stamp that bitch, and get me a move-in date.
which makes it a lot
If I have to leave all of my furniture and junk in the apartment, which
I'm in less
sucks.
pain and less
Like,
exertion.
I've got 3 52-inch TVs I can't bring because I don't have transportation. Everything else, I've been
challenge
living in
with
a
the
box since
bicycle
like
is if you
November,
have a
seriously.
nice one, the same as
I had
my
everything
bags,
in a,
the same
you
as
know,
any
wardrobe
of your
boxes.
gear.
So I
It
had
looks fancy
all
and
of my
expensive,
items in
it's
5
not
wardrobe
like
boxes and
it's
2 other ones, all crammed
It
into a
looks
thing
crusty
saying, I'm
like
ready to go. Because the wardrobe box will fit in my
regularly tell
burly
people
bike
my
trailer.
bike
My
is a
burly bike
clunker,
trailer, I could pedal it to
because
the
when they
storage.
hear that
Storage
word,
won't
they think it
lease
means
to
it's
me
a
because I'm
junk
old
bike.
and I don't. All my relatives are
Clunker
dead. I
is
don't have
actually an
emergency
extremely
contact or any of
reliable
that
bike
crap.
that was built
So
by
my
the
money's no good there, even if I
hippies
wanted
back
to.
in the 60s and 70s.
I
north of San
checked out
Francisco,
the
Mount
U-Haul
Tamalpais,
pod
that
storage
became
boxy things.
what we
Looks
now
really interesting
call
at first.
mountain
$80
bikes.
to get it delivered. Oh wait, no, it's $180 to
Not
get
many
it delivered.
people
Then you get 30
comprehend that
days.
reference
Then they're going to
because
charge me
not
more
many
to then
people
take it to
understand the
someplace.
history of stuff. Period.
If I didn't have to pay rent, I could do that to move up here. Meaning I could pay the $180 for the storage locker to be dropped off at my house. I could spend 5 days or whatever it takes to go up and down my 3 flights. My disability, I can usually get 2 okay
Now, I
days
said this was
out
for
of it.
me.
When I like
I've
this
yet to
trip,
do anything
I'll probably be a
specifically
little out of
for me,
commission
so
tonight,
maybe
tomorrow,
I
and
should
next
try
day.
that.
Like, which is struggling
Sound like
because I know Tuesdays and Thursdays are my
paragraph.
only really good days. Like, because of everybody's office hours and stuff.
Yeah.
So what I'll probably do,
For the last
and
6
if you can hook
months,
me
I've
up
been
with the bus
getting
pass, that would be
predominantly
stoked.
dishonest
Because I've been buying my discount
or otherwise
passes.
manipulative
Yeah.
I got
replies,
these things.
responses, and interactions
But,
with people who call
To me, a
themselves
day
case
pass is
managers.
$3.
And it wasn't.
But my
until
point of it is
finally
that
and continued to like
it's
repeatedly,
Tuesday.
I went to
Tomorrow's
Nashville,
Wednesday.
places
Then there's Thursday.
just
Then
to
there's the
find a place
weekend
I
where
could
I
go
know
to.
Tantra Lakes won't
And
be
finally,
around. Tim
I
won't be
think
around.
paperwork is started in the right
Do you guys not
process.
get
and all I have to do
That
is
was just a
wait
3-hour pass.
for
It gets me here. It
Yeah.
doesn't get me back.
that will give me
Yeah,
the time frame
so
of
usually we
everything
have a
else.
larger supply of bus tickets, but our
No, this is-
program director is gone right now, and she's going to be the one ordering them. She gets back on Thursday, so I'm hoping by next week we have a huge stash so I can give you more.
Well,
Not just
what I
3
hope
hours.
is that, like,
As it stands before
Again,
the
I'm not really good at
hopefully
paperwork.
before the inspection, I have.
I'm aware, I
say,
remember,
20,
because I've done it so many
30
times.
gallon
Like, this is
trash
what I try to
bags
tell
or
Luke
extra
and whatever.
large
I was
trash
just like, dude,
bags,
you guys are so
mostly
fucking
filled
stupid.
with bulky, lightweight
Get me an
recyclables.
application. Give me all the paperwork that we need first.
Non-dairy
Help
creamer
me fill it out.
containers.
Yeah.
Second, stop. Make photocopies.
Coffee bags.
Stop. Make more
And
photocopies.
other items.
Stop.
Right.
Scan that shit, put it in an email so you don't need it because it's in the thing. Stop. At that point, every time somebody asks for something, it's either here or it's email here.
Boxes.
That's smart. Anything else don't function for monkey's brain. Just like I don't do double-digit IQ. I just don't.
There's possibly 10
It
other
doesn't
boxes
comprehend. I
about
can
that
recognize it.
30-gallon size
And I try to not go, oh wait, you're
that
one of
need
those
to
not
go,
really
some
smart
of
people.
which are kind of heavy.
Which is weird because like I was dyslexic and therefore I was not good in school and therefore I was broken.
Because of
I
my
was the broke
situation,
one.
I have to do it
And
in
now I'm
stages.
past all of that going.
Meaning
"Hey,
I have to get
so I was the good one in the land of broken toys. But the broken toy said, no, you're too good, get out of here, kind of thing.
next to
Yeah.
the
Well, if it comes down to it, and you do have to fill out an application
I'm just saying,
online,
I filled those things out
and I took 2
when
bags.
in the,
5
there's a
days,
web
all those
page,
bags would be
there's the
gone.
Boulder Housing Partner
But that
thing,
is
there's a waiting
what's
list
gonna
thing.
happen.
I've done some of those
Period.
things. I've been
What's
told,
gonna
I think
happen is
they went through, I don't know, you know what I mean?
Empty
Like,
as much as
when I went through the thing, October, November, I like went on and I applied for up here,
utilizing the outdoor
Prime
deck.
Dealy, Prime Haven,
And then
and
I'll
something
come
that's
back
supposed to
in,
be coming up in Lyons or isn't
possibly
available in
get
Lyons.
the little baby
Then
buggy
all this other stuff
or
happened, then all this
bicycle
other stuff happened, and finally Tim got back in touch with me
trash bags
again
and boxes
because they essentially
from
gave
the
up on me
apartment
twice. They
to
abandoned
the
me. They
recycle
just left
bin
me.
slash trash
No
can
calls, no
box.
emails, no nothing. Just like, okay,
Period.
when you decide to figure it out, you figure it out. So then I call back. You guys don't read up on my blog, do you? Do you want to?
That's
Clem
essentially
Hawkins
20
comedy. Write that
trips
down.
for trash
Look
bags
at it later. That's my
and
blog.
5 trips
But,
or more for boxes.
You won't find anything but a
between
dead
the
end when you go
apartment
there.
building
Because
and
I'm
the
a
trash
smartass.
place.
.com.
But again,
Then if you use a phone or if you use a computer, it's different because when you use a
And
computer,
again,
you
I'm
see
in no
there's
condition
a menu option
function
that says
the up
blog
and downs
plus.
of 3 flights of stairs
See what I'm saying? When you go to the
with
page,
heavy
have you
boxes,
seen 2001: Space
and
Odyssey?
especially not with
like the first 3
furniture.
minutes of it.
So do you know who Hal is?
No.
Period.
Hal is the computer,
The only
human,
seeming solution
human
to that
audio
is
interface, language interface.
somehow
He's the AI.
manhandle
That movie was the first movie
to the
culturally
stairs
that
and over
discussed
the rail,
computers taking over.
likely causing it to
Anyway,
break.
in the movie, the whole thing was
And
there's this guy
then
Dave.
loading
He's
all
this
those
astronaut.
pieces
Dave's in
onto
this
my
one part of the
two-wheel
spaceship,
dolly
and he says, "Hal, open
and
this
to the
door."
dumpster.
And then Hal's like, "I'm sorry, Dave.
Period.
I cannot
How
do
I
that."
get that heavy
Because
fucking
Hal
thing
decided
in
he's
the
gonna kill off
dumpster,
all
I
the
don't know,
people.
but you know,
So when you go to the webpage,
One step
you
at a
see
time.
Hal saying, "I'm sorry, Dave, I can't." Then you see a bunch of links that are music, Grateful Dead.
See, if
links,
anyone's
like
reading,
what
this is all
YouTube
the
things,
stuff
so you
that I
can
have
listen
to
to the
do.
Grateful Dead.
just
Yeah.
because
The
a
point is,
couple
the landing
people
page is a
paid
dead end.
probably
You have to
$250
click
or
blog so you see the
$300,000
stuff that I
in
do
between
every
the
day.
two of them.
Okay.
But if you do that
And yet,
and then put under
I
there
have to
on
do their
that
job.
search, like put over here like .com search box.
Because they don't seem
Tantra
to
or
logically
BHP
comprehend
or whatever it
reality
is.
that
My point is
moving
there's
out
a
of
search
place
box on my
requires
webpage.
physicality that I
So you
don't
could put those
need
words in there.
or
Like if you put in Tantra,
Yeah.
you'd see every article that I wrote about Tantra.
period.
You'll see everything
How
that
is
I've
a
learned and discovered through this
57-year-old
process as I wrote it.
Retired
Like I learned a new thing.
person.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
but
you gotta do
pantry
your thing.
closes in a few minutes, and I just want to make sure that we have follow-up stuff, information down
Everything
before we
out
Yes,
get out of
please.
here. So I'm gonna wait for a response for Tim. I'm also gonna follow up with an email from him and Zach. Do you prefer email for communication, or can I call you?
You can call me. I prefer call, but I don't.
Okay.
It's weird again because, like I said, Mental Health Partners decided to give me a phone. I had a working Obama phone.
Yeah.
If not weekly.
We were told it was gonna go. They were gonna go
throughout
blank.
the year.
So it's like,
nonstop.
I think I need one of these
Because
things.
people
Yeah.
So
are
they just
often
decided to
lied
get
and
one
misguided,
without doing the
and they don't
research.
realize
Like if I'd have kept
they
my old
find
phone,
themselves
it had just kept
stuck
working.
in an apartment
Because that's what
complex
happened. They got the new
surrounded by a
phone
bunch of crazy
right before the whole thing,
that
and it still gets
in
paid.
other states would likely
And for
be,
your assistance and other management,
like
I
locked
continue
away in
to
the crazy
get like
box
emails
house.
and stuff from I think it's
Just
called
the way
Safe
that-
Link
Yeah.
that is paying for
here
those
they run
phones
free.
where the government might have had
We got
used
free
to.
roam crazies here
You know
in
what I
the
mean?
ghetto.
Yeah.
But there's got to be an
Write that
easier,
down.
cheaper, more affordable, functional way. And there's other things that like being able to figure out how to do the Wi-Fi
speaking
calling
of
and
which,
things like that.
Closed caption
Like
update.
I would really like to see it, and
currently
it's something that I'd be willing to help, volunteer, be a part
live
of.
streaming.
But if you
I
had
have
some
been live
clients that
streaming,
were
but I
all
started
kind of
editing
working
audio
together
that
like a
doesn't match the
support
video.
group, so we could all kind of
Because I
share
had
some of
a
the
10-hour
stuff we've
trip,
gone through and maybe
had some
learn
meetings
different things.
somewhere
That
in
would,
there.
to me, I think that would be extremely beneficial
The day where
because it
I
helps
got a
everybody
bunch of phone
feel a
calls,
little
which I
more
think
common
was Friday.
unity,
Yeah.
you know, as opposed
But as
to
I
disassociation.
I got a phone call
I
from
think the
one
more
person, and then I
we
got a
understand that
phone
we
call
all
from
have a
another person.
common unity, which
And
is
then I
why
thought
up
I
here
was good for the
doesn't
day,
matter how
and then
rich or
walked out
poor,
of the
how this or
apartment,
that
got a
is,
phone call
we're
on my
all
way
ass
out,
tons away
returned
from
back, had
civilization.
a phone call
So
with
there's
the
a unity in
person
that
who's not a case
commonality,
manager.
nothing else.
I don't know what else to
I
call
was
her.
riding the bus up here and I was thinking, you know, if this was back
But
in
it's
like
fun.
1800s, there would be no getting up here. Because it'd all be like wagon trail shit.
Yeah,
right?
it'd take you some days
What
to
I
get
was
up there.
trying to get
Right, but then I was thinking,
is
that's why I like
When I
those
moved,
places. Because
assuming
if you're in those
again,
places, you'd have to
I'm
go
able
on
to
through
take
what I
the
had to go through to
bicycle
get there.
and Burley
Does that make
trailer
sense?
Yeah.
It's like there's a common respect
apartment
level.
to
For-
the
Yeah, everyone's
downtown
going through
station,
similar situations.
No. It's just
Load it up.
in that old timey thing.
get to Netherland,
Just that.
unload
Summertime.
the bike and the
You
trailer,
still have to wagon trail or horse your ass up here.
get over
See
to
what I'm
the
saying?
apartment and
So
back
if you ever
in
got here,
45 minutes.
you know that
The
whoever
only
was
trailer.
here went through what
That's
you went
one
through.
trip.
Yeah.
So there's like a gate,
I have
like a,
5
to
boxes
me, there's a
of
commonality that transcends
Not
stuff
all
like
of which
that.
are full,
Extra stuff.
but
No, you're good. I think that's everything. Like I said, I'm gonna follow up. I'm gonna reach out to BHP too, send them this little informal ROI, and try to get all of your
this is all review for
like
anybody
ID, birth
that
certificate, social
watches the
security
live
card.
stream.
Like
I don't know what they have. If you, I'll give you that.
Sorry.
I mean, if you have it on there or on you, I will definitely take pictures of that because it doesn't hurt, like you said, to have it.
Always.
Alright, so back to what I was doing. I'm writing an email to myself for those listening. Hashtag is my reminder to go collect the closed captioning. I did that for one of my most recent, maybe 2 month ago videos to test the process. And it seemed to work. Period. That means the next process, once I land, as promised, I'll get my computer stations set up with one machine rendering the Shakedown Street video with the live audio board mix. Period. I might find a workaround by adding a link to that as a comment. Maybe everyone who likes it will see the comment. I don't know. Period. The other reality is figuring out internet and phone and how and through what process rental payments are made. Because I'm currently in a city run property and I'm trying to move into a county run property. Period. It's especially confusing when you realize I was told a few times and I still don't understand it. The city manages my voucher and therefore has to approve the county property. So it should be nothing more than a, yeah, it looks great. A quick, yeah, it looks great, or I inspected that the last time I came through, so go ahead and lease it. Period. I'm almost positive I got everybody, every type of important pieces of information, so hopefully it all lands upon the right place without overloading that person with too much stuff. Period. Today I called and left the message with the property manager, simply requesting that if there was anything that I could do to help this process and also to get a time frame, because I still needed to give proper notice to leave and also needed to comprehend if I'm moving from here into a storage locker temporarily while waiting access for the apartment, or how that's going to work. Period. Sadly, if I had a couple $300, I could rent U-Haul, load up the unit, have them take it there, unload the unit, everything's done in one fell swoop. But that's what happens when you're forced to live on an income in a year that you used to make in a good month. Imagine Tim trying to live on $10 an hour. I considered offering my neighbor in exchange all of my TVs and electronics, which I'm pretty sure he's into, in trade for help getting rid of all of the lightweight recyclables and this bed mattress and any furniture I can't really move by myself. Period. As long as it fits through the door, I can strap it to a two-wheel dolly, and fortunately, I'm moving it out, which is downhill. So the hope is that that level of strain on my back won't be too difficult. For my miniature baby tomato segment, meaning catching up, I had a difficult, painful weekend. I'd say 4 to 7 pain range, with one day where I was like at an 8.5 out of 10. Not really able to walk or move, essentially immobile and forced to exist horizontally more than I normally would, meaning laying on the floor so my back wouldn't hurt, and so my legs and my arms didn't get pinched nerves and stop working. Because it sucks when you got pain. It's worse when the pain makes other stuff not work. is not even near the thing. It's the craziest. The other concept, I'm not sure if it'll work, is taking all of the 20 or so lightweight, no glass, recyclable bags, hefting them out the window 3 floors down, hoping they don't break, so I can then avoid 15 sets of 3 flights of stairs up and down as I attempt to literally single-handedly, because one hand's on a cane or a railing, the other hand is on the trash bags, so single-handedly accomplishing this seemingly impossible task for anyone of my situation or condition. And yet everybody who has so far said that they are trying to help me almost never even goes, hey, but how are you going to do this if you're this? I'm going like, yeah, right? You know, like, oh, we promise you. Tim promised me, oh, we'll save your stuff. We'll get you moved into a place. You just got to stay current. Means you got to pay him money. Be like, dude, if I got to pay him money, you got to figure out how I'm going to pay him money. Because I don't have any of that stuff, like that cafe stuff. And it seems like I'm going to be forced to do that or get a printout to pay in cash at some other place with a additional $4 charge I'll have to cover, which may not seem like much, but to my world that's a day pass on the bus. Period. Oh right, that thing I was trying to do for me. I tell you, man, ADD like water's wet. So when I was a resident in Netherlands 5 years ago for 3 years, I had an eco pass, so I may be able to show up to the town hall with my signed lease and that eco pass, and hopefully they can then look at the number, get my account reapproved as a resident and turned on effectively. Period. The sooner I can get that happening, the more money it will save me. And all of this is costing me too much already. I've definitely spent $200, maybe $300 on packing supplies, cleaning supplies, and other attempts to mobilize. Because since Thanksgiving, my brain has been informed by others who seemingly care about me but have no clue what I'm dealing with. But since Thanksgiving, most every day is today the day they're going to throw me out and throw all my shit on the curb. And how do I avoid that? And why can nobody comprehend urgency? Period. To them, urgency is when they feel like getting around urgent is when I feel damn good and ready to do something about it. That's what urgent is to them. Urgent to me is I've been trying to accomplish this simple task for more than 3 years on multiple occasions with multiple types of case management and help. So this is calling it number 3, and it has to work. There's no not working. If it doesn't work, I'm on the streets with a list to contend with. And having lost everything because of incompetency of others who make a living pretending to help really bothers me on a mental, spiritual, personal, extremely personal, but more importantly, social level. Oh, right. I was doing that audio thing. Back to letting you do audio. So anyway, to close this nonsense writing session out, the reality is I'm starting over again. Potentially. And with or without stuff, going to a new place means finding what works there. Such as, what's the best deal for reliable internet in town? What's the best, who does landline phones? That type of stuff. What cell service works, which ones don't work. I think it's primarily because Nederland is connected to Eldora, which is a pretty, I wouldn't say it's schwanky, but it's one of those secret, not too popular, closest ski ranges to the airport. Meaning tourists, meaning need for Wi-Fi and other infrastructure to support those visiting people. Period. Which reminds me, the other reality was trying to get Netterville to comprehend the way other countries function, in that a citizen is given an email address, a phone number, and storage for an internet service, as well as links to multiple different types of generic government social media platforms that are 100% free of advertisements. Many countries have their own versions of Facebook or Twitter or other types of instant social media. The other long-term goal, which seems almost impossible, is finding a way to remove Google from my reality. And it's even more than I thought. Because it turns out that without anyone's approval, without any publication, without anyone talking about it, now all of a sudden, all of the phone calls that go through my phone, and all of the phone calls or messages that go through my message, and likely all information that goes through my phone in its entirety, are connected to Google's Gemini AI, box. That means my phone won't work without Google, messages won't work without Google. The device would only function as a handheld Wi-Fi device, and possibly I think with some modifications, I can replace the normal Google and or other controlled phone message and other functionality apps. The long-term, medium-term summer goal is get those things cranked out from the nest. If I recall correctly, it's 333 West 1st Street. And it's crazy because right after I said from the nest, and I thought that'd be a really great name for the apartment or for a podcast or a live stream. Right when I said that in the camera live stream, a bird flew off my roof, or over my roof and sent her straight towards the camera. I still see Jerry up on that hill. Oh, sorry, I was talking to the live stream. Oh, sorry, I was talking to the live stream. Oops, sorry, I was talking to the live stream, and I forgot about the writing about what it takes to start over in a new location. Let me think about what did I talk about. I talked about go bags. I talked about being prepared in emergency situations. I talked about Maslow hierarchy of needs. I talked about food, shelter, clothing, and companionship, as well as the unusual value of unusually desired items such as Snickers candy bars. Period. True story. I've seen people trade Snickers, a single Snickers candy bar, for hundreds of dollars of cannabis. Because it was so remote and so desired, its value was blown out of proportion. And it's a rainbow gathering, so there was essentially weed everywhere. Pretty sure I got distracted 2 or 3 different times in there. But essentially in my brain, I have one box loaded up, strapped down, ready to go in the trailer. That is a box of shelves. It would make sense that that would be the first thing to take. Because if I can't put it in the bus, I'm probably not going to take it at all. So I'll just make a new free shelf at this bus station. I should be able to take it. Period. The size is relative to a wardrobe box, which I think will fit in those boxes underneath the buses. Point is, I have 5 of those boxes. That means 5 of those trips. And it still really doesn't include a lot of stuff. The issue is with some type of work trade agreement, it wouldn't take but half a day for someone with the van or truck or trailer to drive me down here, help me load it up, and help me unload it up there, even on the curb, with everything that I have as far as dollies and help moving things. I might even get to take some of my rolling office chairs. Question mark. Again, a lot of my situation is just more exacerbated or frustrated because I'm without a driver's license. If I had a driver's license, I could have easily afforded to pay for a U-Haul, thrown all my shit in it, drove it up there, emptied it, and returned it for under $100. Period. To get one of those pods delivered is $180, and then to deliver it to its final destination is more money. And since I'm being forced to essentially pay all of my rent through all of the stuff, none of the rent was saved, none of the money was, I got what I got, and when Friday comes, that's the first, which means stock up on supplies and figure out if anybody's pulled their head out enough to comprehend the fact that they want me to pay for an amount that's different than the lease that I have. That to me is a problem. And yet no one else sees it or seems to care. Maybe they're just focused on more pressing things. That's probably it. How silly of me to consider this a dire situation, 8 shades past emergency or drastic, and yet everyone just lollygags. It's no big deal. Sucks to be that dude. Ha ha ha. Back to your regularly scheduled upload. This is Zoom 16 wave, which I think is the 4th hour.
If you ever got here, you know that whoever was here went through what you went through.
Yeah.
So there's like a gate, to me, there's a commonality that transcends stuff with that.
Mm-hmm.
Back to your stuff.
No, you're good. I think that's everything.
If you ever got here, you know that whoever was here went through what you went through.
Yeah.
So there's like a gate, to me, there's a commonality that transcends stuff with that.
Mm-hmm.
Back to your stuff.
No, you're good. I think that's everything. Like I said, I'm gonna follow up. I'm gonna reach out to BHP2, send them this little informal ROI, and try to get all of your ID, birth certificate, social security card.
I don't know what they have. I'll give you that.
I mean, if you have it on there or on you, I will definitely take pictures of that because it doesn't hurt, like you said, to have it.
Oh wait, that's the old one.
And since you already have the voucher, that's the most important
I
part.
know, and that's what I keep trying to tell people. And Pam keeps trying to say these other things, and I gotta tinkle again, so.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take it.
Thanks. So, the reason I'm
There any information back from Tim?
Haven. I'm gonna relate more to Wavy than I am to that other dude.
Okay, I got pictures of those things. Like I said, once I hear any information back from Tim, I'll reach out to you. And then I'm also
The
gonna
other
try
thing I was gonna suggest, are we good? Do we have can I say you're my case manager lady?
Yeah.
So you're only gonna be able to get a hold of Tantra Lakes today.
They're only open on Tuesdays.
They're there Tuesdays and Thursdays. But
Okay.
the way it works is, if you get a hold of them today, they'll get back to you by Thursday.
Gotcha.
If
Okay.
you wait until later, they'll see it maybe Thursday, maybe next week. They won't hear back from till next Thursday. I'm all about using stupidity, ignorance, like, how do I put it? It's one of my little stand-up jokes. I'm not really about people overestimating, but if adding a little more twang to my voice helps, I'll do anything I can.
Yeah.
If you want to overestimate me or underestimate me, you go, oh, I gave the lady all your other ones. Yeah, please go right ahead. My point is this. If it helps to use the strategy of being a dummy, please do. In that, I'm a poor case manager all the way up in the hills and the whatever, sympathy, boo, 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 poo, 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 ba, ba, ba. I need this dude's file. From the thing. Because I'm the person that's going to help you move. So, the reason I'm saying it is, I want you to do it ignorantly so you get the whole file. So everything that she needs is right there. See what I mean? Then there will be one final aspect. I understand this. I have a letter in my, here, this will help. This is another for your thing. Oops, because this is one of those things that they need. But it's my, oh, and I need help with this too, shit. And I don't know how to do it. I got a LEAP thing. They finally sent me a fucking application. But this, as you can see, it's for,
And you need help filling this out.
well, I'm gonna need to fill it out. I don't know if I need to fill it out. Because sadly enough, and this is the frustrating part now, and this is a different thing. If you had a client, home or not, that has a van or a truck and could use some money and is like helpful, able-bodied, I would give them money to help me. They don't even have to move anything. They just pull in with a van. I will have everything on the curb waiting to push it in
We
there.
have some peer support specialists that have lived experience with homelessness and they're kind of like.
I'm just saying, if I had that, that would
But
save me.
they help with move sometimes. So if you need help with moving,
I need help with moving because I'm trying to figure. I've been like brainstorming, going, okay, if the bus guy will let me put my Burley trailer on there, I can put a box in the Burley trailer. Like I'm going through all these. It drives me batty when I can't do anything.
Yeah, get this solidified first, and then we can focus on
this is
moving.
Social Security.
Okay.
But it's important because of the date.
Okay, so it's one of them.
But it says that it's how much I get, and then it says down here what my overpayment is. So like they're giving me $940, or I don't know what the new one is, but I get 10% less. My point is that that's one of the forms that normally takes a lot of time to get.
Yeah, no, the fact that you have this is huge.
The other thing I could use help with, and maybe if you're around tomorrow or Thursday, I don't know how you work or what things are.
So I usually work normal business hours Monday through Friday, but I am unfortunately fully booked for the rest of the week, just because of the critical weather over the weekend.
My point is that there are some things like online that I could do possibly to benefit. This is the thing that I didn't get about Tim. Like Tim doesn't get this. In my lease, there's a statement that says, like if you abandon the place, like if I went to the leasing office, like I'm all about alternative possibilities. I'm never, ever, ever about the direct, easy. It's like there's always in a different way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand that getting evicted is bad for me, but I also understand that this place has been lying to me for the last 3 years. Even before being part of BHP, I understood that
it's messed up. I get it. I ain't gonna change it. I ain't gonna fix it. All I can do is get as far away from it as possible.
Want to meet next Monday at
Yes, please.
11:30?
Yes.
Okay. And I can,
Do you want to do it here or down there?
let's do it down there, just so you don't
Yeah.
have to waste a trip up here. And I'm usually in Boulder. Tuesdays during this time is the only time I'm up here in Ned.
Really? So today was the only day I would have caught you today.
Mm-hmm.
That works.
Yeah.
My thing is there was something that I was thinking about online there was an application or something. I can't remember what it was. My point is this. Why should I worry about getting LEAP for this year if I'm going to get evicted?
Well, you're not going to get evicted. You just have to give them a 30-day notice before you move out.
Well, that's what you say, but you don't understand. I still might.
Yeah, well, you need to don't get evicted because you'll lose your voucher and you'll be homeless. So anything.
Well, you don't understand. See, that's what you might get this from Tim. I told Tim, and I actually left the apartment. I left. I was homeless for another week.
So you're not staying in your apartment at Tantra Lakes right now?
I have been since I was told that they're not going to be able to do anything, and it's been fucking sub-freezing. But since November, everything I own has been boxed into a closet, waiting for the moment I can get the fuck out of it.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like from those emails that you have some back rent that you need to pay, and it sounds like the shelter can help out with that to keep you avoid an eviction.
Let's get to now. As of you and I now, Tim has already told me we have funds. If we can pay it with a promissory note, that was last week. That was before by the way, Tungsten Village is happening.
Yeah.
Why he delayed on Tungsten Village is beyond me, and I'm mad about it, but I'm not trying to be too mad about it. But it's important that you understand. I sent them an email last night or today being like, look, guys, I don't know why it's so flippin' difficult to just get me an appointment. Get that file, get it to her, and get me there. When I was mentioning the application thing, there are applications and forms from BHP that I've done online. I just don't know what it is. It's way easier for me because of my ADD and my semi-intellectual function. I could just it's way easier to start over than to deal with catching up.
Yeah, so
because of the way my brain works.
Yeah, instead of starting over, I'm gonna see what information I can get from BHP and also from Tim, so we don't have to backtrack.
Well, I'm just saying, BHP is voucher, Tantra Lake is rental. Rental is what we need because that's rental. The BHP part really isn't an issue.
They are probably gonna want. Well, I guess their Tungsten Village is through BHP. Okay, so they're gonna have that information. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not the stupidest, but I'm not dumb. I do stuff on purpose because when I see stuff has to happen a certain way, it has to happen a certain way. In the lease, it states there will, like, if I leave the place, if I abandon it, like Monday, I could go to the office. Here's my keys. Suck my fucking dick. Eat shit and die. 5 days later, my apartment is officially vacated. Here's the problem. Nobody seems to give a shit about official. Nobody cares that this is a legal document. Tim doesn't care. None of them care. This is a legal document. If I had a lawyer, they've been overcharging me rent and utilities because this lease that I have, legal document again, says I'm supposed to pay rent and utilities. They've changed it. I don't pay utilities. It's now $250, 100% off the top, except for me because I'm 10% less, $225. So Tim, without challenging the legalities, the fact that they were doing me wrong, just says, let's just pay it. I get it. Shut up, Clem. I get it. It's my shut up. It's my hush money. It's Tim saying, dude, shut up. Don't fuck with the lady. Don't fuck with people. Don't mess your stuff up because you lose the deal. I'm like, bro, my stuff is good through 27. Why have I been spending 3 years trying to get this thing moved to someplace? So thank you. I apologize.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm gonna do some investigating and then I'll meet you.
And just so you're clear, you don't have to call, but if you text, we'll find out if when I'm at my apartment it happens. Does that make sense?
Like if it goes through.
Right. It could be if I'm at the apartment or not.
Well, it seems like it went through.
All I'm saying is if you call, I should answer the phone. If I don't answer the phone, don't bother with a message, just either text or email me.
Okay.
Because I will almost certainly be right by my computer with email and available.
Okay. No.
So are you just a subleaser person?
Um,
As far as this office and this being your little...
yeah, so we have a contract. I don't know all the details of it. Our executive director knows more, but,
Is that Sierra's or Susanna? That lady?
no, it's a different lady. So, Savannah and I both do outreach. So this is just part of, like,
Is it that
Netherlands
white-haired lady?
No, her name's Molly. She was kind of like...
No, I thought I remember when it started, I thought I met a lady at the laundromat over there. This is like 2018.
Yeah, we just started this program this past year, or at least through Focus. I think the contract was through somebody else before then.
I just said when I saw the card from Savannah or whatever, I was like, that looks familiar. But like I feel like I'm such an obnoxious, lots of need. Like, but the reality is, once I'm done, I don't need much of anything ever. Just like checkups and, you know, hey, did you know this thing's happening? Yeah, I really want to be able to sign up for the
Alright, so that was the whole 2-hour appointment. Hopefully it'll function well enough to have effectively uploaded it enough to get the closed captioning from this stream later. I'm saying all of that, and I'm making the assumption that I even turned it on. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but that's what it sounds like with all the windows closed. I mentioned it before. The guy downstairs is into electronics, and trying to think. I think that's everything, because if I remember correctly, after she and I met, I left and I just missed the bus. I'm pretty sure 303, there's a bus at the same time leaving down in Boulder and up in Netherland, park and ride. But I'm not positive. But anyway, on my previous mention of hashtag note to self, hashtag write that down. I gotta figure out phone, I gotta figure out internet, and after that it's just a matter of figuring out their process and getting into that flow. The truth is, to my current knowledge, most things are inflated in price because it's predominantly a tourist place. Although some places like the organic health food store have paid membership discounts. Although in my reality, I'm most inclined to hopefully get one big Amazon delivery and be set for the month. I only say that because I've kind of been dialing that whole thing down over the past 3 years as far as I can't say I've nailed it perfectly, but with coffee, with oats, with salt, that's essentially survival for the first half of the day. The other thing I didn't really consider, but I kind of thought about, is when I get access to the unit and I can actually see it firsthand, I'll then be able to define easier, or I'll be able to define how best to pack for one, essentially every trip, the first 5 trips, the first 5 boxes will be all 5 rooms. Meaning, one box will probably be kitchen and bathroom, and then 3 other boxes will be stuff in the main room and living stuff like clothes and or bedding, pillows, etc., and kitchenette, electric, hot water type of stuff. The idea I'm trying to present in my head is an ability to go to the place, drop some things off, investigate the place, do that within 45 minutes. That means I have to be able to get from the bus to the apartment and unloaded in less than 20. So I can return back in less than 20 and be sitting at the bus waiting for the return back down to Boulder trip. The other thing I'm still contemplating, I thought I would get it information today. Turns out maybe Thursday. My phone isn't ringing. No one's telling me anything. So my only safe assumption is that we're still waiting for BHP to figure out how to approve a Boulder County property. I would assume they were all kind of buddy-buddy and all they would need is a phone call. But what do I know? Maybe somebody, probably somebody, who lives in Denver or some other place, when, how do I put it, they see it as an excuse to get paid to drive up in the mountains and enjoy their day checking out this apartment. And the part I didn't really acknowledge, well, I understand it with this place, but it doesn't make sense. That place, as far as I see, it makes sense. Meaning, it'd be a bummer to spend your days finding people houses in houses that you could never afford on the salary you exist on. You know, the shelter proclaims, I think, 10 to 30 people a month helped exit homelessness or exited their unhoused classification. I'm like, well, speaking of stuff and things I need to re-up on, my coffee is empty. This coffee is full. Well, kinda. It's always good to smell the last part of the coffee pot because it gives you a clue as to what it's going to taste like before you actually functify your mouth with some nasty tasting stuff. I'm really not sure what it is. Oh. Sorry, I got distracted with looking at my little buggy. I looked it up online. It's worth like $1,500. Almost gave it away like a fucking fool to a stranger that didn't have time to even say, "Oh, sorry, I don't have time to answer these." I get it though. She's a new mom. I can't imagine her even returning to work. How could a mother of 2 kids that are under 4 expect to function in a full-time job helping people get housing and services and stuff? But then again, it is Ned. It's what, 2,000 people total. I bet there's 25 in the surrounding mountain areas though. Because as far as I'm aware, from Lyons, there's a road that goes from Lyons up into the mountains through Ward and Ned and all the way down to right by where Interstate 70 is, where that Black Rock Casino or something like that is. There's one other road that cuts down through somehow, like back to the backside of Denver, and that goes through a town called Wonderview. But if there was a forest fire in Wonderview and there was a forest fire in Lyons, and there was a forest fire in that Black Hawk place, where the casino is, the town by the highway, the only way everybody would be able to get down is through Netherland. Well, and the side roads. I think Magnolia somehow connects below the lake and over or something. The other thing I really wanted to do, and it was kind of the whole real, how do you put it, primary purpose and reason for trying to get this move finalized, is when I can have physical activity, my body deteriorates slower. My physical activity is currently a bicycle, and I live on the 3rd floor without easy ability to get the bicycle from the apartment to the ground. The new apartment has an elevator, problem solved. The other reality that I'm still contemplating, and it's probable I have had everything I needed here. I just didn't have the time to just focus on only it. But it was either right when or a couple of weeks after I moved in, I mentioned to Mr. Glenn, who was also a big bicycle and also, weirdly enough, sound and radio He and I had very, very, very similar paths or backgrounds or interests or something. He was way more proficient in all of them, but at least I didn't feel like when I spoke my own language, I was talking up or down to anyone. I was just saying things and he understood it and didn't take them personal. And I guess I got to take the credit for all of that because for the past couple of days, I've been throwing stuff down there like rice and nuts and berries and stale crackers, essentially emptying everything that I even had some things I saved for emergency. I just tasted them. They were, if it was horrible emergency, they would work, but I would just as soon give them to the geese because it's been weathered and we're just about to break the cold. And the one cool part that I was aware of that I didn't think about, they predominantly rely upon eating grass most through the day. So when it snows, the first places and the first times they get to eat are wherever there's snow or when people throw stuff down. And all of the grass has been covered with snow for quite some time. The cool part is because the added traffic of more geese eating the food, it helped the grass, or it helped the snow melt faster, so the grass is now available. So now they're all out there grubbing on grass as it melts. But if I lived on the first floor, maybe even if I lived on this floor, just being aware of it, and because I currently have a really big plastic tarp, if I knew it was going to snow a certain amount, but not all that much, I would go out and put the tarp down. So all I'd have to do is grab two corners and half or more of the snow would pull off so the grass was open straight away. I think we get to our better levels of humanity when we're looking out for the things around us. And I've been in such a traumatic state for the past many, many months, literally. October, November, December, January. So it's 4 solid with but it's been a solid year before that because it was November. I started looking for apartments that spring, which I think was 2023, about April. So I think April 2023 was when I said, oh, by the way, do you have these disability places? They said no. But I get these years confused. I just know that it happened. But anyway, I got all these things. I tried making all these calls. I finally realized after tons and tons of days searching through the internet and trying to reach people through the phone and email that everything seemingly is intentionally incorrect. And I had forgotten that when I went through this process again. And then in November, I finally got reconnected with the people who supposedly were running my housing voucher. Again, none of that has ever been cleared up. But I'm not supposed to know. I'm just supposed to be stupid. Or dumb. I think I'm supposed to be dumb. Everybody wants me to be a lot more dumber, meaning I won't speak. And I think effectively I've let everybody off the hook. So that's good. I guess essentially since Thanksgiving, I've been in a state of traumatic panic at any given moment, most throughout every day, unless somehow otherwise distracted by a personal interest fueled normally with cannabis. The other, I suppose, good news is all of this suffrage has forced me to exist so beyond and below any normal expectation of livable means. When it finally gets back to a reliable, consistent, but most importantly, trustworthy, like, relationship, it's just like, I don't understand people who complain when my payment is early for months on end. That was my first, like, there's a problem here. I don't know what it is, but there's a problem. I found out there wasn't a problem in the form of a situation per se. I discovered that the problem was either intentional or accidental, but solely the responsibility of a single individual who has since transformed Tantra Lakes from a once very diverse family-oriented subdivision type of apartment townhouse combo into essentially a Mexican ghetto. Likely she lives in Adams County just because she's a North Side girl. And most people have no clue what any of that means. But what I'm saying is, right, wrong, or indifferent, there are tons of gang Mexican mafia affiliations that have been infiltrating this apartment complex for the past 3 years since I moved here and since she took over, but especially after BHP and she got control of all of the units as opposed to just 4 and a few randoms. I think they had 4 30 people units. So 4 times 3 is 12, that's 120. And they may have had as many buildings that had apartments for multiple families. I mean, multiple bedrooms. And Lordy, they did such a bang up job removing all of the overhead, forcing the residents to pay for everything, and essentially disappearing to function the place like a ghost. Business wise, you got to give that a little bit of, I can see it's not stupid, but it's really not fair or right or anything I want to exist in. The other curiosity is somewhere. I gotta figure out and remember out where that is. But I have my original first lease, and I'm only curious how much they've inflated the rent. Like the Netherland apartment is almost $1,000 a month cheaper, which is like bizarre, but that's realistic, kinda. In my opinion, this place is like 4.25 at best, but when they utilize vouchers to control and monopolize the environment, they then turn all of these apartment boxes into residences who receive government funding. And since they're one of the few people in the area that help provide that, and I know it's silly, I'm sitting here talking to myself, and it is 1 o'clock, but any day is a possibility that the phone will ring, which means if the camera is on, mic is on, streaming, I get it recorded. Otherwise, it's like I have to set it and forget it for it to work when it's supposed to. Which reminds me, I still have somewhere It's a live stream already, right? It's a live stream, and it might be old enough to have closed captioning, but it's also fresh enough it might not. But I'm trying to remember what day it was, and I keep thinking it might have been Friday. But my point is, what was it, Thursday? I think I spoke to somebody, including Tim, maybe, and the other lady, who said we'll have to do an inspection and then we'll figure out the rest of the stuff. I'm like, okay, just let me know, please, because I don't have very reliable help, and I need to coordinate all this weird stuff that doesn't make much sense. Alright, I didn't think about doing the delay thing because I don't have to sync it with my face, so it doesn't matter. But since how do I put it? The space case, which is the name of the computer I'm currently using, is essentially I can't say it was the first, but it was essentially the operating system I had set up most recently that was fully functional. I may or may not have taken snapshots of that. For some reason, I noticed immediately there was a difference in the CPU usage, and then I just now remember my laptop is a very slow CPU. This one is better, just not very great. I think they're both i5 architecture, and I have an i7 chip, but I need to get a motherboard that it fits into. And all of that has been on hold since last fall, when all of this housing shit started going stupid. Because I can see it, you might not, but I can see it when I look back, and I have to find it because I did it to different channels, sometimes accidentally, sometimes on purpose, sometimes it's just how it happened. Usually it's just how it happened. A lot of times I function with what I would call absent intent. Hashtag write that down. Hashtag that's a good one. Absent intent means that I have intent for things to happen, but I'm absent of specifics or manipulation. Like, it's weird to say it, but let's say there's 3 ways of looking at taking a nice walk through the park. in one situation, it's an excellent walk, and all of the things you could imagine happen, like you experience. You're a dog person, some dog comes up and says hi, whatever it is. You have that experience. You see the trees, you see the birds, hawks and owls, and everything you see that happens, right? Let's say another person goes out and it's the opposite. They're not a dog person. They step in dog poop. Other dogs like try to chase them down, not to attack and bite them, but to hump their leg, like embarrassing. Then they slip and fall into snow, like all the bad stuff, right? Then imagining the third time you take that walk, right? It's the same walk, but this time your mindset is blank. So the thought isn't, I hope something good happens, and the thought isn't, I hope something bad doesn't happen. But the thought is simply, I hope something happens. But more importantly, I hope I'm present in that moment, to be present in that moment. I'm on a different moment, kind of sidetrack, but I've lived here for 5 years, and it's the first year, for whatever reason. Maybe it's because tree trimming, maybe it's because I never really pay attention to anything unless it grabs it. Like that's a negative side of my issue. But I kind of look at it like it could exist as a independent, how would you put it? An independent ski resort. Like a playhouse for kids to come together as a community or a common unity to make it a really cool. There's the best part about it is probably its location, and the fact that it faces north, is steep enough apparently during this time of year that the sun doesn't immediately melt all the snow, so the ski hill can exist longer than the surrounding flatland grassy areas. But the idea was, okay, so imagine just the simple addition of a pulley that is nothing more than a very durable, sturdy, like cemented in the ground post that had a car tire wheel on it, like half of an axle, essentially stuck in the ground. So that's your pulley. And the idea is you get a rope, and when the fat kid goes down, you tie him to the rope, and then that lets other people get pulled up. Of course, it doesn't particularly function right, and the way you want or need to do it, if using all of this momentum force, is to have one specific, very steep, very fast trail that maybe a chain of people can go on to pull the rope down. Then that pulling effect would spin that pulley, which would spin two other pulleys that are somehow counterweighted, so it helps to generate or maintain that pull in the same way that, how do you say, like there are some motors and or like a yo-yo, you can spin it faster and faster and faster, because it has like a type of ratchety thing to it that just only makes it go one thing, like chung chung chung. I think it's the same principle that there was a flying toy that was essentially like a helicopter disc that you put in this gun-shaped thing, and then you'd squeeze the trigger a bunch of times, which would like somehow charge it up or get it spinning. But because of the way the gun was worked, it held the little piece in that position until it was going fast enough. Then when you pulled the trigger, it released it, so then it would fly up. There was also a similar function in the Evil Knievel toy that allowed you to spin this handle, and it generated more and more and more force, so then you could put the Evil Knievel in there, and the little side bumpers would shoot him out really fast, like it would give him super fast. You had to have that to make the jumps, obviously. I spent lots of hours cranking that thing up at the top of the stairs and skimming it across and jumping it all the way down. It's weird that kids today, how do you say, it's almost, compared to my life pattern, they didn't get any of those childhood's memories or issues, because they went, like, I remember video games happening, and I remember, I don't know, like, I was good with computers, but I liked being outside, riding motorcycles, playing sports, or doing stuff. A lot of times I was happily entertained doing nothing more than exploring the neighborhood and all of the different construction sites, because where my dad lived when I moved in with him was so far remote. It was essentially the very, very, very outside of town, and I don't know, 3-5 miles, like just on the other side of our subdivision there was a county road. There was a dirt road that teed into that county road that went up a couple 3 miles to a dirt track, like a car racing track. It was called Sunset Speedway. And when we had motorcycles, to go there was a big journey for us. Most of the time we spent in and around the subdivision and or property, which could have been a couple 3 miles square, it was big. But it was essentially at 90th and Fort, I think, or 108th and Fort. But my point is, that was in the 70s and the 80s. When I went back, it might have only been 1 year or 2 years later, but the town had expanded to the 256 and further streets. Like it had exploded. All of those outlying farm areas got turned into subdivisions, because the whole model seems to be obvious. If you can get people to live far away from work, you can get more of their money back from them if you produce oil or control gas and such. And then there's the leeches that do the insurance. Some monkey somewhere, I think it was in my generation, decided, oh, this has got to be mandatory. It's like, what the shit is this nonsense? I don't think so. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think so. Sorry, I had to make things, if things could be centered and they're not, it bothers me. And again, I'm doing all of this on kind of blind faith assumption, because it's the settings on this computer are different than the settings on the laptop, because they have different abilities. This computer is set to use as little bandwidth as possible because I exist on Wi-Fi, but in a proper configuration I would have a direct connection to a wall, which is why none of my computers besides my laptop have internal Bluetooth or Wi-Fi circuitry. It's actually because I'm a cheapskate and I'm poor, but it's also because those are the options I would want to turn off anyway, so why pay for them? The reality is, it just means another USB port gone to the wind. But because it's a tower, it has, I think, 6 USB 3.1s, the blue ones, and 2 regular ones. And it might have 8. It might have 4. It might have 6 on the back. 2 on the front of the blue ones, and then 2 on the front of the black ones, which were the old speed ones. And I used those for the keyboard and the mouse. But as horrible as it looks and or feels, because I did make progress, it caused more pain and problems. I'm still trying to contend with that. My right foot's lost about 10% function. Like it's sucking ass right now. And it's probably because I spent most of the morning either, I don't know how to put it, like you can't see them because I keep forgetting the camera's not on. But these bags are not heavy at all. They're just big and bulky because they're containers, almost all of them. So it's either, let's just simplify it. It's either milk crates, or it's creamer containers, or it's oatmeal boxes, or in the back there's still a huge amount of aluminum cans. But almost all of those are clean and dry, returned to their original 6, 12, 15 pack boxes. So those are really easy to just pick up, put in a big box, put the big box on a cart, get the cart out the door, down the deal, get it to the dumpster, flip it over, dump all those packs, return with the empty box. The hard part is getting the dolly and the box back up the thing. It could be also when I leave, I'm not as tired or stressed, right? But the last time I went out with the bicycle and it didn't have a whole lot of extra stuff on it, like the metal racks weren't on it, there wasn't extra gear, just me and a backpack and the bicycle. And I probably had the backpack in the milk crate, but I took the backpack off and put it on my back, because that way I can put the bicycle on my right shoulder while I use my left shoulder to help get up the thing. And it should be opposite of that, but the thing is, the left hand side is the inside. If I tried to do it on the right hand side, I would have a huge space that I won't have anything to grab onto, and a big heavy bike on my shoulder. So it's way smarter to just go up the rail and just one step at a time. First flight, second flight, third flight. Then I gotta get into the exterior door, which is a challenge. Then I can prop the bike up against the wall, open my door, then I can bring the bike into the place. And when I do that, my point, randomly roundabout enough, is if I leave it, I don't know, 8, 10 in the morning, right? The sun's out, it's starting to warm up, I have a nice jacket on, but I have space in my bag to take it off and put it in there, so I'll be comfortable for the rest of the day. Regardless of riding buses or bicycling or walking, when I get back, I'm more tired than I was when I left. But I still say moving stuff downstairs is easier than moving them upstairs. I just got a half of a nick of excitement, wondering what the view from the windows and gosh, it's so hard to be hopeful when I've had so many like bullshit lies given to me. And, you know, corporate okey dokes. I haven't been doing any audio because I haven't felt there was anything worth being audiophied. But I do have a 1 point something gigabyte movie. That's 304. I wonder what this is. Oh, I've done this already. And that was Tuesday the 28th. I did a bunch of stuff Tuesday the 28th, but I thought there was, it was the live stream from Friday. This thing's hella long. I wonder what that is. Me being a nerd. For a long ass fucking time, it appears. Where's my little fucking go faster button? Oops.
Tried
I kind of like the Secret Special Not podcast because on any typical view, without being aware that there's audio, most people would probably just click on it for, oh, look, pretty mountain. But the fact that it sure beats, how do you put it? The first thought that I had when I look at the live stream, I see that the logo is the Doobie Man, which is a remnant of my stand-up days or limited whatever experience. Point is, I could replace that with the cover of the Adventures of Clem Hawkins. Then I could wake up, have my coffee, and tell you the stories just in the background. And possibly, I'm thinking I might be able to keep track of it with either A, some type of organizational code in the title, or B, some type of comment property layout design. So each one that has closed captioning might have like timestamps or something. The beauty of the closed captioning is if I recorded for 20 hours or live stream for 20 hours, I could probably wait a couple, 3, maybe 4, I don't know how long it takes, and it probably varies depending on demand. But the point is that it converts anything it hears as text, as speech to text, as best as it can, depending on the microphone and the signal quality, etc. As well as, more importantly, the person's ability to enunciate and not be too stoned and stupid and lazy. But because timestamps are automatically generated, I could stream for a long time, only mentioning stories as I went along, ergo creating a list to then cross that off the board, which could, maybe, should, will become a table of contents of sorts. Because that single image with all of the chapters laid out, but it's a drawing that is done as I do the stories. Because I can give myself a general outline, but every time I tell a story, the person that I feel I'm telling the story to might change. And every time, without a doubt, I tell the same story to a different person, the story changes. I think it's because how I can sense a person's interest and or trigger points, which then alters the focus of my attention on the event that happened into a different third, fourth perspective. I think the smart way I'll do it is I'll find a symbol like an asterisk that when I have taken the CC from that video, I will add an asterisk to the title as a literal check, or maybe even I'll find a literal check that I can copy and paste and put it in there. the point of that process and how much that takes in my brain requires me to have it set up and in a process, because it will take multiple days to functionalize. You know what I mean? I'll hashtag write this down, hashtag important information. Hashtag need list of hashtags. Now, in that situation and setting, here's what I mean. Let's imagine that I stream for a whole month, 30 days every day. Just saying. And let's say that every day I try to tell at least one story. Not as a specific need of reflection per se. Maybe it's just a memory that comes up that instills that. But the idea is that every stream of consciousness then can be converted into its own individual stream and or chapter, or simply its own short story, meaning my entire adventure book is nothing more than a large collection of short stories. The problem is, when I tell the story, whoever's listening impacts the way I tell it. That's a challenge I've still yet to accomplish or overcome. And realistically, it's the back burner reason I feel I'm supposed to be at this place. Number one, it seemed to happen easily when all these other things were like difficult. It's like, oh, by the way, this is place, and I'm like, how is that place open when I told you guys 2-3 months ago I'm looking for a place in this town, and all of a sudden it's just open? If it's available and ready to move in, that means it's been vacant for a while, right? And since it's wintertime and nobody wants to be up there, the lady whose number was left on the door is the management lady for everything. She assigned another person to do that who may or may not be the regular person. But it's so low maintenance, all they really need is a regular maintenance person to be around to clear sidewalks and, handicapped access. Everything else is self-contained and needs little attention. You know what I mean? When you live at that level, you figure out how to drive on the snow. You can't expect it to disappear. Half the roads up there don't even have asphalt underneath it. More than half. Probably safer to say almost every other road besides the highways don't have pavement. I think Netherland has like 5 or 6 streets going either direction that may or may not be pavement. I mean, everything that the bus drives on is pavement if it hasn't snowed. But if it snows up there and it stays cold for a week and it gets any kind of sunny or nice weather, what happens is in all of those roads on the highway, you'll get like seriously 5-6 inches of ice packed snow, and then they start getting potholes. And the point is, it makes it worse than if there was nothing. And the other trouble is at nighttime, daytime it melts, nighttime it freezes, and that turns into sometimes impassable terrain, depending on the what would you call it, the angle of flexion or whatever it is of a driveway or a street. How would you put it? The way I look at it, I think the north side of Netherland goes up against a big hill. The south side of Netherland goes up kind of slopey and then big hill. But that side is way more developed because to the north of those things, there's kind of nothing. There's like 2 or 3 big county roads up there, and then there's a campground. And then there's a long way to go till you get to Ward and or Estes Park. And I think that's where that road ends. I think Estes Park's on a dead end, but I'm not sure. But the idea is that I'll be able to live stream and not even think about it, just have things going. Being conscious as to if I'm listening to music, I have to be able to play it in a manner that's completely separate from the live stream. Possibly without having to mute the mic. But no, I'd have to mute the mic. And that's just like, it's one of those, like, it's one of the stupidest, most retarded. It's almost as stupid and retarded as the mandatory car insurance. It's like, bro, I have to pay for the car, and then I gotta pay for the gas, and then I gotta pay for insurance. And when it's all said and done, true story, at least back in 98, 2000-ish, a simple one-room apartment in a state college town, a town with the state college. This one was in California. But all the prices were kind of the same. The price of the apartment might be, for example, $400 with rent and utilities back then. But the cost of gas, insurance, maintenance, etc. for a van or another type of livable vehicle was approximately the same price, with one important difference, 2 important differences, but they're both the same difference. The van is not attached. That means it's a good thing, can also mean it's a bad thing. Because if you want to be somewhere where vehicles aren't allowed, you're kind of stuck to your van or your vehicle. It's kind of why I have since gone from skateboard to bicycle, because of bicycles, number 1, easier to carry. Number 2, you can't skateboard safely with the drop foot. You just can't. And I'm a regular footed, so it's my pushing foot. And the last time I was in between injuries and recovering, and then I thought I had all my shit together and my legs were working fine and my hands were working okay. My lungs were struggling, my chest was not doing so great, but the functional part was alright. And that's when I had this, I felt and almost heard this pop in my right calf. And it was so painful, I had to stop almost immediately. I tried pushing once or twice and I was like, dude, I can't even stand on this thing. There's something wrong. Like I broke something. Like the rubber band done gone sprung. So I used the skateboard as a cane, as a crutch, like to get home, because it was really that painful. And I was in that or close to that level of pain for a couple of days. I finally got some braces, which helped. But I was essentially living in my house, in my apartment. It's not right to say wheelchair because it's not what you think is a wheelchair. But I essentially lived in my office chairs that have wheels on them strictly because they are wheelchairs. And because it's not so bad when you live at home and there's nobody else here and you're pretty confident, you're aware of where everything is. So if I go to take a step and my foot just don't function for whatever stupid reason, my foot will stub. Something I was trying to bring up earlier, hashtag remember that time. I never until today connected the drop foot to the time when I slipped on the ice and busted my face open right before I got put in this house, this place. With this beautiful view, how can I not appreciate it? It's 4:20 and I'm early. So reality check, it's 1:40 p.m. That gives us about 20 minutes before the sun starts baking the fuck out of this window. So this entire half of the room is going to go from 70 to 90 in about 30 minutes. Unless I open the windows and get the thing cranking. Which is rather difficult when there's all kinds of obstacles between me and that stuff. Because until last night, this morning, my apartment was handicapped wheelchair accessible. Now it's cluttered with a bunch of shit. I gotta figure out how to get from where it's at to where it's supposed to be somewhere else. Oh, oops, sorry. I guess we'll find out later if anybody heard that. It's so weird being me sometimes. I just look down at my hand and I'm like, what the heck is that weird? It's like I got these weird marks on my fingers. And I'm thinking my hand was sitting in a position, but because it's kind of partly numb, like something left an indentation in my finger and it's discolored. But initially I thought, I wonder if that's, like, I burnt myself recently, but I never really look at it or deal with it. I'm just like, ouch, and then I keep doing whatever I'm doing. Now, the other good thing on the audio side, I think, is with the exception of the ASMR type stuff, which I could totally run for fun going live behind this the exact same way I did before. And just collect them all, dump them onto the thing, and then just all day, all you'll hear is me. The sound audio recording of me leaving from Boulder Station up to Nederland, around Nederland, doing stuff, talking to people, having a 2-hour appointment. I'm just replaying in my head because I recorded it and then I listened to it, and I would listen to the very tail end of the meeting or the appointment, and I'm like, look, I apologize if I gave you too much information or whatever. She's like, don't worry about it, it's okay. So she said that, but I'm thinking she was thinking, don't worry, I'm going to totally back out of this as soon as I get the first opportunity. It's like, sister, you can't hide rejection from a monkey that's lived in it all his life. Most all his life. There have been a few people that weren't rejectful of me. A few of them actually saw benefit in my abilities. Key to happiness. Hashtag write this down. Key to happiness. Find a place where your abilities positively are appreciated by the common community. Hashtag write this down. Hashtag fun game. We can just call it the hashtag game, I suppose. But I'm not sure with WordPress if that's necessary. The other thing I was recognizing a couple days ago, my customized comedy web page name, officially ends, I believe, March 27th. Meaning it and most of my other links will have to shift back to the original WordPress URL. But anyway, this hashtag game, the thought is this: what if I create a graphic that's randomized? Let's say I create a folder that has 10 different images, and on those images are 10 different words. Or 11. Ours go to 11. So that makes 121, right? 111. Anyway, the idea is this: every time someone goes to the home page, around or near the search box will be like a try searching for these words and see what comes up. The idea is that over the past however many years, let's say I was functioning in the way I'm almost seeing myself able to, in that I can live stream, I can tell stories, I can convert it to text, I can publish the text on my own media webpage that have links to the videos as well as the closed captioning, so every word that I say on my live stream becomes searchable. That's the point I was trying to get to. Gosh, it takes me so long to do stuff sometimes. It's like the simplest flippin' saying, for whatever reason my brain won't. The other fun one is this: a reality. Most times when I do any current writing, what I call writing, because what I'm doing is sharing ideas in sort of an open, free-flowing format without putting my hand on a pen. And it's been since before I knew about my spine injuries or issues, but I've always had carpal tunnel since I was a kid, which means I can hold the pen and write manually about a page and a half. If someone hands me a form that's more than a couple of things, entries, signatures, and checks, it takes me extra time because I gotta stop halfway or partway through and rest my hand and hold it up so it gets circulation again, because it'll get so tingly and numb I can't even feel it and the pen just falls out of my hand. And so the fun part, the better part about that is it doesn't predominantly hurt. It's just frustrating. It can get to where it hurts. And when I sleep, it sometimes causes me to wake up and be in pain, because it will, if I hold my wrist incorrectly and I sleep on it, my hand can be with low or little circulation for many hours, so it takes a long time for it to wake back up. And I'm not sure if it always wakes up back to 100% or whatever. Meaning I don't know that it's getting damaged. I just assume it's not. And it's probably extremely likely that many of the things that I was told are incorrect. And it's also likely that when I say, they say it's this, I think it's this, even I could be incorrect. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could be both wrong, we could be both right. But I've been aware that there's been serious underlying conditions because I've had these different situations that are consistent, and every time I brought them up to my so-called doctor, and I only say that because for the first 2 years or so I was told she was a doctor, maybe even longer than that, might have been 3 years. And then I was in a situation where Mental Health Partners was trying to force me to be compliant, so they suggested I take mental pills. I'm like, yeah, why are you trying to give me mental pills? I'm not mental. I'm physically damaged. I'm not mentally damaged. I have my issues, but it's not damaged. I call myself retarded, but I'm not offended by it, so maybe I am. I just thought of a new t-shirt slogan suck idea. It just says, oh, I forgot, you're right. You're so right. How's that working for you? Or maybe, you're right, you're still so right on the front. And then on the back it just says, how's that been working for you? Question mark made out of giggles. The other thing I realized was of vital importance that I had put on the iffy shelf, because it's extremely heavy, is the hot iron press, my iron, and the printer. So those are now in the it's gonna be kept because it's too functional and too valuable for what it can create. It's because it's a creative thing. It's not because it's a it's kind of a value thing. The hot iron press was expensive. The other parts were cheap, but the three of them together essentially make a t-shirt business, or a sticker business, or a patch business, or a whatever business. And I think my next major step again, I keep assuming I want to just say in my next apartment, but that's going to be a sewing machine. And then I'm going to start getting all of the sleeping bags I can be given from the shelter closet, and I'm going to make a big quilt out of squares of sleeping bags. And we're going to use it to raise awareness to like hikers and shit, that people that died in the wilderness. And we're going to start a clothing company, Dream Space Productions clothing company, that is essentially pants, jackets, clothing, hats, especially hats, maybe even first and foremost hats, all made out of quilted sleeping bags that were otherwise left to rot or were somehow damaged because of a zipper or a burn or something. Point is, there's tons of usable, but more importantly, very functional material. Then all you have to do is create a medium, a large, and an extra large shell, right? Then someone comes in and sees these pants. They want these pants, but the pants don't function by themselves. So they get a pair of pants, like dress slacks are really good. 3 reasons: wool, silk, and money. Stitching, tailoring. Suits are meant to last a lifetime or a very long time. Suits are generally made out of wool, fabric, and other things. Got some letter from Boulder Housing update on federal funding. So what I was saying is, it turns trash into treasure because the sleeping bags are throwaways. It utilizes the material for good function and not waste. And what if you could use that project to then coordinate the efforts of all kinds of people in the community to do nothing but quilt stuff, so we can create, as referenced in the historic Native American story, White Buffalo Calf Woman, hashtag White Buffalo Calf Woman, hashtag write this down, hashtag game, a tent of many tents. In the story, to be a spoiler alert, so spoiler alert, in the story, I'm not going to tell you the whole story. All I'm going to say is there was a dude that was out doing the hunting thing. He got separated from everybody, came across what he recognized was undoubtedly a magical being, because it was a female dressed in all white buffalo calf skin, like fur and stuff. So she was radiating white energy, white clothing, everything like that. So he goes, "You're obviously like really special, so why are you here, and what can I do to be like helpful?" And the entity says, well, in the story something else happens, so I ain't gonna spoil that part of it, but she says, you need to go back to your village and you need to tell them to make a tent of many tents that's large enough that everybody in the community can fit underneath it. Okay? In that situation, in the way I'm imagining it, is a circus tent. Kind of big ass fucking thing. Multiple questions come into play when trying to create a single tent of many tents. But what I love most about it is the answer is in the title, the name. Because it's not just a tent. The idea is that they would make a tent, or TP, Imagine it this way. Imagine everybody, every family was happy, cozy, comfy, and whatever in their current village, and there was even extra TP space and materials available in case of whatever. Okay? But everything was kind of the way it was. But there, everybody had TP. Then let's say, for this purpose only, just as to explain, the dude come back. Maybe he's related to the wise man. He's got some pull, whatever it is. They all believe him and say, we should do this. We should make a tent of many tents. So the first question might be, how big is it supposed to be? So somebody might go, okay, well, you see how everybody's got a tent? What if we made a tent? What if, okay, every one of you make an exact duplicate of your tent. Then let's all meet over here once all of those are done and make them all into one tent of many tents. And then we put it up. The point was this: the Great Spirit, God, White Buffalo Calf Woman, would not come to give her wisdom to the people until they did this. Like, that was a rite of passage. It was a requirement. But as a concept of common community, as well as what if every town that had a population of 10,000 or less, or whatever is the right number, 7,000, 3.5, whatever it is, 6850. What if something happened? I don't know what. A fire, a flood, a hurricane, a thunder, whatever. But it was something where everybody that was still there needed to come together. If you already have a place where everybody can come together, that is easy. If you do not, you are limited to the largest capacity room you have within your community, including its ability to connect with others. The truth in society today is we are technologically advanced to the point where physical presence is less important than online presence. What I mean is this: a town such as Netherlands can create a tent of many tents by creating an app where only locals have the ability to use, and it allows them to log in just like any kind of Zoom or video conference meeting software or app, so they can all see a presentation from, say, City Hall or whatever. Meaning, they can attend City Hall, they can be put down on the ballot, they can register, they can sign, they can do whatever they might do as a community member. If there's a voter or something, they can all interact with the system. But the system has to be designed to allow for that interaction first. My point is this: the center of the tent, the main pole, would become a main broadcasting center for everyone that had access to that app. In case of emergency, this app will blow up everybody's phone with alarms and such, saying, hey, warning, it's 3 a.m. and there was this random fire, but it's going every which way and there's fuck tons of wind. So in all directions, alert, 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 you know, that type of thing. I picked that. Obviously, it's the most common possibility. I'm certain there's something about nature and the mountains that different plants require fire for them to regenerate. So whether it's human caused lightning strikes, birds hitting high wires, which is kind of side human cause, like human presence caused it, but it was, as far as I understand, lots of times a bird getting electrocuted on a high wire. Then the bird falls down in flames, electrocuted, and ignites the fire. It's like so common you'd wonder why they didn't solve that. And it's also so common, you'd wonder, I guess that means that if I had like a van full of birds and I wanted to start a big ass catastrophe level fire like in California, all I'd have to do is drive close to a high tension wire, release them out, you know, expect a few of them to hit the thing, catch on fire, maybe even, if I was intending it, obviously, right? You put a explosive charge, something that simulates, makes it looks like, so just in case, if it flies up and not one of them does it, you got to make one of them pop, so you at least have that visual, because then it's going to drop and cause the fire. The difficulty in all of those things is how do you film it and yet it never gets seen or shown. And that's the fun part, is most of those things and those ideas normally become either movie, screenplay, novel, or video game idea stuff. I was trying to think earlier, and it's part of my thinking with the hashtag game. It's part of my thinking with ways in which I can function with my ADD as opposed to against it. But over the last couple, 3-4 months, I've dealt with at least 4 people specifically that told me they were case managers. And so far, 3 of them were pretty ridiculously bad. One of them seemed to have somebody's number that no one else had for whatever reason. I guess he likes to keep that information to himself, so he keeps like his position of importance. I don't know. It's the only part that makes any kind of logical sense, but most of the things these people do aren't logical. So I have no clue as to who, where, or why they do the things they do in the first place. And it was hard to continually remind myself they're just born that way. They're naturally incapable. It's not their fault. What now? I don't care. All I care about is phone call, come sign papers this day. Time to open windows because it's about to get hot. When I say hot, I mean it. You're good birdies, I'm just getting nice fresh air. It's cool that I can look down and essentially the only barren grass is a couple of tracks from the ATV they used to do the sidewalks. And all the space where the geese have been snacking on all my little leftover goodies. Current thought function or inventory is I think I have 4 veggie burgers and I have a partial loaf of bread, like wheat bread. So that's like 4 imitation, what are those things called? Patty melts if I toast the bread, cook the burger. In recent reality, doing lots of exertion, more than normal. 2 sandwiches is a basic meal where used to be 1 was fine. But then again, before I was going through all of this, I was down to eating only half a pizza as a meal. So 1 small pizza lasted for 2 meals. And that was kind of good and kind of difficult. Right now I have one meal on deck, meaning I have to heat it up and it'll be ready to go. Because yesterday I made more spaghetti than I felt like I could or should eat. The other thing I've been dealing with is not too bad right now, but I still don't know what it is. There's something going on. I kept trying to tell the nurse lady, doctor person, that my lymph nodes always seem fatter or swelled up. And maybe it's just something that happens when you get old and your shit like sinks down. I don't know. But it don't seem right. Also, I'm remembering, and it might have been that trip, was it a week ago today? Guess it was a week ago today when I went up to Ned and then back. I remember I normally don't think or concern myself with like coffee people or germs or masks. I like to wear masks because they keep my face warm in the cold, not because they eliminate some concept of germs. If my natural environment kills me, I'm not supposed to be alive anyway. Or I somehow found myself in a really bad environment. Kind of like the last 3 years. Tantra Lakes, BHP, and all the lying nonsense that I've had to deal with are a key cornerstone example of what makes an environment a bad environment. It's funny because I realize it's kind of racial and it's just funny to me. Because you have a little Hispanic girl, you have a half Hispanic, half Irish guy, and then you have a really big fat black girl. And then you have a busty blonde at the desk, and then you have a balding, always wears knee braces, primary maintenance guy, and a secondary, usually shaved head, not only wearing knee braces, but also usually doing the majority of the other guy's work. Those are the personalities that create the Tantra Lake staff. One of my earliest ideas, like writing ideas, #ideas, I've always been kind of a keep to myself person. I don't think of myself as a leader, but I'm definitely not a joiner, so maybe I am. It's just I've been able to avoid followers, maybe. I don't know, can you be a leader and not have anyone follow you? Does it require, does one require the other, vice versa? I mean, people can follow essentially anybody they might randomly think, pick, or choose. The weirdest part is like, this is a good example of why I don't get bothered by the fact that my neighbor likes loud music. I'm cool with it. He seems like a respectful cat, but more importantly, he's got good taste in music. If he was blasting at high levels music that I didn't find quality or worth being forced to listen to, because that's what it is, I get that. I never knew that when I was a kid. I didn't think I was announcing my presence. I just thought I was blasting it so loud I couldn't hear everything else that was causing me stress or problems. Interesting. Mike shows up and then all of a sudden there's a suspected or unsuspected botnet manager. guess that's the one interesting new playpen idea. I think there's like 24, 30 different units, mostly single, some double and 3-bedroom, I think. I'm not sure the division, but the point is there's not a lot of people. There's 3 floors of 10 apartments each, give or take. Point is, at this location, if I open my Wi-Fi, I see all kinds of nonsense. And because I'm aware of stuff, but I'm also aware of how my brain goes sideways. Like right now I see a thing that says Tantra Lake Wi-Fi, which is somewhere decided to call one of their devices that, with the intention of luring them to log in. Once you log into one of those things, the intention is for it to seemingly function as if you just logged in normal, but everything that you do is recorded. So all of your keystroke commands, your mouse movements, passwords, once you get it logged in, you get, I think it's called a backdoor access. So then you can access that machine without going through the login. Part of that is because oftentimes average or ignorant administrators do things simple but not secure by any means. The best example is possibly Boulder Housing Partners and whoever they contracted to do Tantra Lakes and all the other places. Because essentially they contracted to, you buy the cameras, you buy the equipment, you install the cameras, you install the equipment, and then we'll pay you for all of that stuff, with all of that then being accessible through the internet. Measure this place, and probably every single one of her employees and other people, I guarantee you they have access and ability to them or from their phone and look at any camera on the property at a moment's notice. Guarantee you. In the last 3 years, there's been at least, that I can remember, 3 big fires. And one of them was right next door to my building. One of them was over across the pond in a garage. That was a smaller one, I guess more contained because people weren't living in it. And one of them was the other building. If I had, how would I put it? When they forced us to move and return or move once, if I'd have moved once, the building they would have put me in is the building that caught on fire. So the fact that I got the rent discount, it was only a couple $100 a month, so I think I saved $600 and used part of that to buy the hot iron press, the printer, and the computer. Because I currently have, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I definitely have 12 computers if we include handheld devices and PS3s and stuff. But the fun part is I can show up with Faraday cloth and all my devices are invisible, so I can pull them out one at a time and see what I can see. I think that'd be a fun kind of stream in and of itself. Pen testing your new apartment complex 101. Where's my product placement? Supposed to be right here. It's right here. We're at the 5-hour mark, so click. This is brought to you by Dream Space Productions. This is and has been a Dream Space Productions, developing recreation, education, art, and music, supporting practicing artists, collectively educate, enlighten, evolve, produce, because community is common unity. But the key to it all is autonomy. Is it redundant to say individualized autonomy? Independent autonomy? Here's what I'm trying to kind of imagine. It's sort of the very first political take concept of Netterville. Let's imagine there's a bunch of cool people and a bunch of shady people and a bunch of on the fence people who could go either way depending on their mood or the trend. And let's say you get all the people to agree on the tent of many tents, and let's say that then becomes a program where people can volunteer their own external time given some type of community credit for their volunteer hours of simply stitching squares of cloth and fabric. So that cloth and fabric, that's sleeping bags, mind you, can be to make exterior layers. Like ski bibs, like jacket, essentially remember I was mentioning Mike and the bots. I don't know why you keep saying that, because nothing's changing over here. Yeah, it says excellent connection, so cool. My legs are getting to be about a 3.5 or a 4. I don't know. I'm trying to remember if I ate anything quote unquote for breakfast, and if I did I take a ibuprofen? But I did mention reheating that spaghetti, so I should probably do that. And my stick is right here. Hashtag routine, hashtag minimalization. So it just dawned on me as I'm warming up what I think. I mean, I'm kind of racking my brain, but I almost think it's the only thing I've eaten today. Meaning it's breakfast and it's 2:30. I've had 2 cups of coffee. I have 2 liters of like tap water that I've refrigerated, so hopefully most of the chemicals are evaporated out. But the reality awareness and or challenge is to, I guess the easiest way to put it is, I decided I should not drink or bother with making any more coffee, utilizing no more hot water, and it's sticking essentially to the 2 bottles of water I have remaining. And the point, hopefully, is that I'll eat enough food with enough, some kind of nutrients to keep my mood at least somewhat balanced. But with the carbs and whatever it needs to give me the energy to get this shit the fuck out of here. I was really hoping I was going to get a call today saying, all we got to do is this, that, and the other. If you have a lock, you can store your stuff in X unit. Find a way to this place at this time to pick up your key and your fob and you're good to go. Or at least to start moving in. I really wanted to hear that today. Actually, I wanted to hear it last Thursday when that one guy called, or Friday. But I'm pretty sure he was the property manager and he has to wait for BHP to inspect. And I sent him an email checking in. I'm not getting really consistent help from case managers, so I understand there's a process, but when I can get an idea of the time frame, I'm still trying to figure out when to tell my current place of residence that I'm moving with the required 30-day notice. And then I also mentioned that I mentioned the first time, I wasn't aware he was the property manager of that place. I thought he was just the inspector guy saying, yeah, it's cool, you can move in. That's what I really thought. At this point and at this schedule, we're kind of looking at March 4th. I think. Because every day means another potential week that I have to wait to give my 30-day notice. Tim wanted to jump the gun, and maybe I should have let him. Maybe he did it anyway. But nobody's knocked on the door to tell me it's time for a move-out inspection, and that's supposed to happen within 3 days of me giving notice. But because the way Tantra Lake works, that will likely only be a Wednesday or Thursday, or doubtfully following Tuesday, because that's not within the time frame. Could happen Friday, but the office people are only here Tuesday, Thursday. Maintenance people are here Wednesday. I just thought it was funny that they hired this fat black lady to be the community. She's supposed to build community or some. It's a bullshit excuse of a job like Park and Rec where it really doesn't matter. She sits at her desk daydreaming that she can turn the side of my building into a big mural. And I'm like, wouldn't it be better if everybody didn't have to pay so much money so they could exist like humans? I mean, every single person here exists on at least 1/3 less than every other person that lives here. And I mean here in Boulder, the whole cost of living, family of 4 is about $120,000 or more, depending on where inflation sits for 2025. But see, when one property overinflates its properties in order to show improved statistics, in order to then get access to control 10 units and then 30 units or however many they have now. And they've been gobbling them up faster than you can say Google. Part of the reason why I was mentioning the no more coffee, just the spaghetti and then water, maybe some toast or granola, or I doubt I'll make it through until sleep time and not want to or need to eat something. But the mentality my brain is in, eat this food, wait 30 minutes to an hour, hope I find myself with a burst of energy to then make another dent in this whole progress process. Sucks. It's so hard to explain, because when I was a stagehand and I was functioning, I literally did the job of 3 people in the less time than it would take 5. Like, I would show up to a location that we're in a convention, the whole gig is this. You show up, everything you need is there, with the exception possibly of tools, but all the instructions and oftentimes most of the tools all included. Sometimes it's 2 levels, sometimes it's 3 levels, sometimes it's all kinds of compute. For me, it was almost always involved computer screens and that kind of stuff. They're essentially, I'll just call it 4 kinds of stagehands in the union. Riggers, which work from 10 feet and above or 20 feet and above. Everything that they do is on high elevation. They get paid the most money, but they don't usually get as many hours as the next levels, which would be audio, visual, and or computer, which is right next to or just above electrician, which is right above carpenter. Those are all the basic positions of entry-level stagehand functioning, but every convention has other layers of other support staff, people that just roll carpet, people that just set up tables, people that just have a big sheet of where all the signs go and they drive little golf carts around and hang signs for 3-5 days. In that situation, a big semi-truck shows up with all of these. Okay, imagine that part of the application and approval process for this convention is that every one of the companies was required to send them X amount of printout signage, both for their specific booth, but also for directional and advertising situations. This is before everybody used TV screens. At this point, almost every convention uses the TV screens because the signs get damaged, the signs need replacing. The signs are a one-time deal. The TV screens, you invest in them once and all you have to do is plug in a couple of cables and go bleep, blop, bloop, blop, and suddenly it's looping every single image you would have otherwise created. As everyone knows, with old sign technology, you had a single panel. Sometimes you might have two, one facing one direction, one kind of facing the other on an angle with a third back, if it's like an island. But all kinds of variations of that essential display of information. Made me wonder what my stats for nerds are. I've been totally forgetting that page. Oh, 246 right now. Right when I switched back, it said, oh, your stream is so poor. I had one view, that was me. Always nice to have that. I haven't figured it out. I'm aware that stuff is happening that is against my protocols. But it's a lot of work to make it so that doesn't happen. Over the last couple, 3 years, I've been continuing to reduce my preferred operating system function and size in order to make my older, slower machines work to modern day almost standards. Supposedly, the current computer I'm using, the Spacebox, can run about 85 to 95% of the most popular video games. Not recommended to do that. Many of those require a much more expensive video card. And the video card I have, to my awareness, is the best one you can get that doesn't require external power, which therefore increases the required power supply wattage, which then increases the temperature, which then increases the errors. I'd rather a slow machine always work than a fast machine that always had problems. And interesting, I'm not sure why this should be a comedy bit. Spaghetti night. Now, I think when I was growing up, and I assume maybe it's typical for everyone, but spaghetti is normally a dish served on a plate or platter, although I'm currently eating it from a bowl. Because unlike an Italian restaurant or even many fast food eateries that provide pasta, I broke up all of the noodles when they were dry so they would be small, so I wouldn't have to cut them up later, and also so they would cook faster. But anyway, the hashtag Clem Hawkins comedy, hashtag comedy bit, hashtag idea. Whenever I eat spaghetti in a bowl and I eat it with the fork, there's always, can't help it, sauce left over. If there's more noodles, that might kind of work like extra milk left over on the cereal kind of thing, or I can just dump a few extra noodles on the top of it, stir it up to be just the right finishing amount, and then clean it out. I could use bread, or I could go, oh, you know what? If I warmed up a bag of ramen noodle, that's almost the perfect amount of sauce for a whole nother serving of noodles. So that's what I'm going to do. bags of questionable granola. In my experience, a lot of times, how can I put it? I anticipate, and maybe it's because of expectation, maybe it's because of experience, maybe it's because I'm aware of actually all of those things are like 5 years old. The reason I'm appreciating and mentioning a lot of these things that seem like tangents is because it all kind of ties together when you look at it the right way. Here's why. 5 years ago when I got the apartment, one of the first things I did was I spent probably maybe the first year stocking up on any and all kinds of long-term storage emergency food. I don't have a complete inventory of what I utilized, and at least half of it, because I am the way I am, went to waste. If you make a bag of beans, bro, you're eating beans for a week. If you're just one monkey. I'm returning to what I anticipate is my final excavation, exodus, feast, and famine. Meaning, I ate that food. I probably end up telling myself a lie or making myself a liar, and I'll make coffee. The one thing I am aware of is the only coffee I have left is a mixture. I think it's mostly decaf. It's okay tasting coffee. I'm just saying there's not a lot of caffeine in it, and I'm out of paper filters. I've been intentionally burning through everything so I have less to move. In a far than perfect world, if I was told someone had a van or a vehicle that could carry 3 to 5 of these cargo what are they called? There's a specific name for them. Wardrobe box. But I think, I mean, again, outside of chairs and or functional furniture like this table and that table and that table and that table and maybe that other table, which I think is disassembled and in one of the boxes already. But it's like a tablet and or device table, whereas this is a large computer with keyboard and mouse table, and my other table can be that as well. But what I was kind of mentally thinking out loud is, if someone said they had the van, I could definitely pack those 5 boxes, and then everything else that I thought I wouldn't be able to take, like the big screen TVs, 2 of which work great. One of them is, if it's janky, you got to tap it just the right way, and then once it works, you can't fuck with it. You got to make sure it doesn't overheat. But then it could work perfectly for, I think I ran that thing straight 16 or 18 months with possibly not a single interruption. Like, that computer was just always on. I had to make it so that screen was the main screen, and I had to control the brightness not just from the control panel, because that's the problem that the TV seemed to have, is there's some kind of short that is in the weird. I'm just seeing this reflection on the wall that I can't figure out where it's coming from, but it's weird. But again, I got distracted. The reason I was doing I need to just stick with water and maybe 1 half and half coffee for the rest of the day is because the last last week. I've been having like what kind of feels like indigestion, what kind of feels like maybe a lung issue. Which could, even though I've cut down tremendously, and I might smoke half a pack of cigarettes a day, and that's not even really true because a third of those cigarettes is all, it's like throwaways, it's the butt. But the funny reality through experimentation I learned is I tried with just cannabis, I tried with just tobacco, I tried with both, I tried with neither, I tried with nothing. I seemed to be able to function best with a white average of both cannabis and tobacco and a average to large intake of caffeinated beverage. My preferred current is coffee. Although something like yerba mate would probably be just as fine. Not particularly hooked on the taste or texture per se. Maybe it is a texture thing. I'm more like the warm and the creamy and the kind of thick but not too thick. But the effect gives me the energy. It's like people sometimes, oftentimes, look at me strange when they offer, like if I'm at a club and I want to buy weed, or even if I'm not at a club and somebody has weed, they're just showing it off. First thing they always want to do is shove it in your nose and make you smell it. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't. If I'm gonna taste weed, I don't want to taste it through my nose in that bag. I want to taste it with my brain. You know what I'm saying? I want to taste it by smoking it. It's only because, 3 decades of being a pot smoker or longer, including all those early experimentation years, which may or may not be accountable or accounted for. The thing I was thinking about, the hashtag and the search game and the impact or way that it might affect something or the other. It's like trying to get all of the words into one pool and then being able to search that entire pool for anything that I ever did think or say or speak or write. That would make compiling anything I ever said, thought, spoke, or wrote accessible. Most importantly, all of the text that was created utilizing speech-to-text technology and closed captioning of audio. The other benefit and fun part is you can download that, you can edit that, you can then re-upload the edited version, and the words don't have to say anything to match the rest of the deal. I've seen some videos, I believe it was, I'm pretty sure, no, I think, I'm of the opinion, that's probably best, I'm of the opinion, that's so funny, just getting stuck on those 3 words, lost my train of thought. Had something to do with movies and directors, and I got to thinking about Kevin Smith for some reason, but can't remember what it was. I look forward to every time I hear people talking or yelling, it'll be in English. The reality of my observations was essentially when I moved from here to the other building for 3 months during the remodel, all of that time I regularly went outside for walks and I never saw drug paraphernalia of any kind, with one exception, maybe one of those like doobie tubes, like a joint container. Little plasticky tube. After the management took full control, remodeled, and then changed everything, all kinds of different types of drug paraphernalia started showing up during my walks, which, due to health reasons and mobility situations, was greatly reduced, but still, just paying attention on my weekly walk to get tobacco or cannabis, I can see what's here, what's there, what's not, etc. But right about the time that, as I'm saying, this particular manager lady, who's of Mexican origin and of Mexican association, also likely Mexican mafia family connection, she gets this job. She gets a couple of white girls to approve of her, and then she turns this entire place into the Hispanic low-income ghetto that most people acknowledge as a ghetto, with tons of kids and lots of people making babies just so they can get a bigger check. I think they call it a food stamp barbecue. I had a funny thought on a kind of a play on words, tip of the hat show of respect. One of the musicians that I auditioned for and maybe would have got the job if things were different was the singer for a band called All, but after that band he started his own band called Goodbye Harry. And so I was thinking, because he created that band, I think as he, his girlfriend, and other people were leaving Seattle heroin scene, because Harry can be a code word for heroin. Like, hey, have you seen my friend Harry? Or, you know, you comprehend. It's the same thing as, do you know Phil the plumber? I need a nugget to plug it. My pipe's got a hole in it. I think I said that backwards, but hopefully you got the point. What I was kind of wondering, if on a scientific process, let's say I do this consistently every day for 30 days. All of those words become writing, which becomes text, which becomes content on my webpage, which essentially triples the story's message reach. Another thing that I picked up I had forgotten about is this girl, although she said she was a case manager, she did signify at the end of the appointment or whatever that she was a case. The person she was replacing were outreach people, and the main thing had a main director, and I'm not sure if that person also oversees like actual case managers. She's like outreach, get you hooked up, and then she goes and does that repeatedly with multiple people. And then somebody else who's more plugged into the system, one would assume, not always the truth. Sometimes it's the exact flipping opposite. So anyway, the humorous scientific thought was a couple of different ideas. First was hashtag game, hashtag flippin'. Then I was thinking if you connect that with the imagine I turn all of the hashtags into a bar graph with time and then points representing every time they were said. Then I could see if I, for whatever reason, talked about certain subject or used certain words during certain times or cycles or frequencies or acknowledgeable repetition. I think the way of simple, or possibly the simplest, personally trained AI speech to text assistant would function is thus. I feel it's important there's some type of click track to contextualize, to put into context tempo. Point is this: there's a predefined set of words that the person says so that the AI knows every way that that person says every one of those combinations of words or letters. That makes everything faster, because then you're not looking for repeated patterns per se. You're looking for overview patterns that are repeated, that are identified by potentially single markers of frequency. In this word game, it's text. Those two have yet to cross over. We're anticipating it's possible. But man, a basic, even one of those small U-Haul trucks, dude, I would take everything that's in the closet, everything that's in here. I would probably take at least half of those black trash bags and probably half or more of the aluminum cans. Meaning I wouldn't leave anything behind that wasn't essentially... Like over there is a chair that I almost never... two chairs I practically never use. They're fine chairs, they're just... I don't use them. I got those that wooden chair is kind of... it's totally trash. It's parts at best. It's been put together 4 or 5 times. I thought it was weird because it has the name Jolly on the bottom of it. And the only Jolly I know is this guy who didn't drink alcohol, but I met him at the Grateful Dead bar. He would go there, drink soda or tea or whatever he wanted that wasn't beer or booze. But his primary reason was partially social, but primarily pool. But I guess for whatever reason, And a lot of people, I guess it's because it's smaller and it seems easier, is like small coin up size tables as opposed to billiard size or pool hall size pools tables. I like the bigger ones. I'm a stoner, the more green the better. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's weird to play. I have, but it's weird when the felt is like maroon or some other odd color. I'm mentally contemplating the things that I acknowledged. When I first went to Lions, I got a lot of information from people, not just about that town, but about them because of how they viewed the town. And also because of their awareness of specific things I was asking about. Now, the overall impression, if I gather all of that, throw it into a pool, and then pull out the primary thing, is it's definitely not an off-season town. And it becomes increasingly popular through spring and marriage season, wedding season, then into summer and fall with festivals, where most restaurants and bars will have live music and bluegrass and entertainment, etc. But wintertime ain't not a thing happening. Locals having brews at the Oscars. It might be. I don't know. From what I was told, every place that has a restaurant is still the original owner's place. Everything that's a brewery or a bar brewery is now owned by the corporation that gave them like $33 million or something. 330 probably. That's a guy you could accidentally help on the side of the road. Could change your life. Like, oh yeah, I just got $333 million. Here's a couple. Spend it well. Help your community. Don't be a dick. I'm noticing that this microphone, it does seem to pick up my voice better. If I remember correctly, anytime you use a camera that has a mic and a separate mic, no matter the source, it will be delayed or have an issue with timing. That's why normally when I stream with my good camera that I currently have set up as a USB reader, because I was uploading, especially that meeting, because I'm trying to make sure I get that captured to text, so I have everything I said and they said and she said and yada yada. love to shut the windows so you don't have to be here. I mean, windows are not windows. I hear it. I can't help it. But if I got a path cleared to the air conditioner unit, I could turn it on, close the windows. That kind of addresses the heat, but also addresses the noise. I was trying to get to a point where, like right now, it's 3:30. I'm just concerned that by doing, I'm leaving it off just in case somebody calls. Because I'm hoping this microphone's going to be strong enough to hear the phone on speaker as evenly with how I speak. But because it's a different microphone and it doesn't have the processing that the other really good microphone has, I gotta contend with it. Can't remember where it was, but I had this one rule of threes. I just looked at my coffee cup for the third time and remembered it's empty. Like it takes me at least 3 times to remember stuff sometimes. So I have, I think, 4 veggie burgers, half a loaf of bread, half a container of guacamole, and maybe enough mozzarella cheese for those burgers and a grilled cheese or 2 if there's bread left over. That's 3 days without breakfasts. It's Tuesday. That's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday is payday for Social Security. Food stamps don't happen until I think the 10th or later. But I still got my big fat calendar out. And all of the writing isn't per se in the right squares because I did it during and then afterwards to catch up. But I have something that says final application, DocuSign, Tungsten Village, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, something about Trisha calls. And then I think Friday, the person I saw was the BHP inspector voucher person, was actually the property manager, who was telling me that they had to inspect it and then they would proceed forward. And I mentioned definitely twice to him interest in either ability to move into a storage locker before moving in or getting some kind of layover so I can be in both places without being paying both rents. Oh, and then on the 27th, I have not a case manager appointment canceled because either the call or the email or something from Trisha, she informed me, I'm not a case manager. You're asking me about stuff I don't ever do. I will help you get into an apartment, but then you're cut. I'm cut. Like, I'm out. I'm like, cool, awesome. If I get the appointment, sign the stuff, and they give me a date, free as a bird. None of them, hopefully, will ever see or hear, bother with my name again in any type of housing situation. or I guess practically any situation for that matter. But tomorrow is Wednesday, or is that today? Tomorrow is Wednesday, which this calendar has is the Chinese New Year. I'm almost positive Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are 3 days of community, how do you put it, the pantry and the clothing closet and the services office. They essentially have 3 little shacks that provide each of those things. But I have 28th with an arrow through the 29th. More paperwork, question mark. 30-day notice, question mark. I'm guessing I won't find that out until after I get everything concluded with the stream so I can check my email and stuff. And then Friday the 31st, we'll see. It's always been a question. Now that Doofus McStupid is in the office, I had this vision today, and it was just one of those, man, how could people not know this was coming? But there was a time when he was begging for attention, and he was flying somewhere, and there was a garbage truck, and he asks or tells the guy, get the fuck out, I'm gonna drive the garbage truck. And he even, I think, put on the I'm a garbage driver truck outfit, like the jacket or the bright color thing, the vest. But I'm guessing that makes this a net or bust. For Thursday, and then that means that I have to pay rent by, this is $225 plus I think it's $4 cash. Need code. I might have the code. This is final rent. Exit fee. Huh. That's what it is. Again, the problem with all of this trying to structure it functionally is I have to find out when I'm in before I can tell them I'm leaving, and somebody may have told them I'm leaving yesterday or today, but I don't fucking know, because people are so awesome with how well they communicate. It's beyond ridiculous. It's like, I kind of get it with Tim because he's in an office, but other homegirls, she like brags about how cool she is because she uses an iPhone, and it's been so long since she's been so impoverished and poor and below acceptable level to be forced to suck up to using an Android. And I'm sitting here thinking, it's funny, girl, you're talking to somebody who knows how to make the programs for both of them. And I'm always on the which list do they go on. She's a botnet. Imagine all the phones she could capture, dude. That's just shit, yeah. Like, hey, here's this. Don't open it. Don't send it to nobody. Don't tell. It's a super duper secret. Sounds like the cunt bag must have returned. I only say that because Jed almost never slams his door. And if he slams a door, it's usually that other door. But I'm almost positive he's the one that puts dumbbells in there so they don't slam or lock closed. Because he's the only one that lives here that I'm almost positive he just uses it for a smoke break, and he's almost a chain smoker when the weather's nice. Like, he just does laps. I don't blame him, but it's kind of strange too, because it would be difficult without being really, really strange in my brain to focus to a level of finding pleasure in taking the exact same route every day, multiple times a day. With, who knows, counting how many steps. You know what I'm saying? Like, do I have the ability to maintain attention long enough to walk out of my apartment, down 3 flights, out to the street, down over there, backtrack, and all the way around the building, through the parking lot, up the stairs, 3 flights. Well, actually, is that more? 1. Might be more. No, I think it's 3. Yeah, see, that sounds like Cunt Bag's old boyfriend's car. It's not. It's somebody's pretend a hot rod. Oh no, I think that's somebody's actual hot rod. Thought it was that little red car. It's usually another one of those telltale signs that Mexican mafia, drug cartel, or other smuggling and or trafficking operations are happening, is because they're really proud of their vehicles that can go super fast on the highway. But I think the thing about most of the Fast and Furious cars they used were all old cars or cheap cars as far as foundation. I think that Gone in 30 Seconds probably had the most unique collectible cars, valuable cars on that list than any movie. Whoop whoop. It's cool that I was able to, not as well as I'd have liked, but at least I did something. I learned that geese, nor birds, nor squirrels, like nobody likes lima beans. I tried those. I didn't try sprouted beans. They did seem to like rice, but obviously that's difficult for them to collect. But then again, so are blades of grass. And now, as the snow melts, there's all kinds of rice kernels, little surprises going down to be nestled in with the blades of grass. But, crackers, almonds. I went online and I searched what is good for geese, what's bad for geese. And it said bad for geese was chocolate. So I threw those out. I might have actually garbage disposed some of it. But I think I threw most of those over towards the squirrels' trees. But when there weren't going to be geese around. When the geese came out, like I had already thrown a lot of this stuff. After day 1, I started just putting the stuff down there at night so they would discover it whenever they woke up. And that's been the last 2-3 days. Like, I think all of the streams include it, but it starts with crows, the blackbirds, and it's usually 1 or 2, then a couple, and then it gets squawky. And I'm not sure, but I think it's possible them getting squawky attracted the geese to come back over. I'm not sure they remembered it as a permanent. It was, I don't do it every day. It's something I've only done the last few days because the weather's been extra bad. And I've had stuff I would have thrown away otherwise. I tried to make cookies and stuff, but I'm not a very good baker yet. But as it sits, I think I can do it in, I don't know, 5 attempts. But I think the process that I have in my brain is get the mattress out in the hall against the wall. Then on the other side of the door, between my door and the main door, the trash bags of recyclables. Because I'm going to have to, I'll leave the mattress there essentially for last or whenever it's convenient. But if I can shuffle trash bags from my apartment into the hall, then the hall to the stairs, then the stairs down to the bottom, that means I can get one cart, one trip, all of the stuff in different cars, using a wheeled cart to the dumpster, and then the challenge is getting the cart back up. It's not a huge challenge, but it's an issue. My 2-wheeled dolly is an industrial strength, very heavy. Possibly one of the heaviest rated indoor, outdoor. It's got really big rubber wheels with inner tubes because it's meant to go over grass and other terrain, not just cement. Plus, when you have a big load on there, those inner tube tires really make a difference in its kind of bounce or no bounce and traction or whatever. But I keep counting. I'm going 2, 4, 6, 8. I'll call it 10. I think it's 12 or 13 bags. But if I can get the mattress outside, then I get those 12 or 13 bags out in the hallway. I can lock the door, maybe get everything at that point that I can to the hallway. Lock the door, including some of these boxes is my point. Lock the door, then get all the bags outside of the door, then get the boxes outside of the door, and then keep repeating that process. It could take me an hour or more, but that means 5 hours, and it could be done if I was fully functional. And that's essentially just 5 hours of getting things out of my apartment, down 3 flights of the stairs, and then to the dumpster area where I'm allowed to drop it. Although I am in some ways tempted, I'm not sure if I get in trouble. But if I just got it out of my apartment, down the stairs, and to a parking spot, and then put free on it, like all the furniture and shit, that would probably save me 5-10 minutes per trip. Because I don't have to. Part of the thing I have to consider is the weather and the conditions, because currently now, and for probably another day or two, the way to the closer dumpster is going to be super icy, slushy, nasty. The sunny side dumpster, it's almost as close, could be closer, but it's always full, seemingly always full. And it's the one that every day there's 2 or 3 trucks go through there, so it's like they go through a lot there for whatever reason. Might be because it's right by the mailboxes for a bunch of the buildings. Anyway, I can get the stuff down to the ground, that's not too bad of a roll up a hill, because that driveway parking lot is almost like, the parking spots have a bunch of ice and junk on it, but the path further up doesn't. The sidewalk still has really large patches of ice that would be sketchy to roll a really heavy piece of furniture across, because you're going up a hill with no traction. But if I can get it from that first floor onto where the cars drive, that path is almost clear until I get to crossing the road where there's all that slush and junk. Hashtag game. What a cool game. I just had this awareness that for some reason my brain remembers 2 or possibly 3 different days of schedule. And I almost want to think the middle office building was open Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whereas the food bank and the clothing place was a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. So essentially each service has 3 days of access. And down here in Boulder City proper, we have barely 1 day of access. As I sit here and force myself through sacrificial rites of pain involving pretended grooming, it's weird that it hurts, but I almost can't stop it. The other super strong hopefuls I have for the apartment that I have not had verified, I guess I could look it up. Maybe. Hope if I type it right. So Tungsten Village actually says 344 West 3rd and 3, I guess there's another building, 333 West 3rd. I think 334 is the multi-apartment. What does it say? One person, 46,000 a year. I make 10. I qualify. 60% for AMI. I don't know what that is, but I qualify. The other ones are Tungsten Village at 333. Rent is $852 to $1772. So their most expensive apartment, which is a 3-bedroom apartment, something like $10 or $15 cheaper than my current single bedroom ghetto apartment. And it also lists Tungsten Village. Okay, so that says 1 to 3, so I'm guessing this other one is just 3. Because 344 says likely short or none wait list. 333 says short wait. And that's the building I thought. See, I almost wonder now that I look at the picture if I really thought that the apartments that I was looking at would have been either... No, the 333 I think was the one the lady was in, but I think it was either one of these two other ones. I don't know. By the way they're saying it, maybe one of these is 334. "26 units of affordable housing. 3-story, 25,000 square foot almost. Wood frame, slab on grade. Additional spaces include property management offices and storage lockers." So those must be inside. "Outdoor areas include on-site parking, a nature area at the northeast side of the property near the peaceful North Beaver Creek." From what I understand, it's the type of housing that requires they accept Section 8 because they get money upon construction, not upon completion. One bedroom is $852 to $1184. I sure hope they don't make me pay $225 for that. My rent's going down. My rent should go down. And then again, Prime Haven is subsidized, which I'm guessing is why Tim said I couldn't move my voucher there. Except this specifically says they also accept vouchers. So that's again, I think, him trying to steer me in one direction. But I'm getting out of Tantra and out of BHP management, so that's two good things if it can happen. If my rent goes down, that's a really big thing because I have a hard time existing on what I've been existing on. For like 2-3 years, I've had to cut everything down. But I was hoping I could find a floor plan. Never good when the primary language on the website's all Spanish. Oh, this is interesting. There's an ad on Craigslist. I should copy or download or save this or something. Oh wow, it looks like it might have its own laundry machines. It shows a closet with the washer and dryer. It shows a sink, a dishwasher, a refrigerator, and then an old-fashioned stove with the old coil hot plates. The island is barely a functioning single leg table. Oh, it's a double leg table. I'm not sure if that's designed to be modified. But apparently it's a long shotgun single room with apparently a short window and strangely no pictures of the view looking out. But the washer and dryer part is really cool. I still want to keep my cool Chinese one if I can. And if I remember correctly, that's the doorway in the middle of a long hall, with 310 being the apartment that was on the end. Which would make me assume that's the one apartment that juts out on the top floor. Trying to comprehend the light, it looks as if there may only be, well, let's see, if I look at, okay, they walked in and you can see the leg of the table, right? So then they walked in and looked back at the kitchen, and then from the window looking back towards the kitchen, which I guess means that the exit is like right by the fridge. It's like there's a fridge and a little skinny cupboard. And I think that's where the door is. So the width of the apartment includes the entryway going straight into the kitchen, where I will assume that this is the living room. Then I go into this door. There will probably be a bathroom and then the bedroom. That's my guess. Okay, so now if I'm looking at this right, if you go into the door and close the door and look to the left, that's where the laundry machine is. If you look to the right, that's where the kitchen is. Then the middle picture there is the kitchen. Then the bottom picture is the back room, which must mean this other doorway is bathroom. That's probably in this space between the door and the back, and the rest of it is the bedroom. Or so I imagine. Good enough for my RC, man. Let's hope it can happen easily. whole lot of nothing, and it's 5:10, so we can assume that the day has reached its end. Enjoy the sunset. Ouch. I still got, I just remembered there's a number of things to deal with in moving to a new place, and most of them involve a number. The number of things include a new address, but most importantly, the minute I get the lease, I need to take that to the post office to get my mailbox assigned, and then I have to get to the town hall to get my EcoPass either turned back on or signed up to get a new one. And if by some strange miracle I can do that before I move, that means although long, arduous, and challenging, I'll be able to do it essentially for free over what might be a 2-week period, depending on weather and ability. It seriously pisses me off because if I could have had taxes done, I'd have the money in my pocket to pay for a moving company to come get it, move it, and put it up there, but I'm not allowed to work, I'm not allowed to earn money, I'm not allowed to sell stuff and get money. I'm allowed to be poor and be happy about it. Holy smokes, hashtag, write this down. Hashtag space case. I just realized if I keep the table legs and drawing board drafting table as they are, it only requires a single shelf unit to properly fit the space case underneath the tabletop, whether it's regardless of position. And half of my shiny silver kitchen shelf unit, or I guess more accurately, well, that's accurate. Half of that is the perfect height for the stand, possibly allowing the computer to stand on its narrow end and not the wide side. I did succumb to either boredom, munchies, or conscious awareness of a different type of fuel to get me through this next process. In practical terms, it's all pre-homework. Because as I tried to mention in my ever brief email to the temporary case lady, but as soon as I get lease and keys, or even a lease and access to the storage units or something, I'm gangbusters, no holds barred, move the fuck out of the way, I'm getting her done. And if I could manifest some reality of moving assistance, I could do it all in a day. Everything's packed, almost. Half an hour of packing. Load everything in the vehicle. Drive up, unload it, return, completely empty the apartment of everything. Wait for 30-day inspection. Now the reality is it's still January, and I ended up spending $180 on Walmart for cleaning supplies, packing supplies, and mobility needs for the bicycle to be functional. In a normal month, that would have been approximately my rent and utilities, give or take some. That's way not live. I looked up to realize that the camera view was kind of weird. No, I just see this yellow. It looks almost Art Deco. But anyway, I'm enjoying two plain plant-based burgers, patty melt style without the melt. It's basically Dave's Killer Bread, a light drizzling of ketchup just for moisture, and a little flavor. 2 pieces of bread, or 4 pieces of bread, 2 pieces of burger. Oh wow, I just had this other reality. If every unit in the new place has their own laundry machine, there won't be any reason for people to go through the hall slamming doors to go in and out of said laundry room. I can't believe how horrible that must. I mean, I can believe, but my neighbor Jeb, his apartment's right over the laundry room for this whole building, and possibly 2 or 3 other buildings all have access. I'm trying to remember if any of my phones or devices have been up in Netherlands before. I mean, admittedly, the first trip only a few devices were stashed away properly. Pretty sure the laptop and one of the phones was usually out and or within access. It's kind of cool how the dark of the mountain works with and or against the light in the kitchen. And I would almost, I mean, I'd be joking, but I might be correct that where those bright yellow bars are, it's essentially just a reflection of the hallway and the way the light's bouncing off of those different planes. But that's right where the sun's set. Oh, that's something that I just remembered. New computer might not be flippy floppy the way it's supposed to be. Oh, That's behind me on what I think is the right side. Now, I guess the hope or the goal is those two little anti-Reubens. Maybe that's what you call them. I was trying to think of what's the sandwich with the burger on toast. But it's not a kosher burger, it's a plant-based burger, and it's not toasted rye bread with all the fixings. It's just Dave's Killer 21 grain bread with a wee bit of juice. It's always nice when you grab your phone and it's got a big splotch of ketchup on it and you smear it all over your hands. That's always fun. I'm just acknowledging. I'm not sure why. Maybe she just read the email. But, I'm almost paranoid, afraid to a level of concern. Because I have to keep acting as if something that isn't guaranteed yet is going to happen. When I was making my burgers, I had this thought. It was just one of those imaginary conversations with somebody. In this case, it was the Nutritia girl. It's just striking my awareness that if she used to work at All Roads doing outreach and she now works at another place doing outreach, it may not have been a promotion. Which means simply by job description or previous job description and or current title, she assumed it was her position to take the Could be wrong, but I almost feel like I heard my owl friend. This is way earlier than yesterday. I'm not sure if it's a he or a she. I wonder if there's a variation in their... Yeah, it's definitely... I almost said him, so maybe it's a him. I know a teeny tiny, like not even valuable amount of information about owls. But I can comprehend the possibility that males or females may be more or less inclined to make noises at night for different reasons. Although I'm pretty sure some of the reasons are hunting or scouting using a type of sonar with their ears. And I think, like other animals, it's kind of interspecies communication or language. Or maybe not interspecies, but species dependent. I figure if you looked at all the species, some of them, the way that they communicate is probably more similar or common to each other than, say, others. I'd almost fathom to compare heart size, heart rate, and lifespan. Hashtag way to go Einstein. It just dawned on me because of the current situation and the fact that I'm no longer at all responsible for utilities. I've been appreciating more time in the steam room / sauna that is essentially just a hot shower running. And that's when the, oh gosh, I'm a dummy, hit me. If I start my day with a hot shower forced upon my lower back, it might enable me enough mobility to get some stuff done. Of course, if I wasn't such a claustrophobic wussy, I would have jumped in the MRI can, had my stuff scanned, gotten some steroid injections into my spine, and possibly wouldn't even need the cane at all. Supposedly, it relieves the pressure and problems for potentially a couple, 3 months. But temporary relief is not worth the temporary unbelievable discomfort of the claustrophobia involved with an MRI tube and having my face less than inches away from anything. If I remember it correctly, I wouldn't be able to put both hands on my face because the space permitted was that narrow. And although I wouldn't have liked the feeling, I would have been okay if they just did everything from the neck down first, and then at the very last part of it did everything else, from the neck up. Because essentially my issues don't even involve my head. I'm not even sure if it involves that bottom part where the spine connects to the skull. I think it's called C6, C7, which is on the lower part of the upper back, and the L3, L4, or L1, L2, or something like that, which is the upper part of the lower back. I guess if you folded my spine in 3, the damage is where the creases would be. But yeah, I'm trying to brainstorm myself down into a quiet frenzy of solitude and peace while I continue to capture these wonderful live streams of my once glorious ghetto existence. I'm still a bit confused because the Craigslist price was only like $250 cheaper than my apartment. Fortunately, when I clicked the link, it was no longer posted, so, as they say, good Lord willing. I mean, good Lord willing, this time Friday I could have everything that I want out of here and in there, or up there somewhere. The other reality is, outside of the 2 left burgers and some bread and some coffee and some creamer, I think effectively everything else is dunsies. So when, if, however time happens that approval happens, my imagination insists that the majority of that stuff in the kitchen will all fit in a single box or in amongst other boxes that are already packed and could use a little filler. And most of that is the largest of big containers. Which actually brings to mind the number 3 wardrobe box, which is essentially household goods, heavy stuff, and family items or heirlooms. But essentially that means it's 2 or 3 boxes of sheets, blankets, towels, etc., along with books, photo albums, family history, and memorabilia type items, photo albums and such. There's a few boxes, maybe 20 or 30 or 50 different old cassettes that could be interesting, but I'm almost certain few of them were, it's not like any of them were my dad's favorites. It's almost like she sent me all these things on purpose so I comprehended how little of importance he was to her. It's like, it was so bizarre when I said his carving tools and she pretended to not even know what I was talking about. And like every week they had 2 friends, and one of their friends was a really good carver, and my dad regularly talked to him about carving. I almost think she gave him one or more of those carving sets as Christmas presents, and yet she pretended as if she had no clue what I was talking about. I knew there was something wrong with her before, but I wasn't necessarily in a position with my dad in any type of relationship to question his own decisions for his own life. And he'd probably have told me just that. I appreciate your opinion, but you got no business in my life making my decisions for me. I supported you to your legal age, and I let you stick around a couple more years because you were going to school. But when I got married, the divorce was final. Yeah, I know. I'm not expecting the phone to ring. I'm just keeping it going out of habit or something. And also, that's really pretty. Part of the thing I like about doing these videos is I can sort of see the time lapse as it's happening. If I just stare at it. And the thing about a day like today is with little or no clouds, it seems uneventful, and then you start realizing that the whole function is the way that the light is playing off the shadows and the snow and the reflections in the sky and such. And I can't or just won't get rid of the reflection because I can sort of see how or where the camera has my head in the reflection of the mountain there. But the only way to remove that is to turn the lights off completely. which doesn't seem all that productive towards the concept of being productive and getting some shit done. Part of my thinking process and my reality or something is to wait until as soon as I get that message, and depending on what time it is and what the reality, like if I hear Friday you can go up and meet them on a Monday, that whole weekend is me emptying everything except what I hope I can keep. Patricia girl mentioned something about peer support, homelessness or something. But I'm still of the opinion, if I got approval to move in and I went up with just my bug out bag and a guitar or two, and I slept on the floor and I woke up and I went to the coffee shop and I went to the places and I chatted with folks, I'd be willing to bet in a day or two I could find somebody who would be anxious for something to do, like drive down to the flats and help a monkey move some shit up. I'd almost fathom to believe there's more than a couple handfuls of people that are or could be motivated in that direction. Mostly because wintertime's pretty slow and boring up there, because I'm not sure at what elevation. Could be 6, could be 7, could be 8. But ground never gets too soft, so construction only happens mostly in the summertime with a little spring and fall thrown in there depending. Which means all outdoor construction, all home improvements, all road improvements, all things that cause traffic, all those things only get to happen a few months of the year. From now until about April or May, I think is most everybody hunkered down. I think April or May is when they first start getting a weather break up there. And by that I mean long-term below freezing temperatures are uncommon. And supposedly the weather is shifted to a point where this thing is stalling and it's finally raining in California where all the fires were. So those are all turning into mudslides and debris, something. I can't remember what their scientific technical term is for a rain caused post-fire, like, I think of it as a mudslide, but there might be other terms for it. So I guess in a lot of ways the first wave of it would be, there wouldn't be mud, it'd be all ashes and stuff, right? I guess the only reason I brought that up is from what I remember looking on the current average future weather prediction. Weather would be mild and not too cold and not too weathery. And more warming up. Currently I'm looking at the low tonight is 24. Tomorrow's high 45. Then 47. Friday 56. Saturday 57. Sunday 61. Monday 61. Tuesday 58. And then it drops again but only down to about 37. And half of those nights I mentioned, well, a third of those nights have below freezing temperatures, but they probably won't be lasting long. Like when it goes from 61 to 41, and then it goes from 61 to 33, then it's 58, 51, 31. That's essentially meaning a high pressure system is kind of coming into the system. And then when it departs, the temperatures drop, the winds reduce. But that means perfect moving day trip weather is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And I'm really, really, really sold, convinced, determined to get approval to leave, to get everything out as much as possible, to give the 30-day notice as required, to then move everything I can possibly think of up there or out of here. I would love to be, like, if I could be, never come back here by Wednesday the 5th, that would be rocking. Why does it say battery empty when it's plugged in? That's pretty stupid, isn't it? I'm trying to return my brain back to mobility function in that everything's charged, everything's packed, everything's ready before I contemplate hitting hay of any type. That usually involves contemplating the next day, like designing or fabricating at least 3 potentials, 1 being nothing, 2 being something good, and 3 being holy shit, I'm on my way, yes please and thank you. Comes the story of tragedy narrowly averted. It's weird. I've only met a few dogs in the neighborhood, but I recognize that dog by her bark. And then I just realized, well, duh, if I can recognize a dog by its bark, There's no doubt dogs would know it. So now I'm kind of sitting here listening because I can see the backyard light where the one dog lives, because she's right in front of me. And then there's a couple that are back and maybe to the left or right in that neighborhood. It's the same neighborhood, but those are homeowners' places. And then there's another one or two that are to the right. But it's like one will come out, hey everybody, anybody out? I'm taking a pee. You know, I wonder what they all say. I'm surprised Saturday Night Live has not done a pee mail joke bit. I'm imagining dogs, you know, smelling trees or fire hydrants or whatever it is. And, either with a voiceover or like a speech bubble or something. The point is, the dog smells and reads a message. The human just thinks, come on. He's like, wait a second, she's saying something important. Like the whole reason why dogs are slow smelling some things, and other times you give them a little, not even a tug, but the tiniest of and they're like, oh yeah, turn. It kind of makes me remember my own ADD, that it functions like a dog sometimes, and I have to utilize specific functionality to keep it in check. And that's why my brain is currently, I'm not reading emails, I'm not doing anything. I will make what progress I can here, and I just sit with bated breath or whatever it is, super duper anxious, phone call, approval, appointment, time to move, literally, figuratively, and see you later, bye. I'm also thinking about the interesting kind of flashback reality curiosity. I moved in here December 9th, 2019. Like right before Christmas. I think it was on my dad's birthday on the 20th. Maybe I signed the lease. I'm not sure, but I think it was either a couple of months or it could have been the end of that first year that they finished that place and started going through the waiting list. I was on it, but for some reason was listed for 2 bedrooms, not 1. They approved me, and I'm sitting here thinking, I wonder what had happened, right? If this just fell through for whatever reason, I ended up surviving through it, or maybe this worked, and right when it was time to move, instead of me moving somewhere here and somewhere back and all of that other nonsense, why not put me there where I'm going to want to be anyway? To do so, they would, because I remember talking to them, and they're like, so you're on the waiting list, and your name has come up, do you want this apartment? I'm like, well, yeah, but I'm not a 2, I'm a 1. And I'm just thinking, what would have happened if I would have gone up there? Just, there's certainly a random sister, probably young, attractive, and available. I wouldn't per se of the marrying kind, but of the breeding mentality. or not. But still, I was just thinking, if I'd have gone up there, hustled around, found somebody and said, hey, you need an apartment, I need an apartment, I have a voucher for a 2-bedroom apartment, but they won't rent to me because I'm a 1. So what do you say, you be my +1 and we become roommates, and there's no strings attached, no nothing, we're just roommates, and we both get a super cheap apartment right here, right now. I could effectively, that would have been 4 years ago. So essentially, that girl that has the 2 kids, they could have been mine, because one of them just happened in November and the other one's a year or 2 old. Plus, she's totally the type of person I would have hooked up with. She's pretty, she's a skinny little spinner girl, but she seems like she's smart and she's really nice to her kids. Sometimes it's fun to look back on things in the way that the timing was. The most effective, emotional, or real story doesn't exactly point it out the same way that I was trying to express. I like the MTV kind of effect. Like if I was sitting there strumming a guitar, that'd be pretty rad. Like double, triple exposure, right? Because you see me, you see the reflection on the window, plus you see the mountain, and you see the interplay between all of it, plus this backdrop, whatever that is. I'm not sure why. Like, I think it's similar to how I can be at times with, I guess, both tobacco and cannabis. And I haven't, per se, made a direct connection. Although there's a high possibility that the interplay of those things, it matters. lot of times I've used tobacco and cannabis as a means of surviving times of severe hunger or what have you. Because if it's true or not, I'm not sure. But as I believe it to be, if it's how I believe it to be, tobacco and nicotine can function as an appetite suppressant. Cannabis can allow me to shift my attitude and my mind's focus on things more interesting than being hungry. My dad, I remember he said it's either your stomach shrinking or a lack of protein or being bored. Was essentially the three things that causes hunger. One of the weird life hacks I learned in early days of traveling. Assuming you're comfortable and able to eat cheese. It's a substance that takes a long time to digest, shrinks very slowly, has protein and animal fats and other things that are beneficial, but also abundant. Like eating a lot of cheese causes constipation. The final thought I'm having about the whole apartment deal is with or without help, preferably with. With help, I take a lot more stuff, probably. Without help, I figure out how to get the bare minimum up there, and then I keep building until I'm comfortable, and then I come back and I get rid of everything else. I'll be able to sit at my window and watch cars and trucks and buses and noisy things go by the highway. If it looks the way I think it looks, I mean, meaning if the windows point the way I think the windows point, I'll be looking essentially south end or east. And hoping there's more than just one window. And hoping there's not, I mean, I'm thinking I miscalculated and I think this apartment is one of the middle ones, not the one that jutted out, but I don't know. So that's live view of the Netherville. And it's weird that that car was sitting there blinking because that's a one-way street. That's a little funky, but getting it down to a little bit more normalized perspective. Dang it, did I walk away with my stick and not bring it back? Shoot, man, why I gotta do that to myself? That's not a bad reason, but that would be equally logical. Point is, I don't need to see out the brick wall, you know what I mean? Like, that's fine. I'll fix it in the picture crop. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. And the family choose. Funny, I'm remembering talking earlier, looking out the window, acknowledging that this was clear, but this was all chunky, and a whole section of this sidewalk is all ice. My neighbor Jed regularly does laps, and he walks it and doesn't seem to fall, but it doesn't seem like something like a person with the stick trying to move shit like bags of trash needs to be functioning with. But if weather predicted continues in a day and a half, everything that's frozen will be melted. One of the nicest parts about living here, and even maybe not, it might be too high up. But my point is, I think you can lose, if it's a nice sunny day and snow melts and then it becomes cold, even more snow evaporates. I almost want to say it as much, if not more, snow evaporates than melts. But it has to get warm first, because as it sits, assuming tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are all 45 to 56 to 57, to then Sunday, Monday, 61, 58, all of that being the peak. By the first or second day, most everything will be melted and clear. Sidewalks, bike paths, trails, etc. Normally takes a couple more days before essentially everything that's in the shade stays snow covered. It takes a long time to melt. It never melts, it only evaporates. And there's been a few years in this, around this building, they actually moved it's so funny because this summer there's a couple of new Mexican people that moved in, and they decided that they were going to just park wherever they wanted up on the curb because it was closest to where they could, whatever. They were fighting over the worst parking spot 6 months of the year. It's like right now and for the rest of the winter, it's going to be covered in ice. It's going to be gross and slushy and slick and nasty. Or when it snows, it's where they push the snow. I didn't go out to investigate, but I was hoping to see. It would be great to get a picture of a car or three parked there and the snow. I would even love to get the video of the snow plow plowing all of his snow, covering and packing, and just shouldn't park where I put my snow, dude. New people gotta learn. Y'all live in the mountains, you can't just be acting like any place is an available parking spot, because different times of the year, different things have different purposes. The other nice part about it is I should be able to find out if there are any and who are the Jeds and the Felicias up there pretty quick. I'm starting to almost feel hopeful, excited. Like, it's the kind of excited where it makes me do stupid shit. Like, if I leave right now and I bundle up, I can push my bike and my bike trailer all the way up the back roads to Nederland before sunrise. Like, I'm that anxious to get the fuck out of here. If I get approval and I sign a lease, but it doesn't include access yet, then I at least have functional reason to give 30-day notice and move everything out. As long as it's before the 4th, I kind of don't care. I mean, the reality is the zit's about to blow, and I'm going to blow this fucking zit ghetto. Hopefully for good, like good. I like the idea that my future in South Boulder's only relationship will be me driving by on a bus to the airport or some other place going, yeah, I used to live there for a while. Pretty crappy apartments, horrible neighbors, but an amazing view. So I'm grateful I was been able to get a little bit of soaking it up time. I think it would have been nicer if I'd have found it, got it working, and just set it up and let it run. The thing is, back then, when I had my own internet, I didn't have a bunch of machines that would do it, or cameras, or any of that other stuff. Almost everything that I'm trying to keep, I have, because I was essentially living on about $500 a month after rent and utilities back in a few years ago, COVID days or whatever. And if I reduced tobacco, reduced cannabis, and eliminated alcohol of any type. That basically meant I never spent any money except for a couple pouches of tobacco a week, a couple small pouches of cannabis a week, and that was it. And if I was able to scrimp and save and really, really struggle through it, I might make it out with $100 or $200 for that month. My nice video camera is at least $200. That means I suffered for 2 months without, so I could save up the money for that. The audio thing is $300, I think. Every computer is towards 200 or more with additions. So as you can tell, there's a lot of months of a lot of sacrifice. There were months with no sacrifice. I mean, I have a whole back room full of beer cans to prove it. If I did my math and my count correctly, I have over 1,000 beer cans back there that are all in like 6, 12, and 15 pack boxes. Another weird funny thing I just realized, I was like, when I went and got the cannabis, it was super discount weed, which is fine by me because it tastes pretty good and it seems to work pretty good. But I have 2 different strains. Normally a different strain affects a person differently. Hybrids, sativas, indicas, they all have similar traits, but everybody's different. So anyway, I was like, I wonder if one of these weeds causes me to get the munchies and another one makes me get sleepy. And, then I was like, I didn't go through the process of testing and discovering it for a few reasons. One, I don't have a large supply, so it's not like something that I'm going to keep in my memory for much longer than I need it. 2, I'm dyslexic and attention deficit, so if I decide this one is sleepy, this one is munchy, or whatever it is, because there's only 2, I might flip-flop them. I'll probably flip-flop them. And then when I try to say I'm unflip-flopped, I say I'm re-flip-flopped. It's fucking so weird. My primary goal or hope is to figure out and maybe get lucky with schedule, because I mentioned in a few of my streams before, the driver's qualified to drive the bus to Nederland and the ski village is very limited, so there's only a handful or fewer, a couple, 3, 4 people that are allowed and regularly drive the shift. One of them is an older fellow with beard and stuff. Another one is, I don't know. Overweight, questionably ugly female, questionably probably more like a transgender male female, but I don't know. They seem nice enough, and if somebody looks weird and I accidentally try to show respect and use the wrong pronoun, at least I did so in trying to show respect. You know, there's lots of disrespectful pronouns I could pick in that exact same situation. But I wouldn't do that, usually. The good part was I only had one, like, kind of negative feeling or something. Maybe a couple of people who kind of half remember, half recognize me as a... Well, one girl only knows me as a drunk dude who was like super stupid flirting with her just because it was stupid and I was drunk, and I was more doing it because it was funny, not because I had any intention. And when she said something about having a boyfriend, I just, in a movie sort of sense, like was like, oh no, you don't want to, you want to be, you know, just being stupid. But the feeling I got was she recognized me and somehow still didn't appreciate it or comprehend that it was, if anything, a playful attempt to, you know, I can show a person that they're attractive without telling them or even thinking about sleeping with them. I'm different, I guess. I mean, the nice thing I'm thinking, if it's the same person, she's with the same dude that she was with back then, which means she's loyal, which means my, you know, my choice, my choosing, I was at least in the right neighborhood of the type of thing I was hoping to find. Or, I guess more so, hoping would find me. That's how it works, right? I've been messing around with this Rubik's Cube lately again. Refreshing my brain of the patterns, trying to get them reseated in my memory or my functionality. And there's a saying that defines insanity as doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. If you continuously move a Rubik's Cube in any pattern, as long as that pattern is repeated exactly, eventually it returns back to its original form. And I think it might be the reason he picked it, because 120 something or 100 and I can't remember the exact number. But in the movie Snowden, he always has a Rubik's Cube in a certain part of it. And he's almost always doing the exact same move, which would be top forward, left back, top forward, left back, meaning he moves the top clockwise and the left face counterclockwise. If you repeat that exactly at 100 and something, it magically returns back to finished. It's crazy. I sometimes imagine that if I was good at it and I really understood what all of the formulas were doing and why, I could then look at it and see enough, having enough knowledge in the idea that is the goal to solve the cube the fastest, or is the goal to solve the cube with the fewest amount of moves? Because those two could be the same and they could be different. And every different way in which you could solve it is variable down to a certain point. But if you understand that, let's just say it's 123.6, whatever it is. That means that there are 123 or whatever it is iterations plus the original solved iteration. Essentially, where every cube is the color and the letter 0, number 0. Meaning it's at its original 0 location. So if you used white, for example, and you went across the face 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Each face then gets 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, right? That's its original location. Now, to orient the original locations, each face is represented by a static, non-moving centerpiece. Essentially locking the cube into that position. But by design, those cubes do not change position. Everything else changes around them. But that gives you 6 more numbers for each color. So, in essence, you don't even need that first number that I was talking about. You really only need the color and the position, because those numbers represent the cube in a solved form. My point is this: if you could then scramble it up, look at all 6 faces, and utilizing that information alone, define the shortest solution and or quickest solution. I say that and or because what if the shortest solution includes turning 1, but the fastest includes turning that same plane forwards 3 times quick? Same result, different speeds, different. You get the point, maybe. I think that one's heavier. I'm trying to figure out which one has got the one that I want the what. I was looking for a couple little chunky monkeys. If and or when this whole move thing happens, or even going up for paperwork, etc., just realized the way I feel is like I've been asking, or I've been getting to know a girl for 3 years or more. I finally ask her out, and she says, I'll think about it. But heck, a couple 3 months ago, I didn't even acknowledge the possibility that a girl like that existed. Oh, I'm just noticing it says moonrise 7 a.m. It's a new moon. So if astrology kind of stuff it has much to do with it, I suppose we could just say or assume we were waiting for the planets to meet, like attain proper alignment. Like, I mean, because like right now it's the 6th planet parade, right? And that works itself into a 7 planet parade, right? That's how I understand it. So if I can leave when the 6 planets are aligned and in less than 30 days be into the new place when the 7 planets are aligned, that would be cosmically pretty cool. Speaking of cosmic surfing. I'm not sure why it's difficult to let go of that song and other songs, because it's not a great song by any means, but it was the very first song that I wrote with the intention of writing a poem that I later turned into a lyric. I guess in ways it was one of the first artistic creations I was using the medium in a reflective manner, while comparing the feelings and or visualizations and imagery one would imagine possibly while listening to a jam band really groove any type of band. But that same music would be the fuel or propulsion that allowed you to travel through the universe. Saturn, Venus, Pluto, wherever you may cruise. It was written so long ago, Pluto was still a planet. I've been contemplating I really wanted to somehow recreate or bring back to life these tapes on this cassette from my first band, Java. And then I was thinking, what if I did them, but I rewrote them or arranged them in the style of bluegrass. Maybe I could even call it Java grass. And then keep the lyrics exactly the same, keep the order and the lineup. And where I can remember most of the chord structure the same. Some will need to be changed because the song was essentially intended to be a demo highlighting multiple styles all in one. Like we wanted it to be rock and funk and industrial and thrash and polka and metal and like all kinds of crazy stuff. I think, to me, one of our best reviews, we got reviewed by a fanzine on the East Coast. They said we sounded like Chili Peppers on acid, and I'm like, but the Chili Peppers are already on acid, so what does that sound like? Which is weird, because we were also, me and another guy who at least were claiming to be sober. I was sober. The bassist decided he wanted to return to being a meth head coke dealer. He was pretty convinced that that was the lifestyle required to become a rock star. And I can't say he's wrong, because sober people don't get famous. Famous people get sober. Write that down. Hashtag write that down. That's a good song lyric. Maybe it's more just an idea that sober people rarely become famous, but famous people often become sober. Heads up, thunderstorm, snow squalls in Buffalo. I think I mentioned Scotty Reynolds in this earlier, because he has had a band called Goodbye Harry. I think I auditioned to be the guitar player, rhythm guitar. I think I would have got it, but he wasn't ready to go on the road, and I wasn't ready to sit and wait. But I had the idea of doing his Goodbye Harry is kind of a play, maybe not intentional, but in my mind's eye, it's a reference to saying goodbye to Seattle and heroin. So I was thinking, Goodbye Harry, hello Harvey, because I got to joking around with the guy at the weed club, and I said a funny line. And I said I got Fisker bliskers on my whiskers or something like that. And then I thought I got the Fisker blister blues. isn't a bad idea, but it could be played with and enjoyed. I'm not sure I could do all of his. He has a album, 2 albums I remember, Food Stamp Barbecue and maybe the original one was just named Goodbye Harry. I almost think there was another one that had a name on it, but there's at least 2. I might be able to find an album's worth of good songs that translate well, but with him and the way those songs were, there's a lot of, I don't know how to put it, people trying to play music the way other people have been known to play music. Like, there are some songs in the band, both albums possibly, at least one of them. Maybe it was the first one, but they sound a lot like the previous band he was in, which makes it sound like he's trying to be them. The way he explained it, and I totally get it. I think it's right on. That was the music he wanted to create, and why he decided to leave the band, because he saw that as his roots. They wanted to go different directions. Then they ended up doing what he did and returning to their roots. So it made it sound like he was trying to sound like them. And the funny part is, they, them were all the same sound at one time. But the descendants in all, to me, are either Milo or Scott Reynolds. But anyway, he lived in Buffalo. Outside of Buffalo. I think it was 93. That's the first time I tried to pack everything up in my car, run away, and go on tour. I got a reference from the members of the Descendants to call Scotty and to offer up my services. He seemed interested, so I said, fuck it, I got nothing to do, nowhere to be, and somewhere to go. So I threw everything in this big ass clunker whale gas guzzler. It wasn't horrible, but it wasn't great. From St. Louis all the way up to Buffalo. Finally found him, finally met him, had to wait. Checked out Buffalo, it was kind of cool. Ended up going back, expressing my interest, telling him my situation. I was living in my car. He gave me some floor space and said, here's a couple CDs. He picked some songs he wanted me to play. Took a couple of days, I learned them, I played them. He seemed content. And then he said, the thing is, I understand you're trying to do something now, and I'm just about to have my second baby, so this ain't happening really quickly. So I'm like, well, thanks, keep me in mind if it becomes a reality. Otherwise, he was super cool. I could see how he and the Descendants' personalities would get along really well. They're all kind of the same kind of kids I grew up with, punk rock, anti-cool. 7:05. Let's see what the. I was about to give you the. You know how we do it. Love you, family. Peace. I need the little studio clock to be a good time number. $9:45:58.